Hello, hello. How is everyone? Let me know first off, how's this sound? I'm using my daughter's Mac. I am hiding out in the man cave again. Let me know if you hear any weird background noise. If you hear a baby, we're directly below his nursery, so that is what it is. We can't change that. So, okay. How's it going? I know the trial's still going, I believe. I was listening to the beginning of it earlier, and I have not finished it, so I'm not sure how it is going. Family advocates now. What? Okay, let me scroll up here. Hey, Soup. Hey, Irish. Hey, Purple. Hey, Perfectly. Thank you for always posting the facts. Hey, Willow. Yep. Tanga. Hey, Irish again. Tiny Dancer. Hey. Hey, Jonesin. I hope you hop up here. She might hop up with us later. Hey, Lenny. Archangel. Sorry, you're just replying to my husband. Okay, let's see here. Purple Riot, especially family appetite. We are okay. I think I'm picking up on a little bit because what I'm actually going to play is some of the drama that's happening. And I just want to get everyone's opinions on it. Thank you, Johnson. Christine G did such a good job, I think. I think she did a great job. Thanks, Melissa. How are you? I hope you're having a great day. Hey, Bugsy. Hey, Miss Leah. Oh, yes, you take care of yourself. Yep. Those not cleared by LE are considered suspects. Maybe not the. Well, I don't know about that because uh, it's kind of like with Summer's case, right? Where Lawson said everybody's a suspect. It's a blanket statement that so many ran with, as in meaning like everyone was actually a suspect. What they're saying is we don't know anything, so everything's suspect. And so I guess it could be similar to that, Lenny, that like in the fact that if nobody's cleared, which they rarely clear anyone until they make actual arrests, then if nobody is cleared, then everybody is a suspect. Yes. Hey, Generally, Jenny, how are you, love? Hey, Earth. Hey, Criminality, how are you doing? Christine G made that. Hey, Chris. Oh my goodness. They did name 4 suspects. Absolutely did. Absolutely. Hey, Carol freaking Claus. Trial ended early. She had a migraine. Great. No one has been cleared. Okay, we're going to get into all this. It seems like a lot of people have a lot to say about this, which it kind of blows my mind because it's been so quiet for so long. Not while I'm live, Cordy. I'll have to text her later. Maybe she'll pop in and see ya. Um, how's she wrong? Wait, someone said they did name 4 suspects. Okay, everybody, I think we're gonna have a little disagreeing in the chat, which is totally okay. You know, the rules here are just be cool. Don't be uncool. So, you guys, everybody can disagree on this case. That's completely fine to do so. Just don't be hateful to one another in the chat, okay? That's all I ask. Now, with this one, I'm actually going to ask something else too. If you know me and you know how I have been on YouTube, I don't attack the parents or the family of missing children. I don't attack Dawn and Candace Wells, and I definitely don't attack Brandy and Tyler. So I would ask that people have that same courtesy in my chat, not to attack them. Now you can have your opinions. I'm not stopping anyone from having their opinions on things. I am hopeful that those opinions are based in fact. However, you are entitled to your opinion. I allow that. Just don't be mean and nasty or hateful, especially to the parents of a missing child. Okay? Thank you. Yes, Earth, you are always respectful. Stacy does have the streets stirred up, and y'all have gone wild. Y'all have gone wild. Okay, hey, popcorn and M&Ms. Thank you, Bugsy. That's all I ask. Don't be a Richard. Don't be a dick. Right. That's all I ask. And you cannot like one another. These fellow creators, these two that I'm getting ready to showcase, you guys don't like each other. I can obviously tell that. But is your dislike for one another based off of the facts of the case? Is my question. That's my question. Um, right. Speculation is not accusation, Lenny, but you have to be careful with how you word it because speculation can quickly turn into accusation. We've seen that run rampant in the Summer Wells case. So you have to be very careful with. I'm not saying you personally, I'm saying a general you have to be careful with that. Stacey was on tour like Taylor Swift. So I put together some clips today as I was prepping for this because I like to come with facts and receipts. And I had some friends help me grab some timestamps from all of his interviews just for a couple of the topics. And as I was, putting them together into a video and kind of splicing it down some, I was like, holy crap, this dude has talked his butt off and he's talked out of his ass. He, no way around it. Dude's a liar. Dude is a liar. So I don't know where he's lying. Unfortunately, that's the problem for all of us, right? We don't know which is the truth and which is a lie. So you have to be careful with that. To body shame anyone is yes, please don't body shame anyone. Please, please, please. Hey, Zero Jules, how you doing, love? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well. Exactly. That's okay. So Joneson did a stream and I hopped up with her. Ended up being a 6-hour stream. Hopefully this one isn't. However, it's Friday night. Who knows? We can do whatever, right? Is it Friday? Yeah, it's Friday. Who cares? We talked about that in her stream that like my biggest fear with Stacy coming out and this suspect going on this world tour across YouTube to clear his name. And in my opinion, it only made things 100 times worse. But it was that it would become a circus like Summer's case. And it did quickly. Quickly, you have creators more focused, and this is just my personal opinion. You have some creators who are more focused on their beefs with one another than this missing child. And that breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Because for so long, so many people have wanted coverage and justice for Michael, but I don't think anybody wants it like this, y'all. I don't think anybody does. I just hate people for something to do on more. Courtney, I believe that. So with little detail and how the case is going, it seems many have lost their way. I can agree with that. Truth in a Can. Like, love the name, by the way. I have never been anything other than respectful of Brandy. Good. Good, good, good. Just not to small-minded people. Hey, 6F, how you doing, love? Stacy stirred the pot and now a grease fire has started. Yes. That's very accurate. Very, very accurate. Twin thing? Exactly. I'm from Michael. Absolutely. Boy, that was loud. That was the water running above me. It's like everything in this house is amplified. Do you guys hear it at all? I wanna see if it's too much noise for y'all before I move on to the, stream I'm about to stream. Channels need to leave it to law enforcement and let them do their job instead of trying to be wannabe detectives. Carol, that's a great point. That brings up a fabulous point. We're not detectives, and we shouldn't be trying to be detectives. I don't know that we're necessarily advocates either. Some people might be, but I'm not. Not on this platform, at least. But I think if we're covering a case, if we're talking about a case, no matter what the case is, but especially a missing child's case, I think that being as accurate with the information as we possibly can, the information afforded to us, whether it come from those who were directly there at the moment, the family, the friends right then and there, but especially law enforcement and things like that, I think we have to be as close to accurate as possible. Hippiporium, wait, thanks for joining. Is this referring to Eve? That channel is gross. Stacy is gross. She is 100%. Okay. Haunting Haley, you're allowed to feel that way, and we are going to review that. But please, let's refrain from name calling of anyone in here because I see there's people from both sides of this. So let's not call each other names. All right. Just my ask for future. Yes, it is how you word things. Unfortunately, some lack the vocab. That's true. Stacey Wandra existed on this planet by talking and lying, allegedly. Nope, I don't believe a thing he says either. I don't believe one thing that man says. I don't even believe the time he claims that he was caught on camera. And I'll show you why. Stacy, as anyone else, doesn't deserve to be body shamed. That is wrong to do to anyone. No, I think he's gross, but not due to his body. I don't think anyone should be body shamed either. Okay. Yes, put Grandma Sherry on the job. One thing the four suspects have done is people are asking more questions. That's true. I agree. That is great that people are showing more interest in his case. I just hope it's the right interest. Everyone can discuss everything in this case, good or bad. They can, popcorn. They can. Okay, you guys can't hear the water? Okay, good. I turned on, there's like this new feature here, like it's directly above my head. It's like the pipe is, and all I hear is like the water going through it. And I was like, oh no, this is annoying. But there is a feature on here that says like reduce mic background noise. So hopefully that took care of it. I'm on Morgan's computer, so I can't, or else I totally would. She sent me a cute Valentine. Her Miss Robbins' Valentine is so cute. I'm a detective. No one hears the law, jury, or the court to judge them. We have to wait it out. We sure do. If these channels want to cover it, should only be to distribute known facts. I don't think people are being detectives. If you add up what has been said by parents, neighbors closest to them, then it's fine to speak. I do think that it's fine to speak on what they have said. Absolutely. I think that we have to remember, and this is where I go back to, we're not going to be attacking any family of any missing children in my chat. I mean, y'all do whatever you want on the internet. You're grown, not your moms, but in my chat, we're not going to be attacking the victims' families, their victims themselves. Because could you imagine? Can you imagine the hell of 1 second your child being there and the next second gone? Imagine what that first night is like, that very first night. Now imagine like 1,000 of those nights. Whether we think a person is guilty or not, we don't know. So I think it's fair to err on the side of innocent, because even if they were to become arrested and suspect, they're not guilty until they're judged by a jury of their peers. But still, just put yourself in the family's shoes. no matter the facts, because I could spout you facts all day long about this case. Some you're going to like and some you're not going to like. But there is a mother, a father, and 3 siblings who are missing a piece of their heart. Please, all I ask of you is to keep that in mind going forward. Everyone. YouTubers providing substantial financial and helping them fine-tune their alibi is repulsive. I would agree with that. I would also agree with proof. I'm going to need proof of that before I tell that person that they're repulsive, because if we're just speculating that they've done it, that's one thing. But if we have actual verified proof, that would be different. And I honestly can't believe you're saying that, though, because like some of your friends have sent him money, substantial amounts of money. So I'm curious how you feel about them. Just curious. Of course, we're all grown too. If you want to send your money, you can send your money to whoever the fuck you want to, right? But do I think it's right to send it to a suspect? No. Heck no. Heck no. Hey, Carol Johnson. Has all gone too far. All this doxing on either side is not cool, but neither is calling CPS on a victim's. No, it's not. It's not right either. Neither one is right. We can exist inside of this box where all of these things are wrong. All of these things are wrong. People can't be anti-Stacy without lying. Scooter wasn't found in the Wanderer's garage. No, it was not. Stacy didn't get kicked out of group homes for forcing himself on. What? No, that didn't happen either. I hadn't heard that one. Ugh. Yeah, we're gonna need to see some proof of some of these claims. I think he's gross. I didn't say you called him a name. You called Eve something. I can't remember. It was a while back. I'm just saying, like, please don't, it wasn't directed to you specifically. I'm just saying it to everyone. Like, honestly, I don't care what you guys call Stacy. He's a suspect. Do I think he is guilty? I don't know. My gut reaction is I don't know. However, Sarah, Stacy, Brandon, and Adrian are all we have as suspects as far as law enforcement is concerned. And I do think that I know he has lied multiple times. And I'm suspicious. That's where I'm going to put it. I'm extremely suspicious of the dude. She's such an inspiration. And and one thing that she has said that has stuck in my brain, Jenny, is that, look, we might not all agree on this case, but we might agree on the next one. So let's not tear each other down. Let's not, cut so deep that we can't replace the relationship afterwards. The police have all of the threads. Hey, Eve, I hope you and Purple Knights are going to be the topic of conversation. I don't know either of you as creators extremely well. I mean, I know who you were, but I'm not well versed in your channels. So hopefully we can go through this and be extremely fair and unbiased. For me, someone sent me the link to Purple's live stream and asked me questions about the timeline, because they know how deep I have covered Michael's case privately, not publicly, but how deep I've gone into it, the things I know about it, etc. And so they were asking me, hey, is this true? Is this true? And so I started listening to this live stream that I'm about to play, and I was just crushed, y'all, because it's like, wait. This is what we didn't want to see happen. This cutthroat accusations flying, name calling back and forth on all sides. And it's like sorry, no offense, it's like a game to y'all. Like, you're right and I'm wrong. I'm right and you're wrong. If we took a second and looked at the information that each other offered, maybe we could get to a conclusion faster. Maybe then we could actually start doing something that's beneficial to the case. Does anybody else think that's possible, or is it just me? Maybe it's just my naive way of thinking. FBI came to your house today? Oh, no FBI came to your house today. Well, that's good. That's really good. Again, please, no name calling. Be nice to one another. Um, and Maude, you don't have to time any of that out. If there's like obviously weirdo and crazy aren't excessive, but if it gets excessive, just delete the comment. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let me get to the bottom. Welcome to memberships. Hey, Titty McGee, you changed that again. I couldn't imagine, especially for all the parent I know. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I would show the same respect on yours. I totally appreciate that. Oh, Amethyst. Oh, this shows us in StreamYard. Thank you, love. You did not have to do that. All of our memberships are donated every month. And so I've been trying to think of what to do for this month. Like 100% of the profits of our memberships are donated. And I did a fundraiser stream once for in honor of Michael, not for him, but it was through YouTube and the money went directly to NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So maybe we'll go ahead and do that again this month. Give all of our memberships to NCMEC in honor of him again. I had to chill with Donna Candace. There's no proof that they did anything. I think you meant you still don't like them, which I would agree with that. I don't think they're the best parents. I think that's a huge understatement, but that's as rough as I'm going to be. Nice to see you too, Ozzy Trisha. And thank you for the super chat, love. The alibi portion, nope, but money to him, yep, I've seen that. I have seen money to him as well, yep, from several creators. Stacy, where did Stacy say that? If someone can tell me where Stacy said that I can pull up like a timestamp live, I'm happy to pull that up because I was looking for that. I've seen money from two creators. Well, one talked about it extensively and then one showed something, but it wasn't like large substantial amounts as mentioned earlier. Oh, thank you. I do have said for certain individuals that there's okay. Well, you do what you gotta do. Who's a flip flopper? She's a flip flopper. Stacy can't even get into a shelter anymore. He hasn't been charged with a crime. He hasn't. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I have it, and what that person sent, food to get him to talk, was nothing compared to putting them up in a nice hotel. Well, until there's proof of that out there publicly on this platform, I'm not going to speak on it because I could come in here and say anything like, oh, I have proof that he sent you X, Y, and Z, and I don't have that proof. So if someone has it publicly that I can pull up and reference, I'm happy to change my opinion. However, as it stands right now, that first statement, though, just sending him stuff to get him to talk. We're not law enforcement, y'all. We are not law enforcement. Why is anybody sending him shit? Why? Why? Just saying. Just saying. Okay. QWERTY, go sit. Is this really just to get me to text chasing right now? Is that what this is about? Thank you, QWERTY. You did not have to do that. I'm grown and make very bad decisions for fun. Just like that one. That was a bad decision. Oh my goodness. Am I going to get into this live stream even? Okay. Purple has proof. Okay, yeah. Email me proof. Oh no, you're saying you haven't get okay. I'm a federal why it's okay to question the wells, make accusations about them, but it's not okay to question. See, and I think it is okay to question them. I don't think it's okay to accuse them of things. And there's a difference, and I don't think a lot of people understand that difference. You know what I'm saying? Oh goodness. I'm seeing that people you're so cute. I'm seeing people have already form such strong opinions. And my question to y'all is do you know all of the facts? Or not even the facts, because you guys know what the facts are from law enforcement um, pertaining to Michael Vaughn's timeline, that they have narrowed the window to 6:40 and 7 p.m. for his disappearance. Those are the facts that they have given us. They have kept everything very, very close to the vest, and I'm so glad that they have. But that's the facts from law enforcement. Now we have everything the family has said, and we have all of these interviews, and now we have a new set of timelines and interviews to run with. And I think that one of the downsides to law enforcement being so close to the vest with things is it gives the opportunity for rampant speculation. Rampant. I will get $2 from that. You're right. I responded to what was okay. That's cool. Did you happen to I did. I'm, like, 5 minutes behind. I wanna catch up real quick. Is there anything, let me see if there's anything else that I need to touch on in the chat before we start playing this. Stacy, Sarah, Brandy, Tyler, Grandpa, Michael, blah, 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 blah. We're all seen on camera. Yeah. This is about a missing child, not the people involved. We don't know if they are victims. Michael and Summer are the victims. It needs to be about them, in my opinion, not beefs with YouTubers. I can agree with that. It shouldn't be about beefs with YouTubers, but I also do think it's about their parents. They're victims as well. I That's my opinion. That's how I feel. You have your child go missing, you're gonna be a victim. I can't imagine. Thank you, AMAC. Look at that. Love you, doll. Hey, Hiccup. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, okay. Eve has flying. I know, I want a flying monkey too. She was pointing fingers. In her last member's live, she said horrible things about them. Okay. I'm not to that one yet, because this live of purples that I'm gonna review, and if one of the mods could drop her link, I would truly appreciate that. Um, but it's like 3 hours, so I don't think we're gonna get to that, and I haven't watched it yet. Um, okay, that's what I'm asking you all for this live stream. Set your bias that you already have about one another aside, and let's see if we can come to a common ground, a common understanding, or at least just understand the facts a little bit. I think that would be beneficial if we could all just have a better understanding of this timeline and the facts without accusing anyone. Besides maybe Stacy and Sarah, Adrian, Brandon. If you want to accuse them, go right ahead. They're named suspects. He admitted it on interviews and phone calls. He told me to. Well, he did admit to getting money, but I didn't hear him say he had gotten money from Eve. So is that out there publicly somewhere that I haven't seen? Eve is the same as Daisy. We need to ignore her, but yes, she will disappear with her few subs and file channel. Ooh. Let's not. Yeah. There's a screenshot of him saying he doesn't do any. I have seen that, but that's any panel. That's your friend's panels that he's went on. That's Dolly's panel. That's Lauren at Hidden True Crime. That's Brooks. That's Justin's. Did I miss any of them? So that would be all of the channels. No, all of them. So I am confused as to, like, those are your friends. So you're saying that they're supporting suspects as well? I'm genuinely confused and curious of that accusation. Jacob is very good looking. He told me directly in writing. Okay. Someone's sending it to me. I will have my email open so I get it. And in the meantime, I'm 5 minutes behind in chat. Holy cow. Okay. I want a flying monkey too. Johnson is hot. The fighting from creators about this is truly I know. Right, but they are still suspects, so if people wanna have an opinion on suspects, have at it. Imagine accusing the parents while befriending a named suspect. Remember the big photo of Stacy and his wife and their friends? Yeah. It's hard to forget, isn't it? Hard to forget. That's why we have to keep that in mind, like okay, so here's the questions that we're gonna have, and then I'm just gonna skip to the bottom. So whatever y'all said, if it was something important about these receipts being sent to me, if someone can copy it and paste it, because I'm just gonna skip to the bottom. But here's what we're going to look into going forward. Is somebody simping? Simping is such a gross word. Are people supporting these suspects? Are the facts of the timeline accurate to the best of our knowledge of what has been put out there publicly? And is any of this beneficial to Michael? Those are what we're going to focus on. Rest of it, try to put your bias and hatred for one another aside for the evening. Okay, I'm at the bottom, so skipping it all. All right, so this is the stream that was sent to me. Let me take down Haley's comment. Thank you, Haley. Ask her, Eve, have you sent Stacy money? No. What crime Sleuthn accused you of was substantial forms amounts of money. So in my opinion, substantial would be, did you send over $100? But she doesn't have to answer. I can ask her all day long. She doesn't have to answer. Okay. No, I wasn't going over last night's stream. This is a couple nights ago. I haven't even had a chance to watch last night's stream. This is the one that has a timeline. Conversation. There we go.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good evening.
Miss
So, if
Purple
most
Mike.
of you can't tell by the title, we have some business to tend to this evening. Eve is attacking Michael's family yet again.
Okay, so there's the first accusation that Eve is attacking Michael's family. So that's one of the things that we're going to be looking for in here.
Even after she's been told numerous times to stop, she's been told to leave it alone. The police have cleared Michael's family, but yet Eve wants to keep her bullshit going. So, we're going to blast her. And tomorrow, she's doing a members only live with Stacy Wandra. But I thought he couldn't do any more interviews. Protecting the suspect much, Eve? And you say you stand for Michael. You stand for these children. You don't stand for anybody but the suspects. And you've proven that time and time again. So, we're going to review her live from this evening. I hope everybody in here tells everybody that they know that's on YouTube. Let's get them all in here because this is something that everybody needs to know.
Well, here we are. So let's go through it.
And mods, don't worry. I put her link in the description, so y'all don't have to worry about dropping her link. It's in the description.
Oh, here's
But just from what I've seen this evening through screenshots, I am absolutely appalled. And if anybody comes in here that speaks one ill letter against this family, block them immediately. We're not tolerating the bullshit. Unless it's Eve. Then you can leave that bitch stay up in here. So, let me say my hellos. I was going to say good mornings, but it's not morning. And then we'll get into it. And don't worry, guys. If when we start playing this live, and if she decides to private it, don't worry. We've already got it recorded.
Like that. No, I'm not saying it would be any better at all. I'm just saying the claim earlier is that it was a substantial amount. So for me, like something over $100 would be considered substantial. That's all I was getting at. No.
So we'll still continue to show how vile this bitch is. Okay? Okay. Let's see who we got in here, shall we? Come on, computer. Don't be slow now. All right. I love Alta was first, y'all. The Buckeye Mama,
Okay, I think she's
Juju
just
Bones, Wendy, the Dark Side,
gonna skip you welcoming your chat.
Crime Sleuthin, Sassy,
Oh, so I'm happy.
Brandy, my love, you probably want to check out Sue Bug,
Oh, I never.
Queen of Peas in a Pod.
I should have wrote down a timestamp of when it started.
All right. Marissa, you skedaddle. Shadow Wolf, something that you probably want to be. All right. So Eve is up to her bullshit yet again. You know, we've proven between myself, Justin, AB, Josh, Crime Sleuthin, and I'm sure there's others that, are not on the list that should be on the list that right now I'm a little too upset to name. But through all of us, we have the last 2 weeks have been somewhat, working together, sharing all the information that each creator knows and, the next one playing off of it, so we've been all kind of in a circle together. Plus, some of the subs, have also been, right in this with us. So we have proven more than once that Stacy Wandra is lying out of his fat ass.
Oh my god, I lagged and I couldn't make
Okay.
my
He's
shout.
lying through his teeth,
We're gonna have a
that's
little
for
bit of video
sure.
commentary for just a
Yes.
couple months, guys. We've exposed him. We've, had new information that, we as creators thought was important that needed to go to law enforcement, which it did. We have all been in contact with one or more throughout these last couple of weeks.
Nice. I don't know where I go. 34 seconds.
Okay. So the last time Eve was over here, she's like, oh, he's a liar. I didn't help him do
Okay,
anything. I
sorry,
didn't this.
did
I didn't that.
not see that. Okay, so True Crime with Eve says, I will not speak to Crime Sleuthin. Please do not address me again. Okay, got it. Deets, I have sent $100 to Stacy. I'm assuming I've said it before. Okay, so True Crime with Eve has sent Stacy Wander $100. Now I know that there are other creators who have sent him amounts of money that are equal to this, maybe more. How do we feel about this? Is that good? Bad? What do you guys think? And please give your opinions without being nasty. That's all I'm saying. Like, what do you think? Do you think it's a smart thing to do? Do you think it's irresponsible? What are your guys' thoughts on this?
But now you're white knighting for a suspect yet again after, we've already went through this with you, Eve. And you're like, oh yeah, he's a liar. He's a liar. Oh, is he only a liar when it comes to you being implicated interfering with a police investigation? Is that the only time he lies, Eve? Or are you lying?
So I'm admit, I mean, I could pull up Eve's channel right now, and I've probably only watched like a half a dozen streams, and 3 of them were older because I was in the Twitter spaces that took place. I wasn't active, I was just listening to them, and I was hoping she had the December 18th Twitter space, but she does not, unfortunately, or I haven't seen her share it anyway. And then I've watched her interview with Stacey Wandra, and then I listened to, I think, 2 other streams. So Purple's question here, or statement, let me
He's a liar. He's a liar. Oh, is he only a liar when it comes to you being implicated interfering with a police investigation?
Okay, do you think Eve is interfering with the police investigation by having an interview with Stacey Wandra? Like, I've seen, like I said, this is where I'm confused. Like, a lot of your friends have had these interviews as well. And today I'm putting these clips together. I have a clip of Justin saying that he's been emailing continually with Adrian, like, which, hey, more power to them all. Like, more power to all of them. So if that's what they want to do, I'm just saying are these things that you're saying also directed towards your friends?
Is that the only time he lies, Eve? Or are you lying? Because right now, from where I'm sitting, you're no fucking better than he is. You might as well be charged too for, I don't know, evidence tampering, maybe, aiding and abetting, interfering with a police investigation. I'm sure there's so many more charges that you could be brought up on, Eve. And if I was Brandy and Tyler, I would be pushing for it. Because you, ma'am, should have shut your pie hole a freaking year ago when law enforcement did that press conference saying that the parents aren't being investigated for any foul play or any wrongdoing to their child. But no, you just had to keep going and keep going and keep.
Right. That's exactly what they said. They are not. Um, I do not think that Tyler and Brandy have anything to do with the disappearance of their son. That is just Dietz's personal opinion. There I am talking about myself in third person like Bullhorn Betty. That's just my personal opinion, and I could take the time and go through all the clips and explain to you why I have came to the conclusion that I do not feel like they are involved at all. But I know that there are others in here, and there are others out there that feel like they have some involvement because of the confusion with the timeline in the beginning and because of statements made and stuff like that. But people having their opinions on things doesn't mean they're interfering in a case, in my opinion. Now, if things are happening behind the scenes and it's going too far and it's leading to CPS calls or things like that, yeah, that's too far. Way too far, y'all.
Going. And you've already admittedly said that you gave Mr. Wandra money.
You said it was so long.
And he said that you gave him $300 for an interview. So,
Okay, I could not find that. I looked everywhere. I couldn't find that. So I don't know if that was something that was shared in private or not, but I couldn't find where he said that that Eve specifically gave him $300.
I'm sure you could probably be charged with something like, maybe extortion or some shit. I don't even know. So,
Yes, it's not.
because you have such a big heart on for Tyler and Brandy, and now this evening you included Grandpa. Yeah, Eve. So now.
Okay, so here's the second I should write these down. The second accusation. First one was that she was attacking the family. Second one is that Grandpa was included. And yes, I have a notebook from the beginning of this case. And now it's including a YouTube drama section. Go figure. Attacking the fam and including Grandpa. Including Bob. Okay.
Now you're not only, screwing with Michael's parents, you're screwing with Monkey's grandpa. Coercion. Yeah. I think, all of us should push this issue. I'm pretty sure she's already on law enforcement's radar.
Thank you.
After, she recorded the Zoom court meeting of Stacy and got Brandy in there and thought it was fucking funny. Yeah. Thought it was so funny. You think you're so funny, attacking a mother and a father of an abducted child who police believe is no longer with us. You think that's okay?
Mm-mm.
Oh, because you got recorded phone calls. Big deal. I'm sure law enforcement has the same fucking ones. And then all this last week you've been running around. Oh, I've got something you guys got. Like what? Do you want a cookie? Do you want a cookie because you have a piece of information that the YouTube world doesn't have? Probably for a good reason we don't have it.
Yeah, I don't care about what information we don't have or do. Like, if it's public, then yeah, I'm gonna pay attention to it. But if it's not public, then Bieber, I agree. Is there a particular reason we're sending suspects money? I'm curious as to why all of them are sending suspects money. Like, not just one. I'm curious as to why anyone is. What about the hotel she paid for? Yep, I agree, except I think it's a bad idea to give that dude $1. I would not. For True Crime Weekly, I don't know that one. Do you mean Hidden True Crime? Or True Crime with I mean, there's a lot of true crimes, but I'm not sure who True Crime Weekly is. I did not pay for a single hotel. I have the receipts of who did. Okay. They gave money in Summer's case, and many, yes, they have. A lot of people have. But there are no suspects in Summer's case. No named suspects. There are 4 named suspects in this case. A friend of Stacy. Many have paid him. I don't know if someone in here is named friend of Stacy or if you're saying you're a friend of Stacy. Hey, Sonia. Taylor sent 50 to me to send to Stacy as he was going to interview with me but couldn't make it. And the hotel she paid for and the Ubers. Okay. Right now, these are just accusations without proof. I'm not saying she didn't, but without the proof, I got nothing. A creator offered $500 to Stacy. Stacy did the interview and put it behind a paywall. Never paid Stacy. Who did that? Who did that? It's irresponsible to get involved in any way, shape, or form with a family that child is missing. I think it can be. I think it can be irresponsible. She doesn't think Ellie is capable of knowing who should and shouldn't be a suspect, allegedly, in my opinion, or it's all just fake as fuck for clicks and views. Oh, I think law enforcement are on top of this one. I think throughout this, if you guys hang with me, I know we're almost an hour in and we haven't really gotten there yet. I think if you hang with me, you'll see that we can look at the facts of a case, and it's kind of like when we hear something, like we can all hear the exact same thing told to us by someone, and everybody has a different opinion, or they might go off and repeat that something completely different was said. And I think a lot of that is happening in this situation. I think if we all just slowed down, looked at the facts, maybe we could get back on track and focus on what's truly, truly important. And that's Michael Joseph Vaughan.
Okay. So, not only are you preventing law enforcement from having all the evidence, because you haven't given it to law enforcement either, you said. So now you're withholding evidence in a child abduction, possible unaliving. Way to go, Eve. Way to go. Because when you get slapped with those pretty silver bracelets and you're behind bars, because you had to put your nose where it didn't belong, you ain't gonna have nobody else to blame. Is your husband?
Why would she be behind bars for giving money to a suspect? Unless you're accusing her of something else here. But leading up to this, you've been talking about the suspect and the treatment of the, like, something to do with the treatment of the families.
Don't bring your kids to visit you in prison? Is he? Your kids gonna watch their mom grow up behind bars?
What?
I hope so.
Yep, if it's wrong for one, it's wrong for
I
one.
honestly hope so. Hey, of the light. Hey, Chuck. Hey, hot mess. What did you miss? Okay. Eve did another live this evening going after Michael's parents, and now they have decided that they're going to include Michael's grandfather.
Correct, Eliza. Lying does not equal abduction.
Like I said,
It's
if
true.
I was Brandy and Tyler, I would have you charged. And hell, the police might just decide to do it themselves. Because I'm pretty sure they've been notified of all your bullshit lives that you've done, Eve.
Well, there's 14.
And now you're, parading a suspect around online, and he's just telling different stories after different stories. You don't think this is all going to come back to bite him right in his big old butt? Oh, she edited Stacy's timeline to help it fit? Nuh-uh. You're shitting me. Wow.
Okay. She edited Stacy's timeline. That's going. All right. So now we have she attacked the fam. She included Grandpa, and she's editing Stacy's timeline.
Wow, Eve. She's changed the taken time? What gives this bitch the right to change
Taken
anything?
time.
Oh, wow. How in the hell can she change a damn thing? I mean, please, somebody explain this to me. How can she change anything? Wow. Well, let's give it a gander, shall we? Now I have it on 1.5. We're playing this under fair use. I have music playing in the background. Let me know if it's too loud. I don't want it to take over where nobody can hear what's going on.
Hey, everybody. Good morning, the chat. If you can hear me, nice to see everyone. Go ahead and hit that like button while you wait. Hello, Shane.
Okay, so I can understand. So even though I have purple on 1.5 and she has Eve on 1.5, I can still understand it just fine. Let me know if I need to slow it down.
Hey, Julia T. Wilted lettuce. This live ought to be good again. Well, I hope so. I hope at least half of them are good. OG Brooke, good to see you. Daphne.
Right.
Good to see you.
Oh, yeah. Look at all these people who.
Precious Chaos. And again, Mr.
Randy.
Eve. Baby is asleep. Earlier, I went live covering, I don't know if you call it covering, but reviewing the Adam Montgomery trial for the murder of Harmony Montgomery. And I was really disappointed. And
which you, ma'am, need to be no part of any missing persons case whatsoever.
How it went, it started off very, basically just waiting around, and things had to be done differently. We're not getting open arguments until.
Twin thing, a lot of people have looked into them and dug deep into their background and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty rough. The Starkeys is really, really rough.
Thursday or tomorrow. So it's just frustrating, but it's okay. Hi, Irish Twin Thing. Good to see you. Jackie Jude, Precious Chaos. If I had mentioned you, Rose Star.
If you see anybody from this chat in mods in the chat, boot them. I don't want no part of them here. They want to go there and support this psychopath witch. They ain't going to be participating in shit from here. They can watch from the outside.
And everyone else, hi, Liz. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Archangel, Cyber Ninja.
Oh, hippie, that
and
would
if you're
be
watching Julia, of course I have to say hi to Julia. If I missed you or if you're watching the replay, go ahead and hit that like button and let me know
Yeah, no.
what you think in the comments.
Trash.
Right, maybe Eve is dancing around. Yeah, he has been a doll lately. Absolute doll. Cute. He's so cute. But unfortunately, putting your child's face out there can get a little squirrely on the YouTube streets. So we ain't gonna do that. But trust me when I say he's handsome. That's for sure. He was actually speaking in the microphone earlier because I had given him a bath. I was putting out the broadcast for Adam Montgomery's trial. And as I was getting him, dressed and everything, he was being a little cutie patootie. Maybe he has the cutest laugh. Yeah, it was cute. Yeah. All right. So what are we going to talk about today? I saw someone was like, I want to know what the theory, what Eve's theory is on Michael Vaughan's case. And so true. It's so true. So what is the theory that Eve has on the Michael Vaughan case? I don't have any one theory that I, am convicted on because, of course, this is an investigation. It's an active one. And we have what the police know or has or doesn't have. So it's really hard to say. However, I go by what has been said, what has been changed.
Okay. So Eve just said she doesn't have any one theory. I don't know if she does or not. That's just what she's saying here. All I have to go off of is what her words here. And Bieber, I agree with you. The difference is the parents have the right to change the timeline. Right. A lot of people need to remember they went through a horribly traumatic experience. Whether you think they're guilty or not, they went through a horribly traumatic experience. It's understandable that things might not have been 100% accurate at the time or taken them a while to recoup from that. What matters is what law enforcement has and what they are working on. Just my opinion.
What you've changed? Evidence, which we don't know of any, but what has happened over time, things of that nature. What I do know from.
You mean, Eve, what you've changed? Because you think, you're part of this investigation, that you have the right to know the ins and outs of what investigators do. You have the power to know absolutely nothing.
From police reports, what do I know? With all of the things, all of the receipts that I could ever acquire, and then base that on my intuitive side, my intuition or my gut feeling of what these things mean. That's all I can do. And the only thing that I can really commit to is that because.
Okay, so Crime said Stacy keeps slipping things in interviews. I don't think he slipped anything of importance into any of his interviews, and I've listened to them about 6 times now. I don't think anything of importance has been slipped into them. I think he's just continuing to muddy it. But Could it be helpful to law enforcement? I sure hope they're taking every last bit of it and lining it up with what he told them directly. But I don't know if it's a good idea for people to get involved with him. So you talked to the Fruitland Police Department. So you actively spoke with Fruitland Police Department about the case. Even law enforcement told me it was fine to interview him and keep him talking because it is helpful. So you called up Fruitland and talked to him about interviewing Stacy Wandera, a suspect in their case, and they told you to keep interviewing and keep him talking. Interesting. This is why YouTubers shouldn't be interviewing suspects in an open investigation, interfering or giving them any money. Ding, ding, ding.
MJ was on camera or seen on any camera that we are aware of.
That you know of. So don't say he wasn't. You don't know.
I know that, Purple, I know you're a huge supporter of Brandy. Brandy herself said he wasn't seen on camera. So unless she's lying to us, and I don't think she is, he wasn't. So again, like I said, I don't think she's lying about that.
You do not know the evidence. I know that's a word that you struggle with, but that's proof of anything from that day. But the police have it. They have evidence of Michael being at the Wanderers. Evidence, Eve. Learn the word, honey.
At this point, someone or a group, one or the other, had to have taken Michael somewhere, right? For whatever reason.
Yeah. One of the 4 suspects took him, and he was at the Wanderers' residence.
And there could be a multitude of reasons. At the end of the day, someone took him somewhere else that was not detected, or we would have seen them arrested already. And I think.
Okay, Eve. When do you get to tell the police or the FBI when they have to make an arrest? Because, like I've already explained.
Wait, I missed. Did she say that?
Had to have taken someone or a group, one or the other, had to have taken Michael somewhere, right? For whatever reason.
Yeah. One of the 4 suspects took him, and he was at the Wanderers' residence.
And there could be a multitude of reasons. At the end of the day, someone took him somewhere else that was not detected, or we would have seen them arrested already. And I think.
Okay, Eve. When do you get to tell the police or the FBI when they have to make an arrest? Because, like I've already explained, once they file the charges, if the defendants use a speedy trial, that's 45 days from the date it was filed. Because everybody has the right to a speedy trial. It's in the Constitution. Okay. So if they can't pull everything together within them 45 days, they lost their shot. So they're not going to rush right into anything. We've already heard from the prosecutor saying, charges will be coming. We heard it.
Yes, they said it December 1st of 2022, was it? Hang on. Yeah, 2022, that charges are forthcoming and they would not be stopping. It wasn't from the prosecutor, it was from Detective Huff, but I absolutely believe him there that he's working on this. But I don't think she's saying, like you said, how do you don't have the right to tell the FBI or law enforcement to make an arrest. I think she's just speculating, like so many people do, that like if they had direct evidence that could just obvious proof of, oh, this person took this person there, then there would have been I think she's just speculating and theorizing at this point. I don't believe she's saying, hey, FBI is failing or didn't do their job or should have done this. She's just theorizing.
From Huff. We're waiting on the grand jury. So you don't get to put a time frame on this. Being a suspect in an abduction and possibly a child unaliving, there is no statute of limitations. They could still charge these people when they're 90. But see, you don't.
I agree with this. Middle fingers up. Nobody should be dragging them, or especially should not be dragging minor children. Again, if someone could point me to where that happened, I'm happy to showcase it and call it out. In the couple streams that I watched, I didn't see that, not, like, attacking minor children, so but if you can show me, send me an email, I'm happy to look into that deeper, because I would be furious if that happened.
You fail to comprehend that part.
I think that it was a very intentional where he is. It was intentional. It was there was enough time to at least think of the process of the best way not to get caught, which means that it was someone very, very familiar with not only the area, because
The Wanderers.
no one would abduct a child in an area that
Okay,
had
let
one
me
road in and one road
slow
out.
that down a little bit.
How can you say that?
Again, this is
You
just
don't know what every criminal.
Road to
her
the area.
theory.
Think of the process of the best way not to get caught, which means that it was someone very, very familiar with not only the area, because
The Wanderers.
So she's saying that because of the cameras and the locations of the cameras, that whoever facilitated Michael's disappearance would have had to really know the area to avoid being caught on those cameras. And I agree with Purple's statement there. Like, the Wanderers, they really know the area, right? I mean, Stacy can lie to us and say, I'm not even from that subdivision. It's like, dude, it's the same subdivision. And he's like, I've never been all the way down on 9th. And it's like, it's 1 block over. Don't tell me you haven't been on 9th Street. But then there's also the part that neither one of you are talking about. It's not like they're just gonna be, have a God, I hope Brandy's not listening to this. It's not like you're gonna throw him in the front seat or back seat and he's gonna, be pressed up against the window and be seen on these cameras either. It could be very easy for a vehicle to get in and out without them seeing a small child in the vehicle. Now, we also know that they have dug into every vehicle that is, went in and out in front of the cameras of the subdivision. So I also get what you're saying by the fact that they know who came and who went, so they could dig into those people.
no one would abduct a child in an area that had one road in and one road out.
How can you say that? You don't know what every criminal in the United States is thinking? Oh,
In my opinion, unless you knew the farms well, which we know that there are farm roads. There's the farm road that leads out of Arizona. It goes behind a house in a shed and it spits out onto a road. So there's definitely different ways to get out of Dodge.
I don't know what you mean by the creepy ass phone call. There's some recordings that one of Brandy's internet friends did of her when they were in a Facebook Messenger group, I believe it was. It was a big group of them. And then she also had like private calls helping Brandy with the timeline, and she recorded that and she put those out. Crystal's her name. Is that who you're talking about? I don't know of any other recorded phone calls of Brandy.
But obviously, we don't know for 100% fact who that was and when that was. I do.
oh, so now you're trying to place another suspect in the mix, Eve? Like we don't have enough already? You want to add somebody else?
Do you hear my grandbaby up there? Oh, he's so cute. It was stated that, yes, I did hear that as well, that Brandy helped her. It was Brooks who said it on I think she was on Purples when she said it, that they worked together or Brandy had some questions for him. Yeah. I'd have a hell of a lot of questions if it was my kid. I'm just saying, or if they were suspects involved in my son's disappearance.
Arizona. It goes behind a house in a shed and it spits out onto a road. So there's definitely different ways to get out of Dodge. But obviously, we don't know for 100% fact who that was and when that was. I do.
Oh, so now you're trying to place another suspect in the mix, Eve? Like we don't have enough already? You want to add somebody else? Oh, is that because you're, sticking up for a suspect in a murder trial? That's going to happen?
Believe that the timeline is doo-doo. I've always said that, and I will stick to my story on that.
Well,
You can say whatever you want.
that's all it is your story, Eve.
Well, it's her opinion.
I don't think timeline is worth anything, but we're not
I
investigators.
mean,
We're
how
just
many
superheroes
creators
opinions
out
and going
here?
off of what we
Let's just be honest. How many creators out here think that the timeline for the Wells is complete doo-doo? So I'm not shocked that there's at least one person out there that thinks the Michael's timeline's doo-doo. Like, You're going to always have somebody on the opposition, on the other side, always.
No, I think we know, I guess.
You don't know shit. And you're not an investigator.
Yes.
But that's my theory, is that he definitely left some time that wasn't detected. And that's insane to me that you can't, it's 2020, at the time it was 2021. There were cameras that obviously saw people coming in and out of the neighborhood. There was CCTV catching the walking man, catching people going in and out of the neighborhood, such as the Dodge.
And you don't know if they have footage of Michael, do you? No, honey, you don't. You know, they're not just going to publicly name 4 random people unless there's evidence.
Avenger and the Honda Pilot. There are definite cameras ring.
I would hope not. I truly, truly hope that they would not just name 4 individuals without something. And that's why I'm so confused as to what they have, because it doesn't make sense what we're being told. But again, we have to remember we're only seeing 10% of what law enforcement has, or hopefully has anyway. We don't know what they have at all. But the statement of they wouldn't name anyone suspects without any proof, well, that's not true. Just look into, I mean, there's a very famous FBI case where the FBI named this one guy a suspect, and it totally ruined his life. Why can I not think of his name right now off the top of my head? Totally ruined his life. And they ended up being sued big time for that. And then I'm thinking right now in the Delphi case, so many people think Richard Allen, who is a charged suspect, is innocent. And if you look at the probable cause, we don't see a lot as to what they had to charge him with. But again, we don't know the full scope of what they have.
Cameras in Hidden Meadows, which is the subdivision northwest. They're looking at it from.
Y'all are chatty. I can't even catch up, and there's only 200 of you in
He
here.
was taken somewhere, and it was not just a random thing. I don't feel like it was a opportunity.
What you don't feel? Well, guess what? Feelings aren't facts. So your feelings are irrelevant.
Crime. He would have made mistakes. And again, Ring camera would have it directed them somewhere way before May of 2022 or April of 2022. So that's just my theory. Whatever happened, it is what it is. I don't know.
Oh, that's the first thing you said truthful. You don't know.
Does that make sense? Now,
She attacked the family live on her last show. Okay, yeah. If you drop a timestamp, I'll check that out when we get through this.
did I overload you? Well, I tend to do that. I overload myself all the time. All the time. So now you understand how it feels to be me in some way. Hey, Nico. Matt's keen to see you. So what is this new theory? All right. The new theory, I believe from a few creators, but specifically Purple Phoenix, aka Pigeon, who is my best.
Aww. Purple Phoenix, aka Pigeon. Oh, Eve. Just goes to show where you're getting your information from. But you keep going with it, girl.
We are so close, so close. That the new theory is the taxi took MJ away. Someone called. Maybe Tyler Bottle or
What? So the taxi took Michael anywhere. Wow.
whoever. And they conspired together with the 4 suspects to get Michael out of there. So they were
So every time Purple pauses, it kind of causes that glitch. Let me slow it down a little bit. What she was saying.
Oh, Eve.
Let me catch it.
Just goes to show where you're getting your information from. But you keep going with it, girl.
we are so close, so close. That the new theory is the taxi.
So she's saying that this is the theory that Purple had. That's the way I was taking it. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Took MJ away. Someone called. Maybe Tyler Bottle or
Oops, that's my fault.
What? So the taxi took Michael anywhere. Wow.
whoever. And they conspired together with the 4 suspects to get Michael out of there. So they were
Oh my God.
to be mistaken. Hi, Erica.
That's
Crime.
all.
That's my guess.
Wow.
Anyway,
Why don't you mention lip lock?
Okay, let me go to her. Let me go to Eve's stream because that was impossible to understand. I'm not blaming anyone. It just is hard to understand. I want to make sure we get it right. What was this one titled? Let me look here. Purpose. It's titled The New Theory. Let's see.
Purple Phoenix, aka Pigeon, who is my
Oh, wow. I landed right on it. Dang. Can never do that
bestie.
again
We
in a
are
million years.
so close, so close. That the new theory is that the taxi took MJ away. Somebody called, maybe Tyler, Bob, or whoever, and that they conspired together with the 4 suspects to get Michael out of there for whatever reason. We're not besties? Oh, I must have been mistaken. Hi, America True Crime. I apologize. I tend to misread the room, I guess. So anyway, so that is the theory that apparently I believe to be true. That is what I think.
Okay. So she is saying that someone accused her of that theory being true. She's not saying that that's her theory. She's saying that that's what she was accused of theorizing on. Does that make sense? Y'all are flying. There's no way I'm going to be able to catch this up. Oh, white knighting for a YouTuber who's out here white knighting for named suspect is who's white knighting for? I ain't white. If you're talking to me, I ain't white knighting for anyone. If she calls me a pig. What? Where did the what? I'll ask it later. I don't know where that came from. Pigeon. You and I shirt. Okay. All right. Let's keep. So her theory is that, or she's saying that that whole theory that she just stated, it's not her theory. That's what she was accused of theorizing on. And I think that that got misunderstood, and it sets a chain reaction for the rest of this.
He's the one that said it first. I just repeated it.
Oh, she repeated it. Okay. Who did she say?
He
that?
didn't.
Anyway,
Why don't you mention lip lock?
Okay,
She's the one that said it first.
okay, lip
I
lock
just repeated
theorized
it.
that, and Purple just repeated it. She knocked herself off here. Skip it here. Don't worry, I've knocked
All right,
myself
so
off before.
back it up just a little bit because I don't know when I fell off.
Stacey Wonder and Brandon Shirtliff, or on behalf of Adrian Lucian from the already getting told that this is how I feel and think. So shoot, might as well just go through the motions of the ocean here and go through that theory. Because, by the way, everyone is innocent until proven guilty by a court of law. This is for entertainment purposes only, and I'm using information that I will be providing
Right,
later
Kelly
in this
Kay?
stream under the Fair Use Act.
Well, that's what I'm wondering too, spiritual being. I think it's possible. Hey, Akuna. How are you, doll? I think it's possible. I do think it's possible for it to be about his case and accepting others' opinions and not making it in not turning it into a circus. I do think it's possible.
Alexander Plaza. Oh, yeah. Man, you're triggering my old sleuthing stuff. Alexander Plaza in 2022, an officer had 4 counts of violent kids in Fruitland, underage. This officer in Fruitland was having relations with underage females.
Oh my goodness, this has nothing to do
female,
with nothing.
underage victims on
Oh,
company dime and on the clock, which is horrible. Ironically, the family members are, involved in the search and
okay. Dumbass. On company time and on clock are the same thing.
I have to agree. An officer would tell her that, yeah, like if she called and said, "Hey, can I interview a suspect?" They would probably say, "Well, yeah, you can interview a suspect." Like they can't stop you from interviewing a suspect. But what was the other thing that she said? Talk to them about things I found and asked if it was okay to put it out. And I can't say what. I didn't put it out. They asked me not to. And that could happen. But as far as giving you information, like, yeah, they're not going, like, law enforcement would not give any information.
Like, it doesn't take a rocket science to know that. On company time and on the clock, it's the same. Oh, she's talking about some incident prior to Monkey going or getting abducted.
That was gross, by the way. 6 up, that was gross.
She's saying prior to, there was an officer involved in some inappropriate things with minors. Has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with Michael. But, she's trying to, spin every narrative possible she can.
Rescue side of this, so it does give you pause sometimes. But you know what? That could be a completely separate and unrelated issue. There might be zero bias there, so I can't say that one way or the other. I'm just telling you what I know.
You know absolutely nothing. Because that in 2020 has nothing to do with Michael being abducted in 2021.
Okay, devil's advocate here. People have dug up shit surrounding the wells that is like 15 years old to do with, law enforcement officers that once lived in the area and now no longer live in the area. And I'm not saying that Purple's done this. I don't know if she has or not. I'm just saying, like, evidently she sleuthed it, and I know exactly what she's talking about. I know what officer she's talking about, but like, and she's found this information. She's like, maybe there's a connection to something here. Completely speculating. It's not accusing anyone of anything. It's not accusing the family. It's not anything. She's just like, I wonder if there's something to this. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. Me personally, do I do that publicly online? No, I don't. But there's plenty of creators who do. Plenty.
But, you keep trying to discredit the police, Eve. Go ahead.
So that's the new theory. So okay,
Hey, tragedy.
we know what has been provided by Stacey Wander and Brandon Shirtliff, or on behalf of Adrian Lucian from the Applebee's at 447. And we have information from Stacey sent to me and Bad Bangs Crime Sleuthin'. By the way, unfortunately, to your dismay, I have procreated and I do have kids. I know that was very disappointing for you.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Eve.
Yeah, none of this is important. I agree.
Because you keep your shit up. I'm sure your kids are going to be visiting you behind some metal bars. They're going to call you Jailbird Mama.
Why? Why would they?
I'm sorry. We do have some preparation H on any of your local stores for that butt hurt. I don't know.
We're not butt hurt.
Let me know how that works out for you.
Why you take it?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this back and forth it's both sides. Like, why? This is a missing child, y'all. Why?
So, how did they have conspired together, since this is the new theory, which is kind of wild? I didn't think that they conspired all together, but okay, let's just say they did, since that's the new theory.
Yeah, here she's going to blame me for it, but that's okay. I don't care.
Where do we know where everyone was at? It's from what was said, not actual police. So this speculation is the only thing that we can do, right? Only thing that we can do.
No.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. That's not what we're doing over here.
So I have the video of Stacey Wandra, sending me the screen recording that he had. He had sent a new one to Bad Bangs Crime Sleuthing for $50.
Bad Thing Crime Sleuthing? That's not her name, Eve.
From what I was told, I got it for free.
Oh, so Stacey's saying that she paid $50 for that screen recording? I think not.
So there's that. I also have some.
So we believe Stacey when he says Eve paid, but we don't believe Stacey when he says Crime Sleuthing paid. Like, I just don't believe the guy at all, period. End of. But you guys decide.
I should show you here in a little bit, but anyway, let's get back on track. He's at the A&W, so Stacey's at the A&W in Payette. They made a big stink about him saying Ontario because I don't think there is one in Ontario, Oregon. But
oh no, he was bound and determined to get us to believe that it was in Ontario, Eve. So sorry, your boy got caught in a lie, and you got busted out.
Okay. Now we come to my first timestamp. Let's see, because this was one that I did watch. Oh, I wrote it down. Hang on. Don't tell me I didn't write this one timestamp down. Well, here, I can find it really quick because it's right when she pulls up a picture. Oh, wait, this is the wrong live. This isn't it. It's the one where she shares the. Oh, oh, wait, there it is. I see it. What is this proof? Where'd that go? All right. Here we go. So this is what she actually said about the A&W.
It's his cell phone. Okay. This happened last night. Do I need to show you mine? What do I need to show you to help his cause, I guess? You see that? I didn't want to put poor Sarah's tummy out there, but you know what? Michael Vaughan, right?
I see. I think that's
So,
condescending.
we're going through these photos.
I get it.
And this is just proof of my text between Stacy and me.
867, to the best of my digging, it's based on the tip that came from within the house. Everybody's assuming that tip was Stacy. We don't know. All Huff said was that the tip came from a person inside the home. We do know that in November, when they interrogated Stacy, well, we don't know it. Stacy says in November when he was interrogated that they played a bunch of calls from like Sarah's friends and family accusing Stacy of doing that, yada, yada, yada. We don't know exactly who gave the tip. Could have been him, could have been other people, or someone else, but there was a tip that led them to the Wandras. And from there, what Huff has said is that they have evidence, strong evidence to believe that those 4 that are named suspects are involved or have a knowledge of an involvement. And that's really all we know. That's truly all we know.
Still at 11 o'clock at night, his time, 12:30 my time. That's why I'm a cranky little bitch today. Excuse me. But if you go and look at Justin Farrell's live, just recently, you'll see that he talks about being at the A&W in Ontario. He was wrong. He was absolutely wrong. He was at the A&W in Payette, actually right next to Albertsons, where Brandy.
Yeah, I'm not going to play that next part. But she comes out, like the very first time she shows this screenshot of where he was, she says that he was at the A&W in Payette. She didn't say that he was, I don't know. You just kind of made it sound like, oh, we busted her out on that lie, when what she said was that he was in Payette. He was wrong. I.e., he lied. He wasn't in Ontario. He was in Payette. Like, that's why I think if we could look past our hatred for one another and see, like, shit, we might be able to dig into some useful stuff here that might actually be of some value. There's one lie we nailed the dude on. He was in Payette. He was not in Ontario. Now take a look at the timeline he has given, and he's given so many different times. It's ridiculous. And none of it just doesn't work. But anyway, she stated Payette. She didn't state that he was in
People just
Ontario.
get the towns wrong. They're right next to each other. I don't see a big deal. You have the location.
How can you get the towns wrong? If you're a taxi
I
driver
do see a big deal.
and he says he knows his way around, he's not going to mistakenly say he was in Ontario, Oregon, when he was actually in Payette, Idaho. Come on, girl. You can't be that dumb to believe that bullshit.
Davis sitting right there telling you where he was. Who gives a shit? It just goes to show that he thinks he knows things when he's speaking, and he really doesn't. That's why.
It just goes to show he's a liar. Sorry. That's what it shows. And no, I don't think that I have empathy for the fact that he suffers from fetal alcohol syndrome and autism. And you can clearly see that with his twerks. And I don't think that you should be playing with this man and pretending to be his boyfriend and trying to be a super detective on your own. I think that's complete bullshit. Just my opinion. But there are other things, other tells that he has that you can tell he's lying. Does it matter? Does it pertain to Michael's case? I don't know. Hopefully law enforcement finds it useful or not. But the distance between these two A&Ws, like, yeah, it's two separate states, but, it's like 10-15 minutes. It's not a huge distance between the two of them.
We go based on what we can prove. And so he's at the A&W at what, 3:37 and 3:45 getting out of the A&W onto the highway. So that's 3:37 to 3:45. He's roughly in pay at right next to the Albertsons where Randy Neal works.
Imagine that. Coincidence? I think not.
Now, from interviews that I have heard, a multitude of them, from my understanding, the call.
Okay. She's stating a fact. Forget her tone. She's stating a fact that he is at the A&W next to the Albertsons. Is that attacking the family? Put a 1 in chat if you think it is attacking the family, and a 2 in chat if you think it's not. It's just her stating a fact of the case, fact of the matter.
I guess it was the lunch break, either lunch or just a regular break. I think it was lunch break, was around 4 o'clock. Okay. And the call logs that she had provided to the Twitter folks to show her call log details a long time ago was a 4:13 call to Tyler Vaughan to check
Okay. She said around 4 o'clock.
in with everybody, see how everybody's doing. Now, what's very interesting is that somebody did overhear this, the 4:13 call to Tyler Vaughan to check
Okay. She said around 4 o'clock.
in with everybody, see how everybody's doing. Now, what's very interesting is that somebody did overhear this.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to nitpick 13 minutes either. But I get the frustration that they had in the beginning because it's like, wait. It's so easy. Just look at your call log. I get it, but yeah, it's 13 minutes, y'all. 13 minutes. It's not that big a deal.
This, which is really crazy. I'm not going to give the details because I'm not one of those types of people that call up
Son, stop that.
randos that I don't know that may or may not be a witness in a active investigation. But I will say that this person had overheard the break call.
So this is a common misconception, and I don't know, Eliza, I don't know if you're saying it about what I'm about to direct or not, or if you're saying it to others. Law enforcement can't lie to us. Like, they're not allowed to just go in front of the media and lie. Can they lie in interrogations to people? Absolutely. Absolutely. But they don't typically, they don't go and lie to the public. They wouldn't lie like on a phone call to someone or things like that. But in an interrogation, they can. Absolutely.
Conversation. And from my understanding, it was odd.
If there's no recording of it, can't use it. Sorry, that's not evidence.
I agree.
But that's
Like,
all I'll say.
I doubt
And
it.
it's just hearsay.
Certainly, 4:13 was
That's
the call
hearsay.
on the interview room in, I believe, February or March of 2022. Brandy states that the kids were all in their phones, just checking in, see how everything's doing, and everything looked normal like any other day. He was on his Michael was on his Nintendo Switch, right? And then, everybody was there. So seemed like everything was all right. Nothing strange. No one's plotting to do some nefarious stuff so far.
Nobody's plotting anything in that home, Eve. I'm sorry, your homeboy there.
Wait, did she
Everything
say
looked normal
that?
like any other day. He was on his Michael was on his Nintendo Switch, right? And then, everybody was there. So seemed like everything was all right. Nothing strange. No one's plotting to do some nefarious stuff so far.
Nobody's plotting anything in that home, Eve.
That's what she just said. Normal day, nothing nefarious. Life is good.
I'm sorry, your homeboy there, is the one that was up to no good. Him and the 3 other people, not nobody in that
For
home.
sure.
But you keep trying to convince the public and maybe law enforcement, which I doubt, but you might get them to look at you a little differently. But there's that.
We have Brandon sending LaWanda Westbrook the snapshot of Adrian being at the Applebee's in Nampa at 4:47 p.m. And I believe she came out with some information that
Okay.
said that they had left that Applebee's in Nampa at around 5:13 or something like that. So after 5 o'clock, maybe they were chit chatting. Maybe.
But he said that, he went straight home and they were already there and he was home a little after before 4 o'clock. But even when you talk to him, you're like, well, we're just going to call it after 4. Like what? Wow. Okay. Wow.
I'm not gonna play that right now. I'm gonna stay
I
on
don't know.
this, but
Maybe
I
they had to
will
wait for
dig it up later, y'all. I promise.
the to-go boxes. I don't know. So now the window, as we know, and has been said many, many, many times, the window of abduction is between 6:40 and 7 p.m. The 911 call was at 7:21 p.m. Excuse me. So that's a hell of a time.
Is it now? Is it now? So, before you just jump to call the police, you look around your home, you look around the neighborhood, and then there comes a point in time that you realize, oh, shit, I need more help than just me. He's not just outsider. He's not just playing in the neighborhood. He's not at the splash pad. Now it's really serious. But,
20 minutes, especially, when you can't find your child. Every second feels like an eternity, I'm sure. Let me check in the chat, see if we have any questions. Please check that you're on all messages. Oh, great point. Thank you. Thank you. Cracking asses, I see you now. Woo! And you know what? I even put your name as an exception to my, vulgarity rule where it filters it out and it still puts you in the corner. Magenta, good to see you. I will read your question in just a second. Eve, can you clear up for the Yahoos that you're not withholding information on Michael's case? Did somebody say it was withholding information?
yeah,
I
that's
said, I know
withholding
something you don't know.
information.
Oh, man, what a reach. What a reach. No, I'm not. But thank you for reminding me to say that because it's true. Are you withholding messages from law enforcement? How could someone withhold messages from LE if they're not requesting them? Or they're not, whatever the case may be.
Go back over here. So, Eve, hi. You can't come over here like a freaking grown adult. You can tag me and stream my chat like big fucking whoopee doo.
I don't think she streamed her chat.
Yeah.
I
hope you get used to the idea of, being locked up because, honey, the way you're going, it's going to come. Then you're going to cry. I didn't know. What?
I still don't see behavior that's leading towards being locked up, but she didn't stream her chat. I guess someone in her chat came in and said something that they're both live at the same time. So I think that's how that went down.
I might be in charge because you're interfering. You're attacking a family that the police have said had nothing to do with it.
Okay. Let's pull up. And this is where I think a lot of people get frustrated. So it was on the 8th. '24-22 press release. Hang on, let me pull that up. Sorry. I'm trying to, why doesn't it show me what day this is? Okay, this. So this was before that. This was at the 7/22/22 press release that JD Huff did. It was the 1-year mark. They just had to go a few days earlier.
vigorously get after that. And so I certainly don't want to discourage any information that's coming into the Fruitland Police Department, because the leads have been, we're over 1,000 leads now, and we have to have that. I mean, I believe that, in the midst of that, there's going to be that tidbit of information that breaks this case and helps us bring it
I
home.
think it's after this.
That being said, do you think that, unless that's something you have in numbers, do you think that not being able to release as much information as public want or as much information as case reports has led to these theories?
Yeah, I think it could be, but you also need to understand that we have an obligation, and in order to keep our case organized and strong when this thing is concluded, it's important that we hold that information close, at least at this point, right? There'll be a time for that, for public disclosure, and right now it just isn't. So that's the reason for my hesitancy to put out updates, because we are in the daily work of this investigation, and it's daily. So while it's certainly not a distraction, if I have significant information that needs to be passed, then I'll get it out there to you. But I just, we're just working this thing on a daily basis. So.
What do you think you can say about persons of interest in this case?
I'm not going to really get into too deep on the persons of interest, but I will tell you there are multiple. Okay.
Are there any people that you interviewed or searched that have been uncovered?
Now remember, we didn't know this at that time. According to Stacy, so take it for what it's worth, he was polygraphed in May of 22, and this is July of 22. So there you go. There you go.
Yeah, there have been. Without getting into too much detail, I will tell you properties, vehicles, electronic devices, everything you think we would be serving search warrants on, more than likely we've served search warrants on. So. No.
I might have missed it, guys. Yeah. Let me go back.
And working with our investigation. And so, yeah, I mean, that's just kind of
There you go.
I would tell you that people like to deal in absolutes, and there's nothing about this case that is an absolute.
Nothing.
So we will continue to investigate all aspects and all avenues in this case. And, as I've said before, the family continues to be extremely cooperative and working with our investigation. And so, yeah, I mean, that's just kind of where we're at.
Okay, so on July 22nd, he states that the family is extremely cooperative. And then this is a few days, it was released a few days later, but I think it would have been recorded right afterwards. It's right at the beginning. Again, no hate towards any parents of a missing child in my chat, please.
Is that they're doing everything they possibly can to find Michael. So
Is it, so Huff said, well, I mean, the family hasn't been cleared, but they've been cooperative. I mean, do you have any comment on that? Like, some people speculate that, because the family hasn't been cleared, that they're guilty or they're this. But I mean, what do you guys take away from that? Because obviously it can be hard to clear somebody, just because everything is so outstanding. I kind of want to know what do you think about that?
I think they're doing everything they can to find Michael, and like you said, it's extremely hard to be 100% on anybody. So we're just taking it as it goes, and I'm sure eventually we'll get there.
Have you guys been told otherwise? Because I know there's been rumors circulating around online and even just around the community. Have you guys been told otherwise about being cleared?
we are working with law enforcement 100%. And I will say that they are a very, very big part of our lives continuously. And we will continue to work with them 110%. So when everything is cleared,
when they're ready to take that step, we'll be grateful, but we know it takes.
Look at how deep they are working with law enforcement. And it's not just these two little clips I've shown you. You guys can find tons more where they're hugging law enforcement. That tells me a lot. In my opinion, it does. Now, what most people quote as them clearing the parents is here, and this was 1 month after that. So a month prior, it says that, they're cooperating. They're cooperating. And then in this one, I know I wrote the timestamp down for it, so I just want to grab it. Okay.
We've had a lot of law enforcement across the entire country and internationally help us chase down some of these leads. I'd like to note that after a year-long thorough investigation, the family is not a focus of our investigation at this point. They are continuing to fully cooperate with us in all of our efforts from the investigation standpoint. Today is
I know a lot of people want to say that's clearing them, but they just don't do that. It's not a ding at Tyler and Brandy. It's just how law enforcement operates. But this says so much, in my opinion. It says so much. After a year-long investigation, they're not the focus of our investigation. Our focus is elsewhere. We're on to these other things. And they are still extremely cooperative with law enforcement. That says everything I need to know.
We've had a lot of law enforcement across the entire country and internationally help us chase down some of these leads. I'd like to note that after a year-long thorough investigation, the family is not a focus of our investigation at this point. They are continuing to fully cooperate with us in all of our efforts from the investigation standpoint.
So not a clear, but probably as close as you're going to get before there is a charge to someone, before there's a trial. This is like as good as it gets, in my opinion. It's not going to, unfortunately, stop people from having their opinions about Tyler and Brandy, and to be so aggressive into doxing people. I'm not saying Purple did that, but like into doxing people and calling one another names and attacking each other. It's not going to change the focus of their investigation at all. All it's going to do is change the perception of people who are just now starting to hear about Michael's case, who are just now coming to this to get information. That's what it's going to affect.
So there's that. You're, paying the suspect money to, change his timeline, which he's already stated it. He's already stated a timeline to law enforcement. He's already stated that you, ma'am, are the one that got him into his email where he just miraculously recovered all these photographs. So, you're going to be parenting from behind bars, honey. Oh, that's a very good question. So not only have you, we're going to have to check into that one, Levin.
I wish I would have caught that ahead of time, because
She's streaming me.
Stop
Go
saying
ahead.
where people live. Just
Stream
stop
all
it,
you
y'all.
want, honey.
I don't even care.
It's not going to change the fact that you're a fucking snake. That you're a low down, dirty piece of shit who is protecting a suspect in a child murder.
Can someone tell me how she is protecting him or treating him any different than the other creators that are interviewing, talking to him behind the scenes, talking to law enforcement about him, all these others? I even emailed a couple of creators last night that are on the opposition of this, or opposition of Eve, and I got nothing. Like, no one can tell me how what she's doing that is so different, besides the fact that she believes they're not guilty. I don't see it.
You dumb bitch. But hey, I'm not gonna be the one sitting behind bars. You will be. Let's get back to this trashy ass video, shall we?
So Stacy was arrested in May of 22 for the gun charge, nothing to do with Michael. He claims that, and I could pull this up if y'all need me to. He claims then he was polygraphed. Him, Sarah, and Brandon were polygraphed in May of 22. And he didn't say that he was like intensely interrogated, but he was questioned about Michael's disappearance and then polygraphed, which he says he passed. Then nothing until November of 22. And that's what starts the days-long interrogation that he claims he has and leads to him saying that Michael was in his backyard. I'm hung up on that 6 months myself. So, yeah. But that's what he says. But he lies.
Sure.
There's that.
And they don't know, or whoever it is does not know, if they are probably, in my opinion, watching and reading and seeing everything in every conversation that's going on.
Yeah,
So
and
how
we're
can
going to
someone-
see that Stacy said you. He implicated you, honey. You, little old Eve. A couple.
My question to you, though, crime sleuthing, no shade, no hate. What makes your long game better than her long game? Genuine question. What makes her long game more mean she's going to prison or she's, interfering in an active investigation, but not the other side's long game? That's the part I don't get.
Of times. And he's already said that you paid him $300 for said interview. And then you come on and said, oh, I
No, that was Brooks that became the girlfriend and was going to have him as a marriage counselor and all that stuff. Ooh.
didn't, but I had to pay for him to move from that lady's house. I had to. Bitch, you're delusional. You wanted to because you think your little fat boy is your ace in the hole.
hold something from someone who doesn't ask for it first? And how do they know that I'm not sending it in?
Because
I'm supposed to tell
you
you,
are
girl,
against law
It's the
enforcement.
reaching. It's because it's Eve. Listen,
Oh, poor Eve. Eve's
listen,
the victim
Eve
now,
is evil,
guys.
right?
Here we go.
I am here to mislead you and to put who I think is involved or whatever in the slammer, in the chokey. No evidence, reckless abandon. You know me. I think you need to go back to the corner with your cap. You be nice. She's just kidding. She's being sweet. Who was home with Buggy when Tyler was looking for little man? From my understanding, that was older brother who said,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm looking on plates. Thank you.
Here we go.
that again on a TikTok while searching late at night. Last seen at.
Okay. So she says, oh, for fuck's sake, here we go. The first part that she stated, that was a fact. That's what's been said by Brandy. So I'm not sure. I don't take that as attacking the siblings. That's the information that we have available.
Here we go.
that again on a TikTok while searching late at night. Last seen at 5. That's what I know. Are you conspiring with Stacey to put out lies about other creators? No, I think that's probably what's happening on the other side of the fence.
We ain't talking to him, so no, we're not conspiring to put out lies about you two. Please.
But you all are talking to him. Crime Sleuth just told us she's talking to him. We know Justin, Dolly, Brooks, who else? Hidden True Crime did an interview. Level Headed did an interview, apparently. I didn't know that one. Like, you all are talking to him, though. You're talking to him, hon.
And it's in a text message, bitch.
Meaning everyone else that covers this case, because I don't need to conspire to cover it, right? Just getting here, I should rewind probably. We're just recapping. Again, we're at the new theory. Someone, my bestie over there,
Hey,
Pigeon,
everybody coming
states
in.
that someone called the taxi. This is what Eve thinks, by the way.
Okay, Eve says, Crime Sleuthin says, Stacy said he left his house at 1:30 p.m. for a taxi ride. Well, I'm going to get to what he said there. Anyway, Eve moved it to 9 a.m. Okay, who the heck is she? What do you mean she moved it to 9 a.m.? She can't just move somebody's timeline. Like, we can pull all the clips of every single time he said. So how did she move that? You see what I'm saying? Like, how does it doesn't just move. It doesn't just change because she says so.
Either parents or one person of the family or whatever has called the taxi to take
Oh my
Michael.
God. You are such a dumb shit, Eve. You obviously can't tell sarcasm from any goddamn thing. We didn't say you said that. We said we were asking it in a form of a question. Well, what did they do, Eve? Like, you're so fucking stupid.
No, it's not
From
okay that anybody
there that day.
talks to anybody, but there's a lot of people in here that me and my mods don't know, so we would have no way of knowing if you were or weren't doxxed. Again, like I said, how would I know? Because I don't know who you are. So no, it's not okay at all. And if you email me where it was, I'll go back and delete it. Obviously, it's probably way behind you all because I'm like a half an hour behind, but happy to remove that out of chat. But we would have no way of knowing if someone was doxxed or not. Sorry. But please don't dox in my chat. Y'all, stop.
Away, they all conspired together, and they know where Michael is. And I didn't say that, and I never did that. I never said that. But since it's already out there that that's how I feel and think, because you know me, I don't know nothing about how I feel or think. Everybody has to do it for me.
There again, it wasn't said that you said it. It was, put to you in question form. But obviously you couldn't comprehend that. It was asked in a question form. So, Eve, did they do this? But, now you want to run with false information and say, we're saying that you said it? No, honey, no.
I got a message that she did. I'm sorry, she did.
You get your
I
little
didn't see it.
rubies to believe what you want.
YouTube knows best. Let's talk about it. So how did Michael Vaughan go undetected, allegedly, not seen on any CCTV footage or cameras?
That you know
Oh,
of.
yes.
See, you sit here and act like you know the fucking truth. You know everything law enforcement knows, but you don't even know a tiny tad of what law enforcement knows.
That we know of. It's been said multiple times. As I played I believe it was December 2021 Kevin Miller Show radio broadcast, no one saw MJ.
Says who? Who the hell's Kevin Miller? Is he a member of Fruitland Police Department? Is he a member of the FBI? Is he a member of Idaho Search and Rescue? Is he a member of the state sheriffs?
Kevin Miller is not. Kevin Miller is a radio talk show host. However, Kevin Miller did have on Doug Hart. And let me find it for you. Oh, look, there's my timestamp for the other thing. I need to get it together, y'all. Okay. This is not it. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. I know I have it in here. Here we go. Not that one. Was it this? I don't think it. No. Anyway, take my word on it. I'm wasting too much time trying to find it. Kevin, or Doug Hart was on the Kevin Miller Show. Doug Hart is he's the FBI agent. He's the I can't say this word. Supervisory agent in charge of Michael Vaughan's case. It was in if you want to look it up for yourself, you can see him in the July 22nd, 22 press release. He's introduced at the very beginning. His name's Doug Hart. And the Kevin Miller Show was a show that it's a local Boise, Idaho radio show. Hang on a second. Okay, I'm going to play the first 8 minutes of this and get caught up in chat because this is really important. This is the agent in charge, the FBI agent in charge of the case. And so I do find some importance of this. You can go find this on Apple Podcasts, but since it was already loaded here.
Law enforcement, which has consisted primarily of the
awareness here in Fruitland, Idaho. Joining us now, FBI Special Agent Doug Hart. Agent Hart, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you broadcasting this and keeping it in the public's eye.
Agent Hart, what can you tell us about this case for people that are listening that may or may not be aware of it?
Well, I can give you just a short summary. I would hope that the folks in our community have knowledge of the case. On July 27th, Michael Vaughan, MJ, went missing at about 6:45.
This is extremely rare that you have a FBI agent talking so freely. Extremely rare. That's why I think it's very valuable information.
In the evening, the short summary. I would hope that the folks in our community have knowledge of the case. On July 27th, Michael Vaughan, MJ, went missing at about 6:45 in the evening. The authorities were called very quickly and responded very quickly. A massive search operation was conducted all throughout that first evening. And since the day that MJ has gone missing, law enforcement, which has consisted primarily of the Fruitland Police Department, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI, have been engaged in a massive investigation to try to locate him and bring him home safely back to his family. Obviously, we're close to 5 months now since his disappearance, and thus far our investigative efforts have not yet resulted in finding MJ and bringing him home. We remain hopeful, and we're continuing to work very hard every day, following up on various leads and conducting an investigation to try to solve this case.
Agent Hart, we appreciate you joining us this morning, and obviously you and the FBI and Fruitland Police and everyone else working long hours. What is the most important message you can give the public right now, sir?
That's a good question. I think the most important message that we can give the public is we need them to be eyes and ears in the community regarding this case. Obviously, when the case, when MJ first went missing, there's a flurry of activity involving hundreds of searchers and law enforcement personnel. And over time, when MJ wasn't found quickly or within the first little period of time, as media and the news moves on to other things, then cases like this seem to fade from the public's eye, and they tend to be forgotten about. But we haven't forgotten about it. Certainly, MJ's family hasn't forgotten about it, and I don't think the community of Fruitland has forgotten about it. But we still need those tips. We still need people to call in. We still need people to think about what they were doing on that day, and perhaps there's some piece of information.
Thank you, Grandma Sherry. If you got one of those memberships, I hoped you thanked Grandma Sherry, and I hoped you thanked the person earlier who donated memberships. And check out the stickers. There's one with a tinfoil hat just for Grandma Sherry.
That could be helpful to us in our efforts, and we want the public to be aware of that and to bring those things to our attention.
FBI Supervisory Special Agent Doug Hart joining us here on KIO Talk Radio with Kevin Miller in the morning. How prevalent are child abductions in the world we live in today?
I think there's a misperception about that. Child abductions are actually very rare occurrences.
Cordy, I'm glad I'm taking the time to go through it because you nail it with this one. With innocence before guilt, don't we need to be careful and not accuse the possibility of innocence and the damage to innocent people? Right. If we are accusing them, now that's different from theorizing or speculating, but if you're just coming out and accusing the family of being guilty, think of the damage done to them. Think of the damage done to their kiddos. I'm just asking y'all to be a little more mindful. For all missing children, for all missing people, and for all innocent people being accused repeatedly on this platform.
Now, I may be differentiating between like a custodial dispute. We see a lot of those where in the perception of the public, it may be termed an abduction, but it's actually some sort of custodial dispute, and that certainly is not the case here. But abductions of children, they're a worse fear, but they're actually very rare occurrences.
So when we look at the Michael Vaughan case, MJ, is it possible? I mean, everything is possible. He could have walked away. He could have been lost. You do this for a living. How challenging is it to find that needle in the haystack?
It's very difficult, and I appreciate you bringing that up because there are, when you get a case like this, they're all unique. Some of them you have information immediately that leads you to in a certain direction, but generally speaking, there's always a number of possible scenarios that have resulted in the disappearance of a child, and the difficulty that we face is conducting basically a concurrent investigation of all of those different possibilities and trying to pursue everything in terms of the tools that are at our disposal to try to locate and bring these children home safely as soon as possible. And so they're very challenging cases. And I think sometimes there's a perception just based on popular television and some of the shows that people see that are popular that gives a false impression of how these things go and really the way these cases work.
I haven't failed to show anything yet. I just haven't gotten there yet. I'm going in order, playing the clips of proof and facts and things I have as it happens in Purple's Live. But don't worry, we're going to get back to it. I'm not like picking a side here at all. I think there's wrongs done on both sides and rights done on both sides. But I haven't gotten to that part yet. I'm playing Purple's Live in order, so I don't think it's fair to accuse me of that because we're just not there.
Agent Hart, we'll get you out on this one. We know you're very busy. Thank you for joining us so early, and we'll speak with you throughout the morning on KIDO Talk Radio. But working with the Fruitland Police Department, with the ISB, with everything else throughout the state, is there anything that you'd like to convey to people that are, again, praying and hoping that MJ will be returned, they will come home? I know his mom is really worried about the case going cold. Our airwaves are yours, sir.
Thank you. Well, I would want the public to know that the first and foremost, that the law enforcement response, not only from the Fruitland Police Department and the state police, the FBI, but several other agencies who committed personnel to assist in this case, has been tremendous. We haven't found MJ, and so I know there's a perception there, but I want to assure people that we haven't forgotten about this, and we continue to work on this every day. The Fruitland Police Department is a small department, but they have dedicated their entire staff to this case. MJ's family, his parents, Brandy and Tyler, have been very cooperative and helpful throughout this whole process.
You have the FBI saying that they have been very cooperative throughout this whole process. Just let that sink in. The FBI.
My heart goes out to them. It is a sad fact that sometimes we don't solve these things quickly, but we're committed to this. We ask for the public's help. We ask for their understanding and helping us in any way that they can, which is to provide us with information. Anything that they may have heard or seen that would potentially be of benefit to us is what our plea to the public would be.
What's the easiest way that they can get that message to you, sir?
Well, I think there's the easiest way would be to contact the Fruitland Police Department. They're the lead agency on this case, and they have archived all of the tips that have come in thus far. I don't have the exact number, but I believe we're over 600 tips that.
Okay, so there were 600 at this point. This was December 10th, 2021. I wanted you guys to hear that part. You contact them if you have tips, and then I want you guys to hear this part. We might come back to this later.
A police department like the Fruitland Police Department, the Boise Police Department, when there's a missing child, as Michael Vaughan is, when do they usually contact the FBI? Is it right away, or what is the process of bringing in the federal involvement, sir?
Well, that kind of varies from department to department. In this particular instance, the Fruitland Police Department very quickly entered a missing child report into the National Criminal Information Center, which prompts a call to us. We've worked with the Fruitland Police Department in the past, so I was on the phone with the captain of the Fruitland Police Department within 4 or 5 hours of MJ being reported missing. And so we were coordinating during the night as far as bringing in resources, the FBI resources, to be on scene the following morning.
The FBI was involved from the night of his disappearance. From that night forward, he was entered into the National Criminal Database, whatever it was he said, and that jump-started the FBI's involvement on the phone all night with the detectives at Fruitland, and then the very next day, their boots on the ground. The FBI. Just keep these little factual pieces that we have in mind as we're coming up with our theories on this case. That's all I'm asking you guys to do. Just keep it in mind.
So who cares what he says?
Neighbors, there are witness testimony from neighbors. I assume. We don't know what that is.
You assume. You don't know what it is. That's right. You don't know. This isn't, oh, I don't know, so I'm going to fill in the blanks with whatever the hell I think.
Who that is, where it was, how they saw, what they saw. So we really don't know. It's always based on someone else and what they've heard. There were 5 or 6.
Jeep girl over here says, well, we know Purple has so much knowledge about Michael because she does Monkey Mondays.
Neighbors that saw him at one point, and then it dwindled down to just one across the street who saw Michael losing his flip-flop as he was walking west towards Washington Avenue. I believe it's Washington Avenue. So,
is it, or do you believe?
So we don't really know what they see, but I can tell you what was said by one of the neighbors, which I think a lot of people are wanting that.
Okay.
And it's the one that came out and had a little airtime on KTVB at the very beginning. I can play that for you if you'd like, and the Facebook messages I can show, or the Facebook post that was said at the very beginning.
Yeah, let's see it.
Put one in the chat if you would like to see that neighbor and how that all came to be.
Yep,
You just put one in the chat, and I will do that. So 6:37 was allegedly when that neighbor saw NJ.
Between 6:30 and 7.
No,
That's what's in the timeline.
no,
The
that
neighbor actually
wait, no. Not between 6:30 and 7. That neighbor, and her name is, and these are man, this is going back in some old notes here. Jen, the time that was given was 6:37. And Crime Sleuth, I don't have any emails from you, hon. It's deetsonthestreets@proton.me, but I don't have anything from you. Okay, so at 6:37, Michael approached the neighbor and asked to play. The neighbor, who was leaving for the grocery store, walked Michael around the corner and watched him walk back to his driveway. And that's the direct next door neighbor. I'm not going to put the address out there. It's been out there, but blah, blah, blah. Later, that time changed a little bit, so it might be kind of fluid, perhaps. Changed to 6:42. I don't know which one it is, 6:37 or 6:42. It's one of those times. But then I also have a screenshot from olden days where she said it was the night before. So I think that's where the confusion is there's like this two contradicting pieces of information, and we don't know exactly which it is. But hang on, sorry. Law enforcement does. Law enforcement knows exactly which it is. Let me show you her interview because I don't think that ever comes into play in this video. Which one was her interview? Still no sign of missing. Okay, here we go. This was just a few days after Michael went missing.
Is underway to find a missing 5-year-old boy in Fruitland. Michael Vaughan disappeared Tuesday night near Southwest 9th Street and South Arizona Avenue in Fruitland. He has blonde hair, blue eyes, and is about 3'7", last seen wearing a blue t-shirt and dark blue briefs. Today, community members joined in on the search, and they spent the day searching from the air and the ground. Our Shira Matsuzawa was there. She joins us now live from Fruitland with the latest on the search. Shira, any sign?
Not at this moment. You know, search dogs are supposed to be out here later today from North Carolina. But Kim, I got to say, the effort out here has been incredible to watch. People from Payette County, as well as Eastern Oregon and Boise, were all out here searching today. And they say by the end of the day, they'll have every inch of the city covered.
What we would like to do is break you up into teams.
Thursday morning in Fruitland started like this.
We need to be careful about how we're conducting our searches today. We're in residential areas.
So this is 2 days after he went missing on Tuesday, the 27th. This is Thursday morning. It would be 2 days.
And we're going to be talking to people. These are citizens in our city that have, trust me, an emotional tie to this thing as well.
The community coming together to search for 5-year-old Michael Vaughan, also known as Monkey.
Hello, we're searching the area for the missing little boy.
Tonalea Atnip was among the volunteers.
My kids are all grown, and I can't even imagine the feeling of not knowing where your child is, and especially for this long. It's heartbreaking.
Tasha Brown doesn't know Michael, but she, along with about 100 others, have also been handing out flyers, searching the city, looking for the 5-year-old.
The first night, right after we got the code red alert for Payette County, me and 2 of our friends came out, and we have 3 lab puppies that we came and brought, and we walked 8.5 miles that night searching until about 3 in the morning.
Fruitland Police Chief J.D. Huff says they thought it was important to organize Thursday's search and expand it into the city.
It's pretty incredible to know that you've got a community and that much support when we need it. And so
Wait, but that's what was said. That's not attacking him. That's just the statement of the fact. Like the statement that Brandy made on the 12/18 Twitter space was that at 5:30, Ben went to his room and locked the door to keep Michael out. He had been bugging him to play Minecraft or Roblox, and he didn't want to. That's not attacking him. It's like, that's typical normal brother stuff. Completely normal brother stuff. And I don't think anyone would disagree that it's normal. Like, I don't want my little annoying brother to come in and bug me. He didn't know that his brother was going to go missing just a little bit later. That's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
having said that, it's also a big challenge for us. due to the fact that we've got to try to coordinate our efforts, where this isn't something that happens in the city of Fruitland very often.
Some businesses, like Idaho Pizza Company, even closing on Thursday afternoon to join the search.
He's an amazing little boy, your typical little 5-year-old. Very.
So this is the neighbor, Jen Newman.
Curious, inquisitive, just fun-loving little dude.
Jen Smith Newman just saw Michael on Monday night. She lives next door to.
See, that's where it says Monday night as well. So conflicting doesn't mean attacking. It just means there's a conflict here, but we have to have faith that law enforcement have hammered it out.
The family. She says Michael's grandfather asked her to share this statement.
He wants the community of Fruitland to know that they are so very grateful for everybody coming out, lining these streets, these fields, looking for Monkey. The show of this community has been so amazing. There's just so much gratitude and thankfulness from the family that they wanted it to be known.
All this as the family is still waiting, hoping for answers as to what happened to their little boy. And the Fruitland police chief says they too are grateful for the support here in the community. Because this is an ongoing investigation, he couldn't talk specific details about this case, but he says the search will continue tomorrow. Kim, share that.
Didn't see it was the husband. She was at work. He was going to the store, the 637 neighbor on the corner there of Southwest 8 in Arizona. 111. Okay, all right, we'll go over it because it is important.
I
And
agree
the
that
Facebook posts
girl.
are interesting.
Did she just say the neighbor didn't actually see it? It was her husband going to the store?
Well, that's the story that came out later. Again, all of that is completely unconfirmed, but that is the story that came out later.
Is that what she just said? Okay.
To me, how she wrote her post. I don't know. I'll let you be the judge on that. You know me. I don't know anything. I suck. 6 up. Good to see you, Jersey.
Oh, 6 up's back.
111. All right. Well, Chris, now that you bring it up, there are long videos, so she needs to use. So that's a lot of timestamps. So maybe we should make a little note. I am not a professional mapper of sorts, but I can definitely open a spreadsheet because I'm an accountant. That's what I do for a living. I can do that. I can do Word. I can whatever. So maybe we can just do the good old-fashioned notepad. I don't know. Oh, what do you think? Let's just do it old-fashioned. Let's get old school. One moment. I got a lot of notes, I think, that I wasn't aware of.
We got all night.
All right. Notepad.
Y'all
Going back
want
to
me to just like
Man, oh, man.
play everything. It can't happen all at once, people. We're getting there. We're getting there.
That was boring.
I mean, I already have this all written out, but let's just do it from scratch because you know me. I like to do things from scratch for my audience who's watching at this time because you might not watch me. So we have Stacy at A&W from 3:30 to 3:45.
Oh, no. Stop.
Let's do Stacy.
Stop. See, right there, you're already adding time. He, according to the timestamp he said, was 3:37. So it should be 3:37 to 3:45. So, okay, there's 7 minutes. Somebody keep track of,
Wait, what? Okay, this goes to that was the accusation, right? She's fucking with the timeline. Let's see here.
So we have Stacy at A&W from 3:30 to 3:45.
Oh, no. Stop.
Let's do Stacy.
Stop. See, right there, you're already adding time. He, according to the timestamp he said, was 3:37. So it should be 3:37 to 3:45. So, okay, there's 7 minutes. Somebody keep track of, the minutes she either adds or takes off, please. So far, we got 7 minutes.
So the timestamp does say 3:37 or whatever it is. But he has said like 3 different things. So which time do you choose? I personally would go with the timestamp, obviously. That seems like a no-brainer.
That's that she is added.
Let's just get him out of the way. Stacy was seen at the splash pad at 1:30 per detective saying, look at you parking over here. What were you doing?
But Stacy said 1:15. So there's another 15 minutes.
When getting out and going over to the other side of the car.
Okay. So we're going to listen to this. This is everything Stacy has said about the splash pad that has a timestamp in it. to all the creators that he spoke with, except for Levelheaded. I didn't know I did an interview with him. All of those, this is everything he says about the splash pad.
Enforcement ever give you a time? Did they say, we know you left at this time, we know you got back at this time? Did they tell you what time you left?
They told me that the time I left was matched up with during the day you're talking about. When I went for the taxi ride, yeah, they matched up with when I stopped at the splash pad for the couple seconds that I did. Yeah, absolutely.
So the time you left to when you stopped at the splash pad to get your tobacco.
Yep.
Now, I'm not putting words in your mouth. Does it align with when Michael was abducted?
No, this happened at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:10 when I stopped.
Okay. Another thing is I did is that I put these in order. So you get to listen in order how his story changes. So just pay close attention. Sorry about the noises.
When I stopped to get a chew.
Okay.
No, police did not. There was no other videos to show me in. The splash pad was the only video that they had.
That nobody's talking about that I've heard. And I'll show you later where I think that is extremely important to remember. Here, he claims there's no other videos that he was seen on.
Justin said, why were you all at the splash pad? You have no children. Do you mind telling the story again? People come in late and some people are behind on chat.
I know. So I stopped at the splash pad about 1 to 10 in the afternoon because I had lost my chew. My chew had fell on the passenger side, far side of the floorboard, and I couldn't reach it. So I pulled into the splash pad really quick. That was the safest spot to park in. And I got out of the car, walked around the vehicle, grabbed my chew, walked back around and left.
Did they show you a video of you arriving at the splash pad or leaving?
It was recorded. Everything. They recorded the whole thing. It was on CCTV or whatever. I don't know what it's called. It's just neighborhood watch.
Oh, I got you.
You stated that you had left at about 12:30 to 1, maybe 1:30, and you had stopped at the splash pad.
Now, I will say this. I don't think it's I wouldn't give interviews. I don't think I'd be a good person to give interviews. Some creators give fabulous interviews. I was really surprised by one of the creators in here who I thought she would give like this amazing interview, and it wasn't at all. It was horrible. And I thought maybe she was just overwhelmed by her personal connection to the case. I don't know, but it was not what I was expecting it to be. But I don't think it's beneficial when you tell a person what happened and say, right, like it's not a question. So I get the point of having him speak, let him mess up, blah, blah, blah. But just ask the question, let him speak. Plus, it makes it a lot easier on us clippers, just saying.
Because your snuff had slid to the other side. Correct. And that took what, a minute tops to get that? Yeah. Get that figured out? So you walked around your car, you parked at the splash pad, walked around, grabbed your snuff, and then got back in and headed out. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell everybody the exact time they had you on camera at the splash pad when you're getting your snuff?
1:15.
1:15?
No, sorry, 1:30.
Okay, yeah, that's what I remember you telling me. So, so could you go into any information as to?
But remember, on Brooks, he said 1:15.
Then
do they show you this footage sheet at any point?
It was literally just a direct image of the Lexus parked in the parking spot that I parked in, and that was it. And recording of me walking around the vehicle to get my chew, and that was it.
I see.
There's no other images of the people around, the people in the splash pad. There's nothing.
Believe that you was at the spot.
Did you hear what he said? I could just be picking on words here. Whatever, if I am. But he says there's no other image.
Then do they show you this footage sheet at any point?
It was literally just a direct image of the Lexus parked in the parking spot that I parked in, and that was it. And recording of me walking around the vehicle to get my chew, and that was it.
I see.
There's no other images of the people around, the people in the splash pad. There's nothing.
Believe that you was at the splash pad around 1:30 that day.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason? And I guess this would have been before you went to make that run to your taxi ride.
Yeah, so I stopped at the splash pad because I needed to get my can of chew, but it had fallen into the passenger side floorboard, like the farthest away, so I couldn't exactly just stop and.
Yeah, I understand. For people that are watching that don't understand, the splash pad is a little park at the beginning. I would say it's on. Is that 8th Street, Stacy?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little splash pad at the beginning of 8th Street, and there's a little parking lot because even when I was there, it was an easy place for me to pull over. So I pulled over in that same parking lot that you would have pulled over.
So purple, I agree with you 110%. In my notes, I have always wrote MJ because the very first time I heard Brandy speak publicly about it was on a Twitter space, and that's what her and Tyler both called him. But I would not call him that publicly because she doesn't want her son called that. She wants her sons, to be referenced as Michael Joseph Vaughan or Monkey. So the least we can do is honor that request and call him that. We should not be calling him things that his mother, she birthed him. There is nothing, you can speculate, but there's nothing pointing to a guilt there, but she doesn't want him called MJ on this platform. The least we can do is not call him that. We heard Doug Hart with the FBI call him that. There's a couple other people that have called him that back in the beginning. But then I also played a clip that was 2 days after he went missing where the neighbor who is close with them calls him Monkey. If they want him to be called Monkey or Michael Joseph, that's what we should honor. That's what we should respect. But that's just my opinion.
Over in, and you say that you had your chew, you had to get it out the car. So that would have put you on. That's why your vehicle was seen at the park that day, is because you were getting your chew out of the vehicle.
Correct. I stayed home, got the taxi phone call. I left about 1 o'clock. I stopped at the splash pad about 1:15, 1:30 ish.
Okay.
I don't know. It was in between 1:10, 1:15, 1:30 ish. I don't know exactly. It's so long ago, but
now, why did you stop at the splash pad?
So I'm a Big Dipper.
So
a Big Dipper.
Right.
So I went to pull out my can of chew from my pocket. It had fallen. I didn't apparently have a grip on it enough, and it fell on the passenger side, like up against the floorboard on the far side. And I couldn't reach it. And I was really big at the time, like a lot bigger than what I was now, what I am now. So I couldn't just reach over the console to grab it. So I literally had to get out of the car to get it. So I did that, walked around the vehicle, opened the door, grabbed my chew, walked back around, got in the car and left.
Okay. And that was at what time?
Give or take 1:30 ish when I left.
Around did when you dropped the chew, did you get out and walk like around the car?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, honey, Elder did.
Okay. Now, how long was you at the splash pad?
Maybe like 5-minute stops.
5-minute stops. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The police actually showed me a timestamp at 1:30 of me being at the splash pad. So
okay.
That's why I'm saying 1:30. I was there for sure.
Okay. So they have you there. All right.
On video, yeah.
And they have you solely going around the car, grabbing that snuff, and then getting back in your car.
Correct.
Okay. Was there anyone around the splash pad?
I think there was people around, but they were in a far enough distance. I didn't approach anybody. You know what I mean? Like I literally as it was recorded by the camera.
Right.
Got out and then got my shoe, went back around the car and left.
Right. Okay. Did you ever stop at the splash pad often, or it was just to get your snuff?
There's no reason to go to the splash pad. I ain't got kids,
Right.
So why would I want to be? Why would I want to do that? It'd be kind of weird.
Okay. Right. All right. So the detectives and the authorities, they have you on camera or a photo of some sort. Okay. And is there surveillance?
Yeah.
There obviously is somewhere.
Yeah.
But does like the splash pad have cameras, or a home of some sort, I guess, around there would have it? Okay. All right. Continue. Oh, okay. What were you wearing? Do you remember what you were wearing that day?
Probably my black champion shorts that I used to have and a black t-shirt.
Okay.
That's what I usually wore. I was the most comfortable in.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Was that the only place that you're on CCTV?
No, I was on CCTV at the splash pad.
Yes, he was at the splash pad at. I've got.
Is that common? Was that common? I'm sorry, I didn't know if that's common knowledge or not.
No, that's proof. I saw proof from the detectives. They showed me the video.
You knew that, Justin? You knew that he was on video?
Yeah. Yep. He's on video there at the splash pad, getting out of his truck. He says car rather, getting his snuff.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, I heard that. So what happened was that you dropped your chew, you got out, you got it at the splash pad. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
I went and got ready, finished getting ready. I grabbed, trying to remember. Then mind you, this is about 1 o'clock when I left the house, 1:15 ish.
Okay.
I was in the Lexus that we had, the white Lexus at the time. and drove to Ontario. Before getting to Ontario, would stop at the splash pad area to pull off to grab my can of chew. I think this is where we left off, by the way, just a minute ago. Stopped at the splash pad, walked around the vehicle to grab my can of chew, and then walked back to the driver's side and left.
Okay. And I've seen that splash pad. It's very close.
Correct.
It's very close to where Michael lived, right? It's a center place, a lot of kids. So you stopped there. That's, I have to be honest, that's a little concerning, that you'd be there at a place where kids go.
There was hardly anybody there that day. And it was the only place I could pull off there was literally no parking. You can just park in the middle of the road. And so I literally parked off. And keep in mind too, they have CCTV footage of me. I was actually shown that by Fruitland police detectives when I was questioned. So they have me on CCTV, and it's exactly as I'm telling you guys, of me getting out of the car, pulling in the splash pad, getting out of the car, walking around the vehicle, grabbing my can of chew, and going back to the driver's side, getting in the car and leaving.
Okay, let me address the chat because I know there's more here now than there were in the beginning, and accusing people of deleting. I typically let people have their opinions in my chat because they're yours, they're not mine. You're free to have your opinion as long as you obey my rules and we're not trashing innocent people in general. But also, today I just asked for, because I know there are a lot who are on opposite sides of the aisle in here today. So please, no nasty comments towards each other. Like, your whole comment here, Kelly Dime, would have been completely fine. Just don't call her a trash ass human. Like, you're allowed to have your opinion and all that. Oh my gosh, do you hear the dogs going nuts? It's like, I bet Luke's home. They go crazy when he's home. Anyway, yeah, just ease up on the name calling for tonight for everybody. And so if something's not showing up, it's probably because one of my mods thought that it was just too much. And again, you shouldn't be getting timed out or anything, but they will delete like really hateful comments or stuff like that.
That's literally verbatim what it was.
And did you see any kids?
There was a few kids, I think, playing in the park with their parents, but I didn't acknowledge them. I mean, it was just normal activity. That's what the splash pad's for kids.
And why change it? Yeah, and why change it there rather than your house, which is also really close? Fruitland's small. You know what I mean? Again, I've seen this.
What do you mean change it?
Oh, I thought you were changing the fluid right there.
No.
Oh, you just stopped there.
I stopped there to grab my can of chew.
Got it. You stopped to grab it there.
I didn't change the fluid. I changed the fluid on before 8th. It was on 8th Street, but it was before Arizona Street, right as you pull out of the subdivision.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm listening to you. Thank you. Okay. So you stopped just to get your chew at the splash pad.
Another great point, Bieber.
Is that something you do often? Like, is that just like a pull-off spot where you just kind of pull in
Not
there?
at all. Like, it was just in this. Not at all. And it was honestly, it was honestly just like a spur of the moment thing. Like, I always have my chew everywhere I go. Considering, I have chew everywhere. And I've chewed for years. And I went to grab it out of my pocket while I was driving, and I lost it out of my pocket, and it fell across the console across the other side of the passenger seat. And I was not in arm's length. I mean, it was probably an arm's length for a skinny person, but I wasn't skinny. I'm not skinny at all. So I literally pulled off, and I've always been a safe driver and an ethical driver. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna jeopardize causing somebody a wreck or anything like that. I always practice safe, safe techniques or safe driving. So I didn't pull off on the side of the road, and there's no place to pull off on the side of the road. I'm saying
I would agree with you that a lot of people aren't understanding that connection. But in the streams I've seen, no one's pointing it out either. Just saying.
I didn't pull up in the middle of the road, so I'm not going to block traffic. So the nearest, easiest first place to pull off was the splash pad, and that's what I did. But it was less than probably a minute of being there. But it is timestamped, and I saw the CCTV footage.
Okay. So it wasn't like someone reported you or anything like that?
No, not at all. Nobody reported me at all. No.
Was it busy there when you pulled off? Or?
Not at all. It was probably almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was really hot. You know what I mean? There was no.
I don't know.
I wouldn't want. If I was a parent, I would not want my kids to be out there in 90, 95 degree heat. You know what I mean? It's playing in the water. You know what I mean? I hate saying it like that, but like it's like going swimming. You know what I mean? When it's super hot and the reflection of the water just gives you a sunburn. That's kind of the way I see. I don't know. I'm not a parent though. I just know that there was nothing unusual about that day. Nobody called me in. I literally stopped to grab the can of chew and left. That was it.
And it just happened. I mean, it is interesting. I've seen the splash pad. That's all I'm going to say. So you stopped. There. You know, it's where children go. So it's not the best place to have stopped, unfortunately. You know.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, I'm not the only person that doesn't have kids that has gone to the splash pad.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
I didn't see anything wrong with it or weird. Like I wasn't doing anything wrong at all. You know, other than grabbing my can of chew. I mean, would you rather me block the roadway or would you rather me? You know what I mean? And
yeah, no, totally agree.
You know?
And so that everyone knows, you have the timestamps of where that CC footage was. What are the timestamps?
Taken at 1:30 p.m.
Okay. So then, and that was so then you where do you go after that?
Hang on.
Earlier that day.
We'll get to that in a second. So I was reading through the screenshots that Crime Sleuthin sent me. Yeah, this last one's gross. I'm actually considering going national and making the big money for going live. But there's no proof here that Eve paid him anything. Like, he says, people have been paying me $100 an hour, so sorry to tell you, but I don't know. Like, he's telling you he's not going to give an interview with you unless you pay him. But he's also not said anyone specifically has paid him. Like, the dude lies. And so if you want to take this as people have been paying me $100 an hour, so sorry to tell you, but I don't know him as proof of someone paying him, then that means all the creators. If that's your proof, then that means all the creators paid him $100, right? Because he just says people. See the next email. Okay, let me see that. This is just you saying the same things you've been saying in chat. Stacey sent me a screen recording of his photo roll. Oh, sorry. Okay, if it's good, he's talking. It's good, he's talking. But see, okay, your point is that you're upset that she changed the timeline. We haven't gotten to that yet, and we will. But if you're talking to law enforcement, like you say you are, which you said in the chat, so I'm gonna repeat that part. It doesn't matter if one creator on YouTube switches around the times and the things that he says. What matters is what law enforcement has and what they can prove, not any of the other stuff. Okay, so she moved 1:30 to 9 a.m. for that taxi ride to hell. Okay, I took it differently what she did. Like, you keep calling, you guys, a lot of you, not just you, I'm not directing it just at you, keep saying she changed the timeline. I take it a little bit different, and we're gonna get to that. And I kind of understand, and so maybe if I can explain it, you'll guys will get a little bit. Stacey's home. So Stacey told you Eve paid him $300 and paid for his hotel and sent him 2 Uber rides. But yeah, so we don't even know if that's true. You even say right here, I don't know if it's true. So once you refuse to pay him or stop giving him money, he ditches you and attacks you. Yeah. I mean, I agree with your last statement, but I don't know. I feel like everybody's playing him and everyone is exploiting the hell out of the entire situation. What matters when it alters people's opinions of a case? Okay, well, there's a lot of things that are altering people's opinions of a lot of cases, unfortunately. A lot of them. This one included. So it sucks, but anyway, we're going to get to the timeline. Let's just get to it.
Were you? I'm ducking a chat. No, sir, I was trying to get my snuff that flew over to the other side of the vehicle. Okay, you can remember those things. Keep in mind, you can remember those things, but not the child that he saw. Okay, so there are things that he needs. There's some explaining to do, sir. How do you remember certain things and what not? How was the Wanderers even brought into anything? Bring up how they were brought up. Okay, I will do that too.
Oh, keep going.
37 likes, 113 in here. If you don't get that like button hit, I can't do much about it, but I'd appreciate it. You can even hit the down button. Just let me know how you feel. So Stacey at the A&W, 3:30 to 3:45, splash pad at 1:30. From my understanding, he said that the timestamp.
Okay, let me slow it down because this is apparently where she changes the timeline.
You can hit the down button. Just let me know how you feel. So Stacey at the A&W, 3:30 to 3:45, splash pad at 1:30. From my understanding, he said that the timestamp was what, 6:48 on Southwest 8th in Arizona. Is that what I heard?
So 6:48 on Southwest in Arizona.
And since I can't prove that, I hate putting it on here, but this is speculative. So we're going to put speculative. The reason why I'm not speculating on the splash.
But according to Stacy, the law enforcement have a video because they showed it to him. Okay.
The A&W is because, obviously, as we know, he sent that screen recording of the location details. But we don't have the 1:30. So we're just going to put speculation.
Oh.
We don't have to make this complicated.
Speculation.
And I would like to mention that the recording that I got for free that Bad Bangs Crime Sleuthing got for $50 has.
Okay, so before we go on, let's go back and hear what Stacy actually said. Hang on. I've got the taxi trip to Boise up next. Let me slide through and get. Let's see. Okay.
Power steering fluid in that day.
Not. There was no other video.
Oh, hang on. That I want to show you later.
I took the taxi.
I missed it. Okay, so it's before this set.
Fight off. But there was not. There was nothing going on in the neighborhood when I had left. When I got back to the neighborhood from Boise, it was still mellow. It was still calm. There was nothing unusual going on. And I got back home, and it was just like a normal, average home. I mean, there was no. I mean, Brandon was there, I was there, and Sarah was there.
What time?
I don't know. I'd say probably close to 3:30, or 4, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. This, like I said, this is years ago. You know what I mean? I don't remember verbatim everything, so I'm sorry if I'm not able to remember specifics, but I try. But I got home and everything was just as it should be. You know, as a normal household should be. You know, peaceful, quiet. You know, not nothing exciting. You know. I left about 1 o'clock, like I said. I got back between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. We then left the house about 5:30 or 6 p.m. to go help with the tow. So yes, I did have time to go help with the tow because I was back in a fashionable amount of time to go help. Like
Miss Peacock's getting it.
They didn't get out?
No, they didn't need to get out. It was a quick fix. We just had to put power steering fluid in.
What time did you put the fluid in the truck?
In between 6 and 6:15.
Okay, I got you. Okay, what time do you remember being on Arizona and 8th Street when you were putting power steering fluid? And I'm not a mechanic, as you know. We talked today about my truck.
I would say probably early 6 o'clock hour. Early 6 o'clock hour, like between 6 and 6:15, easy.
But on Southwest 8th, you stated that you saw a boy, but it was not Michael.
Okay, so far he said 6 to 6:15. He stated that twice. Let's just, keep track of all the different times he states that he was doing the steering fluid.
More like 6 to 8, maybe, of age, brown hair. Can you please explain this to my audience and to the world? Like the whole situation. Who was in the car? What were you doing? What was the boy doing? What time do you think it was? That kind of thing.
Sarah, me, Brandon were in the car, the truck. We had pulled off by Arizona and 8th Street on the side of the road. I'd been putting power steering fluid in the truck. I noticed a kid down the road, kind of in the yard, that was playing, just doing his thing, being himself, and it was a secure neighborhood. I didn't think anything of it at all. But I'd say it's probably like 5:35, 5:40.
5:30 to 5:40.
If I had put a time frame on it when I saw this, but he looked nothing like Michael at all. He looked taller. He definitely did not look like a 5-year-old boy for sure. A lot of you are probably going to ask me specifics on what he was wearing. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. I'm not even going to guess because I'm not going to be that person that.
I'm telling you, pay attention to his words as they change. He's like somebody else I know on another case, but this one's actually a suspect.
Speculates and is wrong, and then has a bunch of people hating on me again. So I mean, I'm not going to mislead somebody. I'm not going to give misled information. So
I'm just trying to get a location where you would have stopped, a good general basis of where you stopped. Like
so do you know where Arizona is, right? So you pull out the subdivision, hidden metal subdivision, you take a left, and right there's a little dirt patch right before the
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep. So we pulled off right on the right hand side of the road.
Okay.
Before the stop, before Arizona.
Okay. Now let me ask you this.
Probably 500 feet before.
Okay. So in this, what time would you think this was during the day?
5:15. No, sorry. We left about 5:30. So doing like 5:40.
5:40.
5:40. Okay.
We'll go
my bottle water, please.
All right. So when you're sitting there, you're putting power steering fluid in your vehicle, and you notice a child with a. Tell me a little bit about the child you noticed. What did you see? What was going on? What you can remember? I know it's been 2.5, almost 3 years, so I know it's hard. But if you can remember anything from maybe what the kid was wearing, what the kid looked like.
I just know he was dark brown hair. He was taller, like he had to be 8, 9, 10 years old. Did not look anything. Not. I mean, mind you, it wasn't a clear picture. You know what I mean? I wasn't really trying to pay attention.
Yeah, you were still putting power.
Pay attention to my surroundings all the time. But nothing was unusual about it. Like you're just like a normal kid just playing in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and you say he had a toy. Do you remember what kind of toy he may have had?
No, I didn't pay attention again. I just know he was playing with something. Is all I know.
And you didn't see nobody else around the kid. Was he in a yard?
Yeah, he was in the neighbor's yard. Yeah, or one of the people's yards off of East Street. But
okay.
I assumed it was just somebody.
He wasn't playing in none of the fields over there.
No.
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to get at. Was he in the field or was he near? Because a lot of
outside the neighbors, outside a house, like in the front yard,
across from the field, which would sit right across from the field. Okay. So how long do you think he was there putting power steering fluid in the vehicle?
At max 30 seconds.
That's huge, Nanya, right there. If they would have just paused for a second and said, wait, on this interview, you said 6:15 and now you're telling me 5:40? That's a big jump, bud. Which is it?
I guess it doesn't take very long.
And then you jump in and you leave from there and you continue down 8th Street to go to Brandon's, what is it, his mother's house?
In Cuna? Yeah.
Why did you stop at 8th in Arizona again? I'm just curious about that.
To put power steering fluid in the truck. And it wasn't directly on Arizona Street. It was probably about 50, 60, maybe 70 feet, 80, maybe 100 feet behind Arizona, like before Arizona Street. Literally right after you turn left out of our subdivision to go on 8th Street is where we pulled off.
Putting fluid in.
Because when Sarah made the left turn, the whining on the truck, when you have low in power steering fluid and your power steering is low in fluid, it will cause an.
Now remember, he mentioned this stop in other parts of the interviews, but these are the only ones with timestamps. So they were the only ones of importance to me for this project.
Extensive whine. And it literally sprays everywhere.
Brandon
so we literally knew we were making the trip. So we had stopped literally just for the sole purpose of putting power steering fluid in. I had got out in the passenger side of the truck. Sarah popped the hood. I opened the hood.
Justin's thinking, like now I can't get literally. Like his face this whole time cracked me up. Sorry. I just needed to pause and laugh for a second. I know this stuff gets like really heavy, but the literally every 5 seconds was killing me. So I knew it had to be killing him. And unfortunately, when people do stuff like that, and I'm not saying he's doing it intentionally, but when there's something like that, our mind picks up on that and not the rest of the words being said. So just a pause to remind you to focus on his words.
Hood, opened power steering reservoir, poured power steering fluid in, closed the cap on the power steering fluid, walked back around to the passenger side truck, and we left.
Are you guys on CCTV anywhere?
Yeah, they have that picture as well. They have that. They have the picture of us stopping on 8th Street. They have the video. It was CCTV. That was also recorded. They showed that to me.
But has anybody known that? Is this the first time you're telling that?
Nobody's asked me about it, but I told them everything.
Oh, I didn't. I was just wondering if you were on CCTV at all that day, but they have you on CCTV on 8th in Arizona.
Yes, correct.
With Brandon in the car.
See how I like how Josh didn't give him any wiggle room there. It wasn't like, oh, they have you on CCTV, and then he could later oh, that's a bad screenshot area. Anyway, then he could later come back and say, well, I said I was on camera. No, he said, wait, they have you at 8th in Arizona? And he confirms it.
But has anybody known that? Is this the first time you're telling that?
Nobody's asked me about it, but I told them everything.
Oh, I didn't. I was just wondering if you were on CCTV at all that day, but they have you on CCTV on 8th in Arizona.
Yes, correct.
With Brandon in the car.
Correct. And Sarah.
Oof. I mean, that's a major problem, right?
That day. Hold on. You saw a boy that day as well, didn't you? You said
Yes,
you saw a boy.
further down 8th Street on the very right-hand side in somebody's yard. And he didn't look anything like Michael at any point in time.
Okay.
We didn't ever even approach the kid.
Did the boy you saw have a yellow shirt on?
It was a bright shirt, correct. From other videos to show me.
Crud. Oh no. So did you guys catch that earlier? He was asked what the boy was wearing. I think it was on Eve's that he was asked what he was wearing. No, it was on Brooks, sorry. And he said, I don't know. I don't know what he's wearing, so I'm not going to speculate on things I don't know. Now, I know these are happening back to back. However, they're days and days, maybe even a week apart at this point. Now he knows that the boy had on a bright shirt.
It was a bright shirt, correct. From what I remember, it was shorts and a bright shirt. And he was a lot taller than the 5-year-old boy. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
So who put the power steering fluid in?
I did.
So you're on video getting out.
Correct.
And is Stacy with you at this time? I mean, Sarah?
Sarah? Yeah, she's driving the truck. She was in the driver's seat the whole time. Brandon was in the back seat the whole time. I was the only one to get out of the truck, as it's on video.
It's on video.
And recording, and the video shows me putting power steering fluid in the truck.
They showed it to you?
Yes.
Okay. When is the next time you put power steering fluid in that day?
I didn't have to put it until the next day.
Okay.
I usually had to fill up the truck once a day with power steering fluid.
Okay.
No, the police did not. There was no other videos to show me in. The splash pad was the only video that they had.
Do you see how you guys are fighting over someone who is flat out lying? He's lying. I don't think his face is very telling. Very telling. Yes, too many unimportant details. I agree. Yep, it changed. But see, it didn't change. It changed on her live. It changed on Eve's live. I don't know if you're trying to accuse her, but the biggest jump in time happened when he said it on her. He went from 6:15. He said that twice. Then he said 5:30 to 4:30, 5:30 to 5:40. And then he said 5:40, and then he goes back to 6:15. Justin's about to go. If someone asked me if I saw a kid 2 years ago on a specific Opal, me either. I'd be like, I don't know if there was a kid there or not. No clue. I gotcha. Social media has only been a tool to get Michael's name and face out there, right? With times, I think he prides himself on being prompt, but isn't. Right, twin thing. And I also think that another thing that he does is he wants to kind of people please and also be correct, and he can't remember it on the fly, and so he changes it. And that's unreliable, completely unreliable. Why would he need to say we didn't even approach the kid, right? Then it was a Mexican, I know. The big thing for me is that he said on Brooks The only video they had him on was at the splash pad. And then he said on Eve's, he mentions a image. And then he says here, oh, they got me on video at the 8th in Arizona as well. Huge red flags. Huge red flags. But my point in playing all of that, let's go back to where we originally were and listen again.
On Southwest in Arizona.
And since I can't prove that, I hate putting it on here, but this is speculative. So we're going to put speculative. The reason why I'm not speculating on the splash.
But according to Stacy, the law enforcement have a video because they showed it to him. Okay.
The A&W is because, obviously, as we know, he sent that screen recording of the location details. But we don't have the 130. So we're just going to put speculation.
Oh.
You don't have to make this complicated.
Speculation.
And I would like to mention that the recording that I got for free that Bad Bangs Crime Sleuthing got for $50 has the same information that I did. So how about that? So can we trust everybody's information now because Bad Bangs has it, or what?
Bad things? Why is she referring to you as bad things? Yeah.
Go ahead and agree that she was wrong. Okay, I agree.
How was she wrong?
I agree. So, what else do we know? I highly doubt that this whole Ontario.
So typically, from a lot of the coverage, I'm no law enforcement. I mean, I have a lot in family, but I'm not. But from a lot of the things that I have seen, you do change minor details, but the story as a whole overall stays the same, and the important details stay the same. That they only have me on video at the splash pad to, oh, they have me on video at 8th in Arizona and the splash pad. That's a big change. That's not a, I stopped 100 feet short, then 500, thing like that. It's a pretty big jump, in my opinion.
To Boise thing happened in the amount of time in between the splash pad at 1:30 to the A&W. So let's just go ahead and look at.
Excuse me? You doubt that the trip from Ontario to Boise happened within the time frame that Stacy said? Damn, you're really trying to give this man an alibi, aren't you?
Okay, one, I don't understand how that's giving him an alibi, but two, let's go see what Stacy said about his trip to Boise. Wait, did I put it in here? I think so. Okay, here we go. This is his taxi trip to Boise.
Earlier that day, I had a call for a taxi ride. Wanted to go from Ontario to Boise. Sarah wasn't available, but I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go do the taxi ride. At that same time,
Stacy says that he got a call for his taxi business around 11 o'clock. Is that right?
Yeah, 11 o'clock.
Okay, and he was taking a man from Ontario, Oregon to Boise Airport, which I looked it up. It takes about, an hour and 20 minutes roughly to get from Ontario.
Hour and 15 with traffic, yeah.
Okay, so you bare minimum were driving time 3 hours.
Mm-hmm. I know I only did one run and I left about 1 o'clock.
So Eve had a great point there. It's a point I made over on Joneson's that night we reviewed it. When I was like, wait, no, this doesn't work. And it doesn't. Which is why I think what she was doing, and I don't know if it was interpreted wrong or maybe she didn't clarify, but I have an idea of what she was trying to say. But anyway, keep listening to him.
First.
Mm-hmm. I know I only did one run and I left about 1 o'clock.
Okay.
What was I got back about 4:30.
Before you left?
I got a phone call about
So he left at 1, got back between 4 and 4:30. We're going to listen to the time changes here too. 1 and 4 to 4:30.
About 1 o'clock.
Okay. What was
I got back about 4:30.
Before you left?
I got a phone call about 11:30 from Sarah because she was the dispatcher for our company, and said that there's a taxi ride that needed to go from Ontario to Boise. I was like, okay, it's a $150 run. I'm not going to pass it up.
And what time was this?
I left. That was 11 o'clock. She called me roughly, and then I left the house about 1
Left at 1 again, so sticking with that one.
in the afternoon.
Do you have any receipts or anything of the calls, the call logs or anything?
Oh no, those phone numbers are long gone.
Okay.
I'm sure we did, but yeah.
Okay.
There's no way I can pull that.
Right. I'm sure.
I'd love to.
Yeah. Okay. And that was on your way to Boise?
On my way to Ontario to go to Boise.
Ontario to Boise. Okay. How far is Ontario?
Like a 10-minute drive. You just go over the bridge and you're there.
Okay. And Boise's what, 30 minutes?
60 miles, about an hour.
So an hour, give or take. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So you're on your way to not Boise, but the other one. What's
Ontario?
Ontario. Remember Ontario, Canada, but Ontario,
Oregon.
Okay. Ontario, Oregon. Yeah, because you're right there on the border. That's right. Okay. Go ahead.
So I went and picked up the client, went to the Boise airport, dropped him off. I think I hung out with Labor Dave, if I'm not mistaken. I went and visited him at his house.
Okay. So you go from Fruitland to
I'm clipping out the Labor Dave parts because they're going to come later. So that's why there's like a cut there, just to let you know.
Ontario to Boise, back to
Ontario to home.
Ontario to home. What? Now, why'd you go back to Ontario?
To get some food. There's an A&W in Fruitland, but that was the direction I came back. It was
it's on the way.
It was on A&W on the way, but you could see from the interstate and it was completely packed, and I didn't feel like going inside from what I remember.
So here he states, from what he remembers, he went back to Ontario to get food. Well, we all know now that he was in Payette getting food, not Ontario. But anyway, keep it in mind.
All right.
I left. I went to Ontario, picked up the taxi client, took the taxi client to the Boise airport. And mind you, it takes about 61 minutes, 62 minutes to get from Ontario to Boise, depending on traffic, which in the middle of 1 o'clock time frame, 1 o'clock hour, it's not busy. I mean, it's just it's the least busiest time of the day. Other than in the early morning, like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. But drove to Boise, dropped the client off.
Okay, this would be when the times of.
But there was nothing going on in the neighborhood when I had left. When I got back to the neighborhood from Boise, it was still mellow. It was still calm. There was nothing unusual going on. And I got back home, and it was just like a normal average home. I mean, Brandon was there, I was there, and Sarah was there.
What time?
I don't know. I'd say probably close to 3:30, 4, maybe.
Now.
Okay.
I don't know. This, like I said, this is years
So he has 3 to 4 now. Now, I shouldn't say now. That's the beginning one of a return time.
ago. You know what I mean? I don't remember verbatim everything, so I'm sorry if I'm not able to remember specifics, but I try. But I got home and everything was just as it should be, as a normal household should be, peaceful, quiet, not nothing exciting, So I left about 1 o'clock, like I said. I got back between 3:30 and 4 o'clock.
What?
We then left the house about 5:30 or 6 p.m. to go help with the tow. So yes, I did have time to go help with the tow because I was back in X.
Hey there, Miss Toast.
I left about 1 o'clock, like I said. I got back between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. We then left the house about 5:30 or 6 p.m. to go help with the tow. So yes, I did have time to go help with the tow because I was back in a fashionable amount of time to go help.
Okay. So he's very consistent with the 1, leaving to go to on the taxi drive at 1. It bounces between 1 and 1:15. However, the reason that's a red flag is if he's on CCTV camera at 1:30, it doesn't take a half an hour, doesn't even take 15 minutes to get from his house to the splash pad, but I digress. His time of return goes anywhere from 3 to 4:30, and it's all over the board. All over the board. I have a point. I'm getting there. Just keep all of these things in mind as we listen to what Eve is saying here about her theory or the timeline, whatever you want to call it.
Look at that, because you remember he said that he had a call at 11 from Sarah Wandra to come get this man and take him to the Boise airport from Ontario. So let's just see again. We'll do this again. How far it is to Boise, or from his house to Ontario to Boise. So we're gonna do 1102 Red Wing. That's at 1:30. Then let's say, let's just say in the middle of Ontario. I don't know.
Oh, so you're just gonna guess?
Well, we
You
have
don't know where.
to because we have no clue where he went. We just know that he picked up a taxi person in Ontario. So it has to be, I guess.
This person lives. You're just gonna put him right in the middle. Okay.
Let's say he went to the police department and picked this person up. Why not? Then he went to the Boise airport, BOI, Mr. Eve, BOI.
We know
1 hour and
Boise.
5-minute drive. And then back to the A, or over to the A&W at whatever time, 3:30 to 3:45. In Payette, which is again right across the street from the Albertsons. So that in drive time alone is 2 hours and 2 minutes.
Okay. That would be extremely fast. He's also got to pick up his client, and then I think she might be about to mention it here, but we also have the stop of Labor Day in Idaho. But in drive time alone, you've got 2 hours. I would say it's probably closer to 2.5, but let's just go with 2 hours.
And that's if everything is going smoothly, I'm assuming. And no one needs to stop and pee on the side of the road.
You forgot that he said he went to Labor Days.
Yeah, that's true.
He said first he was there for a couple of hours, and then he changed it to 30 minutes tops.
Check in with chat, see if we have any questions. What time did Bob leave and return? Went allegedly 3 o'clock, came back at 7:25, because that's when Detective Juanita was there talking to Tyler with Buggy on his hip. That was Bob's words on the interview room with Chris Videna. I believe that was back in September of 2020, August or September of 2022, that interview was done. And we can go over those things so we can see it. You just let me know. Wait, I heard last night that it was a lie, so Ethan Chick with the roll banks. What was a lie? My information that she has as well?
Okay, that's the only time I heard her mention Grandpa, was that time when someone came in, unless I didn't go the entire length of the video, but to the best of my knowledge, that is the only time she mentioned Grandpa. One of the claims is she was attacking Grandpa. Was that attacking Grandpa? Put a 1 if it was attacking Grandpa, and a 2 if it's not. She's, in my opinion, stating a fact. I'm going to pull up the clip here where he says this himself. It's just like I said, it's not. It's just what, Grandpa Bob has stated. Which I think we all agree it's important to stick as close to what we know and what was said as possible. Where is his Michael playlist? I know he has one. Oh, there it is. Trying to get past this intro. He's got a long intro. Okay, here we go. This is the interview room. I'll grab that.
Everything is there. So there's no question where you are. She said, there is a 5-year-old up the street. Was a 5-year-old up the street. And there's information that he was seen on the street going up towards that house. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. You didn't know that at the time. Okay, but you've since learned that, yes, right, through all the neighbors, and there's been a couple of neighbors that have come forward and said they actually saw it. Yes. Is that right? Yes. Okay. And so let's kind of figure out where his favorite spots are. Okay?
Now he has been active on this case, and he says there have been a couple of neighbors that have come forward and said he has seen him. I only know of Jennifer Newman. That's not saying nothing hasn't happened privately behind the scenes with law enforcement, but the only one we know of publicly is Jen Newman.
And I know he goes down this path, and it looks like you can cut through your garage. Is that accurate? Was the garage in the same setup today as it was back then, or was it a little bit different?
I would say it's the same as it was. That door right there is almost open 24/7.
Okay. And your neighbor told me that too, by the way. They said that he just cuts through the garage. Yeah. And at the time, that wood pile was not there up front, right? Right. So that's all new.
That happened after.
Oh, let me get, okay. I'm glad I wrote this down because it's all the way at 21. So that would have taken us a while. Here we go.
To the end of the corner while they were back. I don't even know what they call it, overflow, whatever the heck. But I was back there when I called 911, and then made my way back to the house eventually.
Okay. Okay. And when you got back, though, the police were here already.
There was a police car here, okay, and that's when Dad had pulled up at about the same time.
And that's when you pulled up, because you were actually out of the area.
I left around 3, right at 3, then I came back at about 7.
Okay. And so at that time, when you
So he says, I left at 3, right around 3, and came back at 7, say 25.
Left around 3, right at 3, then I came back at about 7.
Okay.
7:25.
And so,
which lines up with the 911 call. So again, she's just stating a fact of that's when he said he left, when he came back.
Well, she's done. And for the record, sausage perv, I'm entitled to my opinion, and I'll keep voicing it, and there's not anything you can do about it. And she says, Tyler, where's Michael?
That's cracking ass.
See, and I don't like
Says,
that.
after the recording levied / big sausage perv, question or parentheses, I'm entitled to my opinion and I'll keep voicing it, and there's nothing you can do about it. Tyler, where is Michael? Courtesy of cracking asses.
That is how you feel. It's your opinion, and I'm not going to bash anybody because I get it all. I get it all.
No,
and that's okay.
here we go. She's the victim again.
Truth will prevail. I think lots of questions need to be answered. So on the website, it says Tyler was on phone with pizza, not online. Yep. I wonder if he took.
No, he said he ordered the pizza. He never said if it was through the app or if it was an actual phone call.
Well, he actually did. So on December, which is kind of where the situation with what they call the Twitter weasels came into play, is initially it was stated that he had called and ordered the pizza. And then later, when they found the timestamp, realized that it wasn't in his phone logs. And so he must have placed the pizza order online. And the timestamp on the receipt says 6:40 is when it was placed. Again, if you're in the midst of this traumatic experience, you're just like, yeah, I ordered a pizza. I probably called it in because that's what I've done before. Then you find out, oh, wait, no, it was online. These are all things law enforcement are going to have. You know, they clone their phones. They know they went through everything. Like, these are all things that I feel like a lot of people are nitpicking these minute details instead, which I know some people will swear that like, oh, the devil's in the details, but I think there are a lot more, that's not even proper. I think there are more important things to focus on than that tiny little nitpicking. But you're wrong, Purple. Like, he did state there was a call, but then they fixed it. So it's not a huge issue.
And be with him then. Eve, they were saying the dogs brought Ellie to the Wanderer's house. Maybe they did. Maybe the dogs were brought at a later time. KTVB7. It's right. They said he lied, no taxi run. Well, let's just say he did. Let's just say he did because it had been mentioned.
Oh, so the news said he lied. There was no taxi run.
What?
I'm glad you're enjoying this. So 2 hours. He said he got the call at 11 o'clock from Sarah Wander that there was a taxi, but she didn't do it because she was busy in Nampa with the 2 boys she had, Brandon Shirtliff and Adrian Lucian. So let's just speculate and say that Sarah calls.
More speculation.
At 11. He was at the house.
Well, that's what it has to be because we don't know. We don't have the proof.
Is it really speculation if it comes out of his damn mouth?
Yeah, because he lies repeatedly.
This is his alibi. This is his timeline. But Eve is taking it upon herself.
This is what he has told the public. We have no clue what he's told law enforcement. Thank goodness.
to change it to, fit her narrative that, Tyler had something to do with the disappearance of his son.
What? Why put that out there in the atmosphere? Like, what the hell?
It could be earlier. We don't know. He's seen
You're
at the
right,
splash pad at 1:30. So how long does it take again? 2 hours? 11 to 12 to 1. So let's just say, he left at 11 to win. I'm going to skedaddle right now. I ain't got nothing else to do. I've eaten my breakfast. We don't have TVs because Sarah gets crazy and says,
But he said he left home and the first place he stopped was the splash pad, Eve. And the splash pad isn't until 1:30, 1:15, 1:30, remember?
we can't watch him anymore. It's the devil. So he goes, might as well. I'm hungry anyway. A&W sounded good later. Maybe I'll do that. So let's just say he leaves right in there. Now, remember, he also went to Labor Dave's. He specifically mentions that he went to speak with his friend at Labor Day for about 25 to 30 minutes. So we got to add that in.
I hope you smart people are picking up on where I'm going with all of this madness. But it's sad for people coming into this later. Okay, let me see. I think this is Labor Day. Okay. Here we go. Here's Labor Day. This is the last of the clips, I promise you.
I took the taxi ride and I decided to hang out in Boise for a little bit. I think I'd gone and visited a buddy of mine in Boise. I don't remember exactly the specifics. I know that I was
Can you
I was
tell us
gone for a few hours.
who the buddy was?
Yeah, so it was actually an old employer that I did work for, but he also became a friend. His name was the company was Labor Dave's, and then his name was David Fears. But I'd gone to visit him, I think, to talk to him about some extra work at the time. You're welcome, Chrissy. So I hadn't been in Boise. Like I said, it was only for a few hours, but I literally had just stopped to see Dave, and I think it was discussing some extra work that he had wanted me to do for him.
That's not what she did. I promise you. Hang with me. Hang with me. But that's not what she did.
He had me do a lot of labor gigs. A lot of it was moving gigs or, sitting on a riding lawnmower and mowing a lot of the LDS churches. He had a contract with them.
When I was talking to you this morning, and I appreciate you being so nice and reaching out and saying, I just want to clear all this up. You mentioned furniture, and I cut you off because I was talking about my own life because I'm really bad like that. Did you guys get new furniture?
I mentioned furniture. What are you talking about? I said I moved. I used to move furniture for Labor Dave.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
No, the furniture we had was furniture that we've had since we moved into the house in 2020. I wasn't gonna stay in Boise all day. I went and hung out with Labor Dave.
I watched your whole review of her. I stopped watching when a little bit after you and Crime started talking, but I did watch your whole review of her.
And our Dave Fears and came home.
So then you went and did your taxi business and then went to your friend Labor Dave's, which is David Fierce. He's a general contractor, labor guy, jack of all trades, it seems. I do remember, like, he does kind of the LDS landscape, the LDS church landscaping and mowing and stuff too. And that's kind of what you were helping with as well, right? See, guys, I know a lot about Stacey Wanderer. He didn't even know what I know about him. It's kind of weird. So I've done some research. Then he returns, says about 4 o'clock or so. Maybe it's a little bit later, depending on the exact times. But can you?
Okay, to me, that's just weird. I don't know why you would be like, I know more about you than you do, and I've done my research. Like, just ask. I don't know. Is that you, Nanya? Oh. No, nope, didn't think so. Oh, the little cover gets him every time. Okay. Oh, sorry, I couldn't see the rest of your name. What was I saying here? Like, I don't know, just I wouldn't tell him like, oh, this is what you didn't do. Like, ask the question, let him answer, and then maybe we could get to the truth of the matter if we could. Honestly, I don't know if it matters at this point with all these different statements.
Go ahead.
So I went and picked up the client, went to the Boise airport, dropped him off. I think I hung out with Labor Dave, if I'm not mistaken. I went and visited him at his house.
Who's Labor Dave?
He's like a temporary employment person. Always had a bunch of odd jobs for people to do. Christian based. His real name is David Fears.
Piers with a P?
Fear. F as an F.
Okay. All right. And so he's some of your alibi at that point, which Michael hadn't even went missing yet at this point. So, but still, I'm just saying. Okay. All right. So you how long do you hang out with David?
I don't know, a few minutes, you know what I mean? It was a good chunk of probably 15, 20, 30 minutes tops.
Okay.
It wasn't very long. I mean, he had stuff he was doing too, you know, so.
Do you talk to him often?
I don't talk to him anymore. From what I heard, he's deceased, so I don't know if that's true or not.
That's yeah. Okay. It's hard to talk to someone like that for sure. All right. So you're there 30 minutes tops. Okay.
Went over to go visit Labor Dave.
So you said you call him MJ because that's what JD Huff calls him. And I have heard him call him that, but I've also heard him call him Monkey. And I don't get your reasoning behind like being so dead set on that. Like we mentioned earlier, his name is Michael. And so if it's about awareness, you would say Michael Joseph Vaughan. If it's in casual conversation, would you not want to respect what's been asked, which is Monkey? I don't know. It feels like that feels like it's being done just to get under Brandy's skin. And your opinion of the case doesn't matter. Like, it's yours. You're entitled to have them. But that part there seems a little direct and hurtful. Just my opinion.
Hung out there for about an hour and a half. Went back to, on my way back to Fruitland. Got a taxi phone call again from Sarah. She was already at home when she had called me. So I got a taxi phone call from her saying this guy needs to go to another place in Ontario. I think we had gone to A&W or something like that because that's where my timestamp is from. So we went. I took him and dropped him off, and then came home.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I saw that. If you guys know it's a dox, time them out. That's not cool at all. Not cool at all. Come on, guys. Don't be douche canoes. That's all I'm asking. Don't be douche canoes. Okay. It's not on this live. Okay. Well, I'm just going over this one of what you're saying here and what you're commentating on here.
Well, he said a couple of hours, but you know.
So 2 hours and 30 minutes. So when would Stacy have to have left to meet back at the splash, to be seen at the splash pad at 1:30 with stopping to see Mr. Dave?
He didn't stop on the way back. He stopped on the way out to pick up the dude for the taxi. Eve, stop trying to switch the chain of events that he's already stated several times.
2 hours and 30 minutes. So 11 to 12 to 1:30. He would literally be coming into Southwest 8th Street, stopping at the splash pad. I mean, he'd have to be like coming back. Did we ever confirm?
No, Eve. He said on the way to pick up the taxi. Oh my God.
That is what he said.
If he was coming back? Well, we can't. He said that he was leaving home, right? From my understanding. So we don't really know if he was coming or going.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
All we know is that he said it was exactly 1:30 to me at least. 1:30 on the dot, that they had him on camera at the spot.
No, he didn't. He said several times it was 1:15. You, ma'am, have changed it to 1:30.
So what did we learn? He said multiple times for when he was seen on CCTV at the splash pad. Only one time did he say 1:15, and the rest were, he said like between 1 and 1:15, but that was on Brooks. And then when he got on Eve's, it was 1:30, but she led him to that. And then on the others, it was 1:30. So he says that he was seen on camera, and I don't think it was until after hers that he said, that he was then seen on CCTV. So 1:30 is what he says and that's the time. Actually, he doesn't even add in the word timestamp. He saw the timestamp from law enforcement on that clip. I think he says that on Dolly's. In my opinion, what she's getting at here, she's not changing a timeline and feeding him an alibi. She's doing what all of us should be doing when we're looking at the timeline and we're looking at the facts and we are pulling together everything we know about the case, every little piece we know. But if we're just putting together Stacy's information and all that BS he fed every last one of us, it doesn't fit. 1:30 splash pad, right? If that's the time we're going to be dead set on, that he's at the splash pad at 1:30. He claims it's on the way out. What she's saying is that you have 2-hour drive time alone. Actually, I think it's closer to 2.5 hours by the time you stop and pick someone up, say, hey, yeah, this is where we're going, blah, 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 and then you drop them off. I would think it'd be more leaning towards 2.5 hours. So that would instantly put him at, let's see, 4 p.m. just in the travel time to the airport and back to the A&W. Then you have the stop at Labor Dave's, and it's anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. So this is speculating because this is what we do. Let's split the difference and say it was 45 minutes. That's 4:45 p.m. Well, then he goes to A&W. That's where the timestamp of that is. How long do we add in for that? 15 minutes to drive through and grab some food? That's 5 p.m. We know from Adrian's photo that they were still at Applebee's, right, at 4:47. And he claims repeatedly that he didn't get home until after Sarah and Brandon. I think what she's trying to do is line up the timeline and saying it in a way that is a little confusing, but like it just saying this doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. Don't call. Okay, you can time that person out completely. I've asked repeatedly, no name calling. No name calling. Y'all are wild. Wild. Yeah, man, completely. I don't know. Can you guys see past your hate for one another, for creators? Like, I'm not calling out anyone specifically, but can you all look past this fucking hate that you have towards each other, the things that you've done over and over and over and over, and focus on what matters for 5 seconds? Can anyone? Like, this is crazy. I've covered summer Wells streams of that circus and haven't had people going at each other like this. What the heck? Yeah, it is toxic as fuck in here. All we're doing is going through clips and timestamps, and y'all are eating each other alive, arguing over initials. Respect the mom. Start doxing one another. Quit that. What the heck? I know, Grandma. Like, demanding I play this clip or that clip. Like, this is wild. I haven't seen anything like this before. I thought a lot of you people. All right. My opinion is that I thought a lot of you people had a huge disdain for each other based on the little bits I had watched of you all, but I thought you all had a heart for Michael Joseph Vaughan. I think a lot of you would cut off your nose to spite your face. Hmm. I think a lot of people need to do a lot of self-reflecting on this one. I'm just saying, y'all. This is wild. Right. The doxing, that's got to stop. Who knows if he is a monster or not? Who knows if he did do this? Law enforcement say he's a huge suspect. So what? We're just going to dox everyone out? Especially those with small children? What the heck? I'm not talking about your video. I'm talking about the actions in this chat today as we're going through this information, as we're going through timestamp by timestamp, the facts, and verifying all of this shit. You guys are carrying on like worse than children. It's wild. No, it's not self-aware. It's not. My goodness. Who cares? Y'all, who cares? Maybe she's closer with Purple than she is with Eve. And so she has allowed that. Maybe it's a private family nickname that got out to a couple of law enforcement agents and they used it because they heard private family members repeating it. But since then, she has said, please don't use that. Bring it in for a hug. Holy crap. You are. I blame Nunya too. She was like, oh yeah, this is a great idea. Lay out all the facts. Show them all the facts. Show them the timestamps. Show them the proof. They don't care. They don't care. I know. Your husband should not be doxxed. That's horrible. That's horrendous. All of this is. Oh, y'all pissing off perfectly. You've gone too far. Oh my goodness. Hey, Bob. How's it going, love? Okay. All right. So you didn't know till 2 days ago. Now you know it's not something she likes. So, hey, Steph B. A lot of creators don't, Nana, or people in general. Don't let this turn into a circus, y'all. And it's quickly headed there, especially with this behavior. I'm sorry, Booberry. It's not normally like that. I can promise you that, but I get it. There's a lot of anger here. You're right. I thought maybe if they seen the shit show, they all encourage, they made you better. No. And that you're not taking the time to listen. That's what I'm saying. Like some of these points, some of the discrepancies with Stacy, some of the red flags, I picked those up from You's interview. Some of the discrepancies, some of the lies and BS, I picked that up from Brooke's interview. You guys can work and build off of each other. There's a lot of facts here. There's a lot of good stuff that you can dig out and come to, okay, like, look, we don't have to. When my friends and I are talking about cases, we often don't agree, often disagree on what we think or our theories. Now, we do it privately because I think sometimes putting this stuff out there publicly is very harmful and damaging to innocent people. But it's okay to disagree, but are you guys sticking with the facts? Are you sticking with what we know, what is out there, what law enforcement has said, what, media has reported on, and what the family has said? I don't think you should be doxxed. No. It's on a fast track to circus, and there are many creators to blame. Right, that's how I feel. And I think that there's a little bit of accountability from all. Like I said, I get it. I've been sent a lot of screenshots while I've been live of shit that's going on behind the scenes. My plea to you all, move forward. Move forward. We have 4 named suspects. You can have your opinions on other people that aren't named. Because there's a lot, I get it. There's a lot of conflicting statements that were made in the beginning. There were a lot of hurtful things, and there were for both sides, and there were a lot of was a lot of confusion in this case. And I think when it came over to YouTube, it got even muddier by people who didn't know. And I understand that. I completely understand that. When you cross platforms like that, there's some, mix up. But anyway, I think you can take a lot of this information, put it together, and focus on what matters. We have 4 named suspects. One who is going around speaking everywhere, and y'all are fighting over who paid him and who didn't pay him. Y'all paid him. Y'all bad. I mean, what do you want me to say here? You guys gave him the money, and he's messing, I don't know, with all y'all. Law enforcement said to keep him talking. I don't know about that. We blame Burden. Those who don't know the history of how Eve has treated Brandy and Tyler since day one can't understand the root of the issue. Eve hasn't focused on facts due to her confirmation bias. That's the problem. Can you tell me what facts she has not focused on? I keep hearing this. Okay, I want to be fair here. I keep hearing she blames Brandy and Tyler. How has she blamed Brandy and Tyler? I'll drop a link if you guys want to come up and tell me. You could do that. If not, if you just want to type in the chat, I'll keep reading the chat. But how has she blamed them? I need to know that to understand how deep this issue is. Is it beyond speculation? Sarah, I hope so. If you covered it for 2 years, is it possible it's time to take a step away from it, like many others? That's a good question, Anya. It is. There's a lot who, like I said, I've been following this since day 2. And I don't do a bunch of streams on it day after day. I don't put out all the screenshots and receipts and blah, 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 because it wasn't a circus on YouTube. I didn't think it was. But here, since Stacy's came out and has thrown a turd in the punch bowl, oh my gosh. It doesn't know her name. Okay, hang on. Let me grab an overlay. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Thank you for having me up here.
So, how have you attacked Tyler and Brandy?
I haven't. The reason why that in my opinion, is being said is because when I play or repeat what has been said by one of the parents or a family member or someone around the family, when I repeat what has been said, that is called bashing.
Can you
When
give
I am
me an example? Because I could, I know pretty much everything they've said. So give me an example of one fact that you've dropped that has been misconstrued as bashing.
Sure. So when I state, for instance, that the mother wanted to quote unquote
Okay.
unalive the babysitter for just existing
Uh-huh.
and having someone go to the bar to mess with her when
Mhm.
she has not been a person of interest since September of 2021,
Mhm.
that's bashing the family.
Okay, it is a true statement that happened. It's kind of a shitty how it got out publicly. Can't deny that. Um, but also, I mean, do you offer grace to the fact that the mother was under a lot of stress, confusion? I
No,
mean, you don't know
I
who
don't.
took your kid. You don't offer any
No, I
grace
don't.
whatsoever.
No, because she was told that the babysitter was cleared. She was seen on cameras in Nampa and passed a polygraph or two, and it still continued, including the sister of Tyler Vaughn. So that is why those things when I heard about people speaking on the babysitter and incorrectly, those things have to be put out to explain the entire situation, no matter what's going on. No one should be harmed or should be threatened. I don't care
No.
what it is. It is not okay.
How does that point to their guilt in something though? Like, well, you're just saying that's how
I
what they're
don't
saying is you're bashing them, is just you putting
exactly.
out that information.
And let me state for the record that if someone felt that they are complicit or maybe potentially involved, that is an opinion that people can have and they have a right to have. I don't feel that way. I am just going based on what was said and what the changing timelines were,
Mhm.
and it still continued to be, and putting that because that's all we've got. We don't have much from law enforcement, and comparing that
No, we
to
have
what
nothing
has
from law enforcement.
right, and what has been said from this suspect who, honest to God, has made it even worse. I will admit that.
Mhm.
It is awful. However, this seeing him on a 3-day live, um, and the things that were said didn't do anybody any good and still doesn't. My
Right.
interview was just simple, calm, asking questions. It didn't do any good. Going on Justin for All, it didn't do any good because of the habitual lies or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't, it's not going to help.
So a couple questions before I move on, that I wanna ask. One is, do you feel like you were leading him in your interview? 'Cause
No.
you don't? So I'm be
Mm-mm.
honest, it felt like you were leading quite a bit, in
Give me
several
an
points.
example.
Like
Can
a
you give me an
point of
example?
you tell him the time frames and ask him to confirm it instead of saying, "When were you here? When were you there?" and letting him give you the times. You tell it to him and wait for the confirmation.
No,
So that's
because I
what I
knew,
would consider
hold
leading.
on. No, that isn't leading because I knew that he had 2 other interviews, one with Justin for All and another creator. And I was waiting to see what he would say. Like, just because I say, can you confirm this? Doesn't mean I'm leading him. If he says yes, that means he's confirming. If he says no and corrects it, then that's his answer. I'm not leading anything. He has every right. And I am not his keeper. He could say one way or the other. That doesn't mean I'm leading at all.
Yeah, if that's how you feel, that's fine. I mean, I can't tell anybody how to feel, obviously. It just about leading and not the whole thing, but in several spots.
Well, leading would be an intention. So there's an intention to sway. So if when people are saying it seems like you were leading, that means there was an intention for me to sway and I didn't. So I'm telling everyone now that that didn't happen. That was not what I was doing.
Okay, so you could see how we perceive it as leading, though.
I don't personally, but I'm just saying that that's not what I was doing. If you can believe whatever you want to, I can't tell you one way or the other. But I'm telling you that's what I know.
So, Crime, if you want to read some of those quotes, you can. I just ask that there's no like arguing or attacking on my panel. And then Brooks, no one told her she can't or that she had to step back or anything. It was just a question that Nunya threw out. Like, do you think that it's, maybe it's time to take a little break from it or something? I don't think anybody was saying like, no, you have to step back and take it. Like, it wasn't a definitive statement.
Yeah, and I actually had taken a break, like a month and a half at a time because I was pregnant, even though I was getting harassed and doxxed on Twitter all the time or being hated on all the time. I did take breaks. But the fact that people who did not cover this case, at least fluidly like I did for 2 years, has an opinion on what I need to do and what breaks I need to take, is absurd to me because they don't even know what I have said. They don't even watch the coverage. So it's just the irony to me.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading through the chat. I don't think that they were telling you what you needed to do at all. I think that it was just a thought there. Who's the creator that secretly that was she wasn't a creator, she was her friend on Twitter and Facebook, and she was helping her with the timeline. And I don't think it was
Absolutely.
all in secret. Some of it was known recordings and some was in secret. Crime Sleuthin, is that you?
Yes, it's me. Hello.
So you're saying there was some attacks last night?
Yeah. I mean, it's the same as always, but yeah, just as recent as last night.
Okay, so what were they?
Okay. So let's see here.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. I keep hearing people say like, "Oh, she's doing this to the family, doing that to the family," and what I have seen, and I'm not saying obviously I haven't seen everything. I've said that from jump from Eve, but what I have seen, it's just her stating the facts and saying, she's questioning it. I don't think that's enough bad or an attack.
Can I ask a genuine question? Like, how long have you followed Eve's coverage of this case?
I have not followed Eve's coverage of this case. As I stated earlier, I watched her Twitter spaces and I've watched the Stacey Wander stuff and a couple of her recent streams.
Okay. Well, this has actually been an issue since day one. The first statement that Brandy made about it was in December. She asked creators to stop calling her son MJ. She has since many times.
We already established that.
Right. And I asked Eve on a panel recently, let's just totally assume that you didn't know, right? Just pretend you had no idea until this moment. Now that you know, will you stop? And she said no. So anyway.
Well, she said in chat a minute ago she would, and she said that, if she accidentally slips up, she hopes she's not doxxed over it, which, God, I hope nobody's doxxed over it. But I feel like, yeah, we've kind of covered that one throughout the chat. You guys got that straightened out.
Last night, she said, there's a few quotes that I wrote down. She said, all I've done is care too much about a little boy I've never met who deserves a voice. When there's people who need police to create a timeline for their own child. Then she
That's
said,
a fact.
That's not a fact.
Okay, say it one more time. Wait, say it one more time. Let me hear it one more time.
The quote, all I've done is care too much about a little boy I've never met who deserves a voice, while there are people who need police to create a timeline for their own child.
August 24th, 2022, there is an article that Brandy Neal states that after the 18-wheeler release, Homeward Bound program, she states that she went and took a retinol poly, her, Tyler, and the grandfather, And she states that the police sat down with her and recreated a timeline of that day, and she couldn't believe what they have come up with. And she has also stated multiple times that she and Tyler had fried brains and could not put it together. And that's why
Exactly,
the recorder,
Steve.
hold on.
Let her
And the
finish, Karen,
recorder
please.
and the person who recorded her, the reason for that was because the timelines weren't, they couldn't recreate it.
That didn't work.
She admitted that, Brandy Neal.
So what were
You say admitted that like it's a bad thing.
I didn't say that, but see, that's where it gets squirrely.
Sometimes it's not even what you say; it's how you say it. Like,
well,
the
I can't
very
really
next
help that.
quote,
I can't help that. I'm
you-
doing my best,
you
and that
just
doesn't mean
said,
you get to
Well,
dictate.
wait. One at a time. That's all I ask up here is one at
Okay.
a time, back and forth. It's easy. Like,
Of
it's
course, parents are going to be completely brain fried during that time, and they do need assistance with figuring out what's what. That is understandable. You have, however, put out many times on your channel how it's suspicious that they needed assistance, and that's just hateful.
No,
The
it's
very
not
next
hateful.
quote,
It is suspicious. It's
it is
suspicious
not
on when.
suspicious.
Hold, please, ma'am.
Yeah.
It is suspicious. It is suspicious when it was
In
an
your
outright,
opinion,
bold-faced
that's
lie.
not,
Okay, I don't.
that's not right.
It was
I
lied
haven't
on.
had to mute hardly anyone up here, so just I get that this is a lot because there's a lot of anger between the two of you. It's okay. Just give each other the time to finish speaking before your rebuttal. So, Eve, I think
Okay,
you
the
were
next
talking first. Let her finish that thought that why she doesn't think that it's an attack because, and then I want to say something on this. So please.
So I'm going to give an example. Stacy Wandra has given about 12 different times for one situation. That is very suspicious, correct?
Correct.
The mother who was not there that day has also given multiple different versions of what timeline has been presented or what she can think of, whatever the case may be. It has changed multiple times for one situation. How is that not suspicious in itself? I'm not saying that that is saying they are guilty. I'm not even saying that the suspicion with Stacy means automatic guilt because that's not how it works. What I'm saying is that it goes for all. If it's suspicious, it's suspicious. I don't care who you are.
Right. I don't think that's an attack. See, we've heard the same thing, right? That there's, there was help needed on the timeline and that things have changed. I mean, oh my gosh, I can go through my notes and under one thing, I have like 5 different changes under it. So I get what you're saying there. I don't see it as suspicious because some of them are extremely minute or some of it is just not having the full information yet before you're speaking about it. So we can all look at one situation and see it completely differently. But I don't see that as an attack saying that she finds it suspicious. That's her opinion that the timeline was suspicious. I don't think that is there something specific she said about this that like flat out attacked Brandy and Tyler? Or is it just the
it's been
generalizing statement of
yes.
saying, hey, this is wrong and that's suspicious. You guys feel like that's an attack.
Because it's been a complete constant onslaught of that. These kind of comments, like this one right here. The next one was, he deserves to be with his family, although there were issues and warning signs surrounding that family. Okay, and then she said,
issues and warnings surrounding the family.
Yes, she claims that there are a lot of neighbors who constantly had to go and bring Michael home.
I never said that.
Yes,
No,
you
it was
have.
actually, no, I didn't. It was the ex-stepmother of the 2 oldest and her friend and other people who witnessed certain things they were concerned about. And I believe Deets actually heard this on Spaces before.
It was, yeah.
March 2022. No matter if it's 100% true or not, it was said. It was said by people close who were observant.
Right, but we don't know if it's true. That's my point with
None of this we know is true or
right.
not. None of what we know.
a lot of, if not most, of the Twitter Spaces content from very early in this case was just basically gossip sessions.
Okay, pause.
Little hearsay.
I heard you say that last night, Crime, and I want to know why you think it was a gossip session.
Because during the whole sessions, I listened to some of them, and they were going, "I don't know, maybe this." There were not people in there who were close to the case, and yet
Brandy was in there, though.
Let me speak on this, please. So what happened was this case, the Michael Vaughan being covered on Twitter came right after Noah Claire was found, and Nerdy's group, if you want to call it that, just to like focus on one. Not everybody that in those Twitters were part of Nerdy's group or whatnot, but like just that chunk of people on Twitter were digging into things, and Brandy and others came to that and asked for help and looking into Michael's case, getting his name out there because, I'm assuming, this is just me assuming, they seen what had happened on Noah's case and were like, hey, my baby boy's not getting any coverage, help here. And so what is missing, and I have talked to a couple of people and they don't have it, is the December 18th where you hear Brandy and Tyler both a lot more. And from the 18th to the 19th, questions changed. And it wasn't that they were gossiping, it's that they were like, wait, if he called you at 7:04 and then went and did 15 minutes worth of stuff, then how did he make the 911 call at 7:10? Now, this is two parents who didn't have time to work through that trauma and get their timeline situated. And so it's completely understandable that it took a while to get it all situated. And then, oh, wait, we find out that the 911 call happens at 7:21, and then you can make that timeline work. But it wasn't gossiping. It was people who were confused, like, wait, that doesn't match up with that. So how do we make that work? That's not a gossip
I totally
session.
agree with you, Deets. I totally agree with you. The point is that she is still putting that old information out now.
Because people aren't listening, that people don't know the backstory and the hate that I am getting. Hold on. Please let me finish.
Now let her finish, Crumb. She's trying to answer you. Then you can go back at her.
On my platform, there are new people who are coming in and wondering why this, that, and the other came about. I have to explain it, which had to come up recently, as to why the timelines are now coming together with Stacy's new information. They were confused, and that has to come back up in order to explain, because they're getting old, outdated information still being circulated out there on other platforms and channels. And so I have
but you
to
don't
clear
make
up
it clear. But you don't do that, though.
I do.
You actually use
You're
these
too
new
busy attacking me,
situations.
Crime. You're trying to.
Do you remember what I said to you?
You said I shouldn't procreate. So you are the reason why this is going on. You are part of the problem. Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay, so Eve feels like you're a part of the problem. You feel like you're not. Move to the next.
I don't think she's understanding that what she's doing. I went back because I wanted to give her a fair shot. She said she would appreciate that if I would give her a fair shot. So I watched almost all of her content from start to finish, started the latest stuff and worked my way forward.
Pause.
And really thought about what she was saying. The stuff.
Can I ask you a question real quick? I don't want to deter you, but when did you start covering Michael's case? Like, when did you first hear about it and start covering it? That's important for me, like, to know.
I heard about it, shortly after it happened. It hit even our local news in Oklahoma, and I followed it just as a sub. I have done a few videos on the case, but I've mainly just followed like Brooks and Purple's coverage of it.
No problem. I was just curious, when you came in.
I've been following it all along, but not like covering it. Just a couple of updates, like when the suspects were named, things like that.
I have to take a bathroom break, so Nunya is going to referee for us.
Right, but I don't like being told that I fuddled or edited data from someone who sent it to me and that I'm going to get handcuffs. You were a completely 100% part of why the narrative to bash Eve and to dox me and all of that stuff is where it's at. And that's why his coverage is being stifled. It's not because I'm spewing out stuff that's hatred on the parents. It's because it's being spewed to hate me and not listen to what I am saying. I was there during Twitter Spaces. I have been involved looking at things and sleuthing for years.
Well, like I said again, just to make it clear, the old stuff from Twitter Spaces needs to be let go. It is all old information, but you do bring it up on a regular basis and then go into your theories that
It
are
is
very
absolutely
negative and
important. It's
accusatory.
history.
Why do you keep interrupting me? I did not interrupt you, and I'm trying really hard not to.
Because you've been nothing but hateful. Just because you're nice on this
I
platform
was
doesn't mean you
not
were before.
hateful. I
Well,
was not hateful
Absolutely
hold on,
when we
hold
first
on.
met.
I don't want to discount what you've been through, either one of you before, but Dietz has asked for both of you to just let each other speak. So just to respect her panel specifically, it's not to discount what anybody else has been through before this, but just to ask for respect on her panel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, like I said, the old stuff, as Dietz said, wants more information, and police had, their meetings with the parents, and they got everything nailed down best they could due to the trauma that the parents were going through. It should have been left there. It's old information, but you do keep bringing it up and inserting it in your videos and your lives as if it's like fact. But these are no longer facts.
None of this is fact. None of this is based in 100% fact, old or new. It all is relevant to what was said and who said it. Because if Brandy Neal is stating that that Michael was seen on Southwest Night by multiple neighbors, which is closer to the time of his disappearance that was being discussed on, versus Stacy coming out right now and saying it, it is very important and it is absolutely relevant. It's coming from the mother herself who speaks to law enforcement. So I don't see how that's not important.
Can I ask a
was
question?
early.
I'm sorry.
That was early, though, and we know that
It
has
does.
all been taken care of since then.
No, it hasn't.
She was going off of things that other people around her were telling her, like, "Oh, I saw this, I heard this," rumors. All of that was cleared up with police.
Stacy's a big fat rumor. Everything he says is technically a rumor until law enforcement states otherwise. Everything is the same no matter who it is. But it's because of the feelings involved and wanting to protect, and I get that, from the parents' perspective. It does Michael no good to ignore certain things because of that and only focus on what you think is right and what you think should be out there.
Okay, so I put you guys in my ear on my phone. Sorry, I'm like way down in the basement. I had to go way upstairs. I have a question. So I did say that, yeah, new information came out, or actually, I think what I actually said was that, when you go through something traumatic like that, I'm going to give a lot of people grace. I even give it to people, when they're going through things that some on this platform just rip to shreds. I think they deserve that grace as well. So I understand being a parent who's gone through, I can't even imagine, nor do I want to imagine. Like when I hold crew, there's no way in hell I want to think about him ever not being with his mom and dad at night. Like I just can't even pretend to know how Brandy and Tyler feel. So I can't imagine those sleepless nights. And then, yeah, you go to people and you want the help. It's not a gossip session. You want the help and they're trying to ask you and they're trying to be respectful. And then you don't have that info right. I give her grace because of what she's went through. I didn't say that like new information came out or became available. I say I understand it because she deserves that grace. So that's what I was saying earlier and wanted to make it a little more clear. Thank you, Nanya.
I agree totally. May I read her next comment from last night?
Yeah, there was something else, but I forgot it. So go ahead.
But it is my birthday, guys. So I know that it's a let's prove Eve wrong session right now with what she said.
I'm sorry.
Hatefully.
Wait, what is going on?
But hold on. What is this going to do? Continuing to go through all of the things that I have done. I have never doxed not a single one of you. This is
Eve, you just said that you have not attacked the parent.
Hold on, please. It is distracting from Michael's grace to get his information out there and the information as to what was said, beginning, middle, end, where we are now. This is not doing anyone any good. Now we can continue all night, but it's not going to prove one way or the other why I should stop doing this, saying this. It doesn't matter. People have a right to their opinions on their platform, and you don't. Then I should just vote whatever you vote for for a president. Tell me what to do.
Okay, this has nothing to do with politics. I
It's a
heard that on your
comparison.
live last
It's
night.
a comparison. Why not even have a choice or a speech or a thought if it doesn't align with everyone else?
Can you explain why you said the following, please? Last night you said, there are helicopter parents whose kids get away from them. And then you laughed. And then you said, and there are neglectful parents who one day it ended up being their worst nightmare. You called them neglectful parents.
I did not call them neglectful. I was saying there are people
I'm sorry,
out there.
what?
I didn't call them neglectful.
Yes,
said,
you just did. I said, I just
No.
read what you said.
No, let me explain. I didn't say that about Brandy or Tyler. I said the situation is what it is. There are helicopter parents that lose their children. There are neglectful parents that lose their children, and it becomes their worst
But that's
nightmare.
not what you said,
That's
Eve.
exactly what I said, and that's
No,
what
I'll
I mean.
read
I'm
it again,
telling you
'cause
what
I have the
I'm telling.
transcript. It
Whatever.
says,
That's
there are
what I
helicopter
said.
parents who, their kids get away from them. Ha ha ha. And there are neglectful
ha.
parents
Nice.
who, that was your laugh on the transcript. There are neglectful parents who one day it ended up being their worst nightmare.
Yeah, let me
I'm speaking
explain
about
before you
Brandy and
continue.
Tyler.
Hold on.
Pause. Just from what you just read, she's not stating anyone specific. I mean, that's an honest statement right there. Like, there
She
are
doesn't
neglectful,
have
there
to
are
say their name.
helicopter
She doesn't
parents
say
whose
Brandy
children
and
get
Tyler
away
this.
from. I'm going to keep talking. Okay, so there are helicopters parents whose children get away from them, and then there are neglectful parents who have it. I don't know. I don't see what you just read as an attack directly on them.
Because she didn't say their names, but what she
Because-
said right after that, she's still
Because it
referring
fits their
to
narrative
them.
to hate me. That's exactly what this is. And you could try to
No,
spin it
it's not.
that I'm just being the big
You
old
were
bad
speaking in the
person.
past tense, Eve. That's
You're
the part that I
making
want you
it-
to explain. You said
No.
there are neglectful
There have
parents
been
who-
in the past, guys. Listen to
ended
me.
up being their worst
There are
nightmare.
there are parents in the past, unrelated to Brandy and Tyler, unrelated completely. There are people in the past who have been the best parents and the worst parents who have lost their children. At the end of the day, they're missing and they need help.
I was there. I watched.
What was
I
okay,
saw
so what was
and
the part
heard
that
what you
comes,
said
what was the
after.
part that comes next?
I didn't write that part down. I wrote her quote
Of
that
course.
she was. You can speak all day long about, creators. Creators do that. They talk in code. They give each other like nicknames. Like you call me Bangs. You don't say crime sleuthing. You call me Bangs. You're still talking
You
about
said
me.
that I edited information from a suspect and you sent it to law
Eve,
enforcement
I was
and that I deserve
speculating. I was
cuffs.
wondering.
You didn't
how in the
speculate. You
world
accused
when-
me of a crime, which is criminal in itself when it's not true. And so therefore I do need to go.
I pointed out the fact that for his first 3 interviews, he had a completely different story. His first 3 interviews with Brooks. And then he went on with Eve. She said she had talked to him on the phone several times. And so January 8th, 9th, and 10th, he was on with Brooks. The 17th, he was on with Eve. The 18th and the 21st, the 28th, the 29th, all of those have the exact same story that was put out on her interview, where she led him, like we're all complaining about. She did lead him in many areas. one point she said, "You know what, Stacey, let's just say you were here at this time." Okay? She did lead him. And then I don't know if he was taking notes or what, but his memory was a lot better
But
after that.
I agree that it is a leading statement, but her time isn't different from what he said on Brooks, so it's not a change. She didn't change
Oh, no, it's very
something.
it's very different. On Brooks, for example, he said he left the house between 12:30 and 1, and then he changed it to 1.
On Brooks, he did, yes.
On Brooks. And then the next interview, he said 1 to 1:10. And on the third interview, he didn't mention anything about the time on that one. Okay, so once he spoke with Eve, his time changed. He said 1, and then after that, it was always 1:30, the
Okay,
time
what
that
was
they
this
agreed
about
to.
leaving the house?
At the time that he left the house, right.
Okay, let me just pull it
Okay.
up because that's the splash pad, so let's just pull it up. We will oops. Sorry, my thing automatically started.
You're
Okay.
fine. I have, like, the transcript.
Well, we don't need it. We got this right here. It's got
Yeah.
all those interviews with the times listed, and so we can watch and
Good.
see if that happened.
Okay. I think it would actually make more
We know you
sense
left
to
at this time. We know you got back at this time. Did they tell you what time you left?
They told me that the time I left was matched up with during the day you're talking about when I went for the taxi ride. Yeah, they matched up with when I stopped at the splash pad for the couple seconds that I did. Yeah, absolutely.
So the time you left to when you stopped at the splash pad to get your tobacco.
Yep.
Now, I'm not putting words in your mouth. Does it align with when Michael was abducted?
No, this happened at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:10, when I stopped. When I stopped to get a chew.
Okay, so there he says 1:10. All right, let's keep going.
No, police did not. There was no other videos to show me in. The splash pad was the only video that they had.
Justin said, "Why were you all at the splash pad? You have no children." Do you mind telling the story again? People come in late, and some people are behind on chat.
I know. So I stopped at the splash pad about 1 to 10 in the afternoon
1.
because I lost my chew. My chew had fell on the passenger side, far side of the floorboard, and I couldn't reach it. So I pulled into the splash pad really quick. That was the safest spot to park in. And I got out of the car, walked around the vehicle, grabbed my chew, walked back around and left.
Did they show you a video of you arriving at the splash pad or leaving?
It was recorded. Everything. They recorded the whole thing. It was on CCTV or whatever. I don't know what it's called. It's just neighborhood watch.
Oh, I got you. You stated that you had.
Okay, so on Brooks, which is the only interviews he had done prior to Eve's, was 1 to 1:10.
It was on CCTV or whatever. I don't know what it's called.
Here's
It's just neighborhood watch.
Oh, I got you. You stated that you had left at about 12:30 to 1, maybe 1:30, and you had stopped at the splash pad because your snuff had slid to the other side.
Correct.
And that took what, a minute tops to get that?
Yeah.
Get that figured out? So you walked around your car, you parked at the splash pad, walked around, grabbed your snuff, and then got back in and headed out. Is that right?
Okay, so Eve asked him 1:30. That is 20 minutes later. Let's see what he does after.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell everybody the exact time they have you on
Well,
camera?
she didn't ask him, though.
She told him 1:30. Yep.
You're getting your snuff.
1:15.
1:15?
No, sorry, 1:30. 1:30.
So yeah, he says 1:15 and then he changes
she
it to
corrects
1:30.
him.
He changes it first and then she
Have you on camera at the splash pad when you're getting your snuff?
1:15.
1:15?
No, sorry, 1:30. 1:30.
Okay, yeah, that's what I remember you telling me. So, so could you go into any information as to them? Do they show you this footage at any point?
It was literally just a direct image of the Lexus parked in the parking spot that I parked in. And that was it. And recording of me walking around the vehicle to get my chew, and that was it.
I see.
There's no other images of the people around, the people in the splash pad. There's nothing.
Believe that you was at the splash pad
Okay, so now let's see what he does after that interview.
around 1:30 that day. Is there a reason? And I guess this would have been before you went to make that run to your taxi ride?
Yeah, so I stopped at the splash pad because I needed to get my can of chew that had fallen into the passenger side floorboard, like the farthest away, so I couldn't exactly just stop and.
Yeah, I understand. For people that are watching that don't understand, the splash pad is a little park at the beginning. I would say is that 8th Street, Stacy?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little splash pad at the beginning of 8th Street, and there's a little parking lot because even when I was there, it was an easy place for me to pull over. So I pulled over in that same parking lot that you would have pulled over in. And you say that you had your chew, you had to get it out the car. So that would have put you on. That's why your vehicle was seen at the park that day, is because you were getting your chew out of the vehicle.
I stayed home.
Okay, so that time is 1:30, but also Dolly led it as well. So it's not the only lead from a interviewee.
I got the taxi phone call. I left about 1 o'clock. I stopped at the splash.
Out of the vehicle.
I stayed home. Got the taxi phone call. I left about 1 o'clock. I stopped at the splash pad about 1:15, 1:30 ish.
Okay.
Okay, so 1:15, 1:30-ish.
I don't know. It was in between 1:10, 1:15, 1:30 ish. I don't know exactly. It's so long ago, but
Hey, can you pause for
Why
a
did you stop at
moment,
the splash
please?
pad?
so I went to.
Yeah.
So on Dolly's though, there's one that you missed. The first time he answered, he said 1. I wrote it down. He said 1 o'clock was the first time, and then he changed it to
If you
whatever he
grab me
just
that
told me to put.
timestamp, I'll pull it up for sure.
Okay, I don't have it right now, but
A Big Dipper. A Big Dipper.
Right.
So I went to pull out my can of chew from my pocket. It had fallen. I didn't apparently have a grip on it enough, and it fell on the passenger side, like up against the floorboard on the far side. And I couldn't reach it. And I was really big at the time, like a lot bigger than what I was now, what I am now. So I couldn't just reach over the console to grab it. So I literally had to get out of the car to get it. So I did that, walked around the vehicle, opened the door, grabbed my chew, walked back around, got in the car and left.
Okay. And that was at what time?
Give or take 1:30-ish when I left.
Around did when you dropped the chew, did you get out and walk like around the car?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, honey, elder did.
Okay. Now, how long was you at the splash pad?
Maybe like 5-minute stops.
5-minute stops. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The police actually showed me a timestamp at 1:30 of me being at the splash pad. So
okay.
That's why I'm saying 1:30. I was there for sure.
Okay. So they have you
okay,
there. All right.
if you
On
could
video, yeah.
pause for
And
1
they
moment,
have
please.
you solely
Give me one
going around the car,
Correct. And getting
grabbing
back to
that
it.
snuff, and then getting back.
Okay, so if this is the interview, this interview with Justin, and then the one with Donna, and then Lauren and John, and the other girl I won't even talk about.
Yeah, I didn't put those in there for a reason. So
That was just antagonizing. So from those on, Justin's on, he always said it was at 1:30. I know because they showed me a video, but he didn't say that on any of his other interviews. It was in Eve's interview that she asked about that and said, "Oh, hey, what about this timestamp at 1:30 where they have you on camera?" She is the one who suggested that to begin with. And then from there on, that is what he kept saying over and over in all of his future interviews. She helped him with that. That is one thing that people have an issue with.
So
Instead of
you
just saying,
are disappointed that she helped him with 15 minutes. That's your
yes,
argument,
you
right?
shouldn't lead a suspect on
I'm not saying it's right or
questioning
wrong.
them.
I'm just asking you the
Yeah.
question. Like that's what your argument is
Well,
that
it's about 30 minutes, because his time did vary from 1 to 1:30.
Well, it always
So
started out at 1:10, both times on Brooks. He says 1:10, then he says 1 to 1:10. So I mean, I'm gonna, and then he's always fluctuating between 1:15 and 1:30. So I'm gonna go with 15 minutes. Like,
yeah.
But my next question would be, how does this change anything? Because law enforcement know exactly when he was at the splash pad. We don't need to know. Like,
Yes.
it's nice if
Yes.
we know. It'd be great if we know, but it doesn't change a timeline because law enforcement have the actual timestamp of when he was there.
Well, it was when Eve came up with these screenshots that he sent her, and suddenly he has photos with dates and times and locations on them that he didn't have on any other interview. He stated that she helped him get back into his stuff.
Yes,
And
I heard that.
right. There are a lot of people
She
that have
said that she
a
told
problem
him
with
that
that.
if my memory serves me correctly, she said, if you want to clear your name, because that's what he claims this whole time that he was doing was clearing his name, then you're going to have to show hard proof. And reminded him or told him, if you could get into your cloud or get into your old photos or something. And then he said he couldn't because of the email address. And she walked him through getting into that email address to find the photo timestamps. I don't see anything nefarious there. That's what I'm saying. That is beneficial to everybody.
But if you then take screenshots from that person and put them out as receipts, even though the dates and times and things can be changed on them, I mean, what do you think of that? I mean, she did put them out as if they were actual receipts.
Is that you, Tits?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. So I get I know that you have since gotten timestamps from him. Are they wrong? Are they inaccurate timestamps?
The screen recording thing that he sent me, well, I mean, it's already on there from what he sent her. So it's the same as what he sent her.
So then it's accurate. I'm
No, I'm
not
saying
following what you're
accurate,
saying.
no.
Here. I'm sorry.
It's what he sent. We don't know if the date, time, or location has been changed on those. That's why I put out that video showing how you can do that. You can change. I pulled up a photo from 2010, I believe it was, and change the date, time, and location
So
on
I
it.
can.
To show you can do that and then take a screenshot of it.
You have iPhone, I'm assuming, right?
No, I have an Android, just like him.
Okay, but
He did it on Android.
weren't his original photos because they were in the cloud?
No. There was only, I think, one or two of those. I think the one with the hat and the one. Now I can't remember which one. It's not the there's 3 photos that are of particular interest. The ones that he took that are timestamped 9:56 p.m. When he did this little screen recording and he sent it to Eve, he showed the other photos and there was one that said iPhone. I don't believe there was even 2. There was 1. The others were Android, and you can totally change the date, time, and everything on those. The one with iPhone, no, of course not, because it was sent to you or
Okay.
shared with you, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the iPhone ones you can't I could change my own in my setting, like in my phone, but if I'm sharing it with, say my daughter, I can't change it after it. Like I can't go onto her phone and then change it, obviously.
Of course, right.
But
The
yeah,
the
I guess
other
we'll
ones
have
that
to
he
look
was
into see which
using
ones were Android
the
and which
337 one the 337 one was Android, and that's the one that he has, at where he said at first it was A&W in Ontario and then A&W in Payette. I'm not even sure, honestly, based on the photo and the buildings nearby, you can't really tell. But anyway, and then the ones at 9:56 p.m., those were also taken on his phone right there. But if you pull them up, you can move them around. That's why I showed my video. Like I moved them up and down a day,
look at your
changed the
video.
time and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Because he was saying that
Tracy.
you couldn't change them. And I'm like, of course you can. It's an Android. If you took the picture, you can change it.
Sure, but here's the thing. I want to address Tracy's comment here is that a lot of this happened way before Michael went missing, so I'm not sure how it's relevant except for to hate on one
Well
another because the time that matters is that his dad saw him at 6:30. So from 6:30 on is
the
when we should
9:56
absolutely be concerned about, which the 9:56
Well,
one
the
would.
337 one I feel is relevant because he was just at a park and splash pad in right there in Fruitland, right? At 1:30. 2 hours later, he's across the street from one.
Yeah.
And I think that there's something there. And there's a couple of things I can't say. I do apologize. I've emailed you about that.
So you have an opinion on that, and I don't care. He's a suspect. Have all the opinions you want on it at all. But how is your having an opinion on that different from somebody else's opinion? As like, wait, they said 7:10 for until like what would it have been January or March of 22? Like that's a big deal to that person to where the rest of us it might not be. So that's where I'm not understanding this like visceral hate towards one another over opinions or over misunderstanding the quote unquote evidence?
I think it's the fact that she accepted these screenshots as fact and put them out. Her title and everything says receipts. It says verifying receipts from Stacy. And so she put them out as fact. And knowing that you can change the date, time, and locations, you can delete photos and then take screenshots. You can do all kinds of stuff in your phone. But so accepting those as, hey, this is real. This is really where he was at 3:37. This is really where he was at 9:56. When even his story on that didn't even make sense. The trip alone from 9:56 p.m. to home was a 50-minute drive. So there's no way he could have made home in 25 minutes, as he said over and over and over.
Which is what I think her point was that night. You keep saying like she changed the timeline. It's like, well, for one, she can't fucking change the timeline. Only law enforcement can do that. We don't even know the actual timeline. And for two, what it sounded like she was doing to me was just trying to sit, lay it all out and say, look, he claims this happened and that happened. No, he would have had to leave by 9 a.m. to make all those things happen. She's just trying to make it fit based on the one thing she considers a fact, and I think a lot of people in this community do, is that he was at the splash pad at between 1:15 and 1:30. But I think most people consider that to be great speculation that was the time he was there.
Right.
So I don't see
and
the
also many of us doubt how long he was there as well. He did change that around too. It went from I believe the first time he said was 5 minutes, and then the next time was 30
Yeah, it went like
seconds,
30 seconds to 5
He
minutes.
could have been there for half an hour for all we know. We don't know.
We don't.
Or 25 minutes,
We don't.
We don't know. But I'm sure law enforcement has a pretty good idea.
But can I ask a question, Crime Sleuth?
Yes.
How does that mean an attack on Eve?
Yeah.
Because she's questioning all possibilities. How does that mean you attack her?
Because she's taken things that a suspect has sent her and accepted them as kosher, while still pointing at the same time in the same content, pointing fingers at the family, the parents and the grandfather. And yes, she has pointed fingers at the grandfather many times. And she did that based on Donna Serafino's reading that she did. Serafina, I think her name is.
Serafina,
where
yeah.
she had said, she was picking up a man and, the alive grandfather.
But see, I
She
don't
has
see
said
it
that
that
before.
way. I see her as questioning all possibilities. And I think that in true crime, that's what we do. We question all possibilities. So I don't see it as her attacking one or the other. I see it as her questioning everything that could possibly happen.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. I feel like a lot of things that you guys have said are attacks, are her speculating and questioning. Is it something I would do publicly? No, I don't. But a lot of people do on a lot of cases, but I don't see that as an attack. That's why I was asking, like, is there something more than just this that's like what Callie said, which I don't think is okay at all. Someone saying that what did Tyler do to Michael? I don't like that at all. I don't like it when people do it to Summer when they're out there screaming, "Where's your baby? Your baby's dead." No, that's horrible. If
Well, and that was what I came up here
if they are
for.
guilty, then that, okay. But we don't know that. We have nothing that points to them being guilty, nothing that points to them being involved, and yet people are screaming that at someone. What if they're innocent and you're the person that screamed that? No, I don't think it's okay at all. But she said that Eve insinuated that Tyler called the taxi service to have them help with burying Michael in their backyard.
This is true.
I never
I saw it.
heard that.
Wait, was that?
Yeah, that happened. That did happen.
Callie, if you could give me a timestamp on that, I would truly appreciate it. Because that would be something that would be attacking the parents, in my opinion. Absolutely.
One, if I could just ask a couple questions that came up here to ask, but one of the questions was, how is it okay to go after one set of parents and not the next? And I don't think that's right on either case, but it's amazing to me how it's okay to attack Dawn and Candace, but it's like frowned upon if you have any thoughts against Brandy and Tyler. It doesn't make any sense to me because the majority of the people have no problem putting Dawn and Candace as, they did something to Summer. but you can't even ask a question on Brandy and Tyler.
Yeah. Kiko just said, yes, crime S, you brought up the Wells last night. I didn't bring up the Wells last night or any night. I don't go after them. I never have, ever. I've completely left
Yeah,
that
but a
whole
lot
thing
of these
alone.
people have
It is a
that are
way,
now
it just,
attacking Eve for even having questions. They're the same people who say Dawn and Candace are guilty.
I know. I know.
Right. And I do agree with a lot of people are saying in chat. I know it's like 4 minutes behind that, like, do you have proof that they're not real? Because by stating that they're not real, it's just speculating the same way you're stating that they are real is speculation as well. But
Because it's just he is a named suspect. He's in her chat cheering her on. It's just it just has a really bad look. It just really does.
yeah, I agree. It has that has a bad look. You know what else has a bad look? Getting really freaking personal with the dude and like talking to him about marriage counseling and your husband and
You know, I haven't
movies and this and that.
make it
I'm not
clear,
saying you're
I haven't.
involved in that. I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying, you know what else is really freaking weird? That is a lot of this stuff is really freaking weird. And
I
to
think you'd have to know Brooks as well, and maybe you'd need to know Eve, right? We all, there's people in this chat right now who are saying hateful stuff about me
I
who don't know
know
me.
I've tried to stop
Don't
it
know
on
me.
all sides.
It doesn't bother me. I
Well-
mean, you remember when I was new, I would start crying, right? Doesn't bother me anymore.
Well, and here's the
It's
thing.
just
Can I address Kelly Dime's question? She said, do you think it's okay for people to come to Brandy and Tyler's work and call them killers? Do you think it's okay for people to take down monkeys missing poster flyers? No, I don't think that's okay. But also, did
Yeah.
you think it was okay for people to get Don fired from his job by going
No, I
outside
do
of
not.
that?
I do not.
That's where a lot of questions have to be had because, it's almost become it's okay for one but not the other. And one of those creators was part of it. But yet they are so gun-ho and you don't talk anything about Brandy and Tyler. But it was
Yeah.
okay in that situation.
Somebody asked me how many times I've talked to Stacy behind the scenes. It was like 2 or 3 days worth of phone calls, and it was all him calling me. I
You
think 6
said
or 7 times.
I thought you said last night on Purples you had over 6 phone calls with him.
It was 6 or 7, like I said in my email to you. I haven't, actually
Sorry, I might
counted
have
them.
missed
I
that email.
believe it's 6 or 7 total recorded phone calls. And they were all to me, not from me. So, once I texted him, I sent you the text thread. He just started calling me constantly after that. And, "Well, don't you wanna hear
Well,
my
he was
story?"
hoping to get some money out of you, it looks
Yes.
like.
Exactly.
He's hoping to
And
do but and the thing is though, like, accusing of I've seen some receipts now. I'm not gonna put them out because I don't know that if I'm supposed to or not, on the money that went to him from Eve, and it's not a substantial amount. And but here's the thing, a lot of these creators are giving him money and doing a lot of weird things with him.
Well,
How is any of it right? Any of it?
I
Yeah, I
don't
agree.
know who all has or hasn't. It's not just the money part. It's for me personally, just my opinion, it's as I do know for a fact, and I need to get permission to send something to you. I know she said has the name of who it was in and whatever, but I'm gonna email you something on that. Okay. I have an issue with the hotel, and calling him 2 separate Uber rides.
I will
I
say
don't
she
like
did
that.
not send him money for a hotel. She
No,
did.
it was reserved in a separate name, paid for by her.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
I'd like proof
That
of
is what
that.
okay.
No, wait,
Great. I mean,
time out.
if we could clear that up then.
What is your proof of it first? Let's ask that. What is your proof of that happening?
I'm saying I have received proof. I mean, I haven't, that's not something that I have been given permission to share.
But what is
I
it
have
though? Like, can you
seen what
tell me,
I've
like,
seen.
was it a
The
receipt?
reservation,
Was it
the
a
reservation information with the name on
so
the room.
you've
And so she may be
received-
talking about a different hotel. There's 2 hotels, right?
I have no clue how many hotels there are.
There
You
was
received
2.
a reservation receipt with a name on it, somebody else's name or Eve's?
A week's worth of hotel.
A week's worth of hotels.
But he hasn't been in a week's worth of hotels.
Yes, he was. He was there from.
No, he hasn't.
Wait, let me just get the info down first
Look at the
before
date.
we. Okay, so you received a receipt of a reservation of a week's worth of hotels reserved in Eve's name or someone else's
I'm
name?
not going to say the name.
No, I don't want you to say the name.
Yeah.
I'm just saying like in hers or someone
Was
else.
not in Eve's name.
Not in Eve's. Okay, thank you. That's all I'm asking. But you're saying that she facilitated that.
Yes.
Okay, so your claim, without any proof to us, just your claim, honestly, is
So
that
we can just say it's my opinion, right?
well, it's your claim. It's an accusation, actually. Your claim is that you have seen a receipt of a week's worth of hotel reservations reserved in someone else's name for Stacy Wandra that Eve facilitated.
Yes. And Thursday. Okay, so what was the day I talked to him? I believe it was a Monday. Yeah, it was a Monday. The last time that I talked to him was on a Monday. So I think I talked to him on like on Sunday and Monday, if I remember correctly. But on Monday, he actually told me that Eve had paid him up until Thursday, and that was why he was wanting me. He was like trying to wheel and deal me. He first wanted $230 to pay him up until Thursday. He said he was getting $2,000 on Thursday from his job.
What day did he tell you this?
It was Monday before last Thursday. So
The
whenever
Monday. Yeah. Okay. So.
And do you not think
And
he
then-
was just trying to play
Trying to get
you?
more out of yeah, that's what it sounds like
of
to me. He's
course,
trying to
because as
squeeze
soon as
you.
because as soon as I said no, I'm like, no, I'm not paying for your interview. He was like, well, okay, how about just 2 days worth? He started with 3, and then 2, and then finally, okay, how about just $70?
So when he makes these claims and he's obviously trying to squeeze money out of you, do you think that I don't know, to me that kind of it invalidates it
Well,
because it's
the only
obvious what
reason
he's
that
trying to do with all these creators.
Yeah, well, it wasn't until after I talked to somebody else, they were like, well, yeah, that is correct, and showed me the information that matched what he said. That's all I'm saying.
But matched who?
That the other person who had said that she had paid for a week. It was between the dates of the hotel was between the 8th or 9th. Or was it the 10th? It was that week that he didn't do an interview. Do you remember that week? It was like
No, I
the
remember
10th to the
when
17th.
he was
Yeah,
supposed
it
to
was the
shut
10th
up.
to the 17th. Yeah. It was in there somewhere, but that was his first hotel. Then he went to a shelter, and then a few days ago, now he's in a new hotel.
You know a lot.
And the last time I talked to him on the phone, he told me he's freaking out because he really, really, really please do this interview. He wanted $150 an hour. I sent those to Steve. And then when I said no, he got kind of crappy. Oh, well, I'm just going to go to national media and make the big money, blah, blah, blah. And
Well,
I haven't talked to
national
him
media
since.
is not going to pay him. We already
No,
know
they're
that.
not.
What
Yeah,
do you
I
know
know.
what he got paid by hidden true crime? Because I know a different amount, and that may make up for some of what you're thinking Eve paid him, because Eve didn't.
I don't know anything about any of that. I haven't talked to Lauren or her husband or anything like that at all. Don't know.
But I think you guys are blaming Eve for things that you don't have proof about. And maybe
Well,
somebody
also,
did pay for a hotel, but, and I'm sorry if I'm talking like a 13-year-old. I'm still trying to get over the flu, but 13-year-old boy who's going through puberty. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, maybe there's something that you're blaming Eve for that Eve isn't the one involved.
but his interviews with Hidden True Crime was on January 27th. And then with her husband was, I think it was also the 27th that they played it, on the 28th.
No,
So
it was
this
the
was
day
way
before,
after.
the day after.
Yeah, one was the day before.
Okay. I couldn't remember if it was before or after, but January 27th is 10 days after he was in that hotel. And I don't know if somebody sent you like Cash App receipts or whatever, but you can hide Cash App transactions and then take a screenshot of what's not there. Just so you know.
Well, of course you can. My question though is you guys, and by you guys, I was just reviewing, you and Purple were up on that stream, and I did watch when you came up for a little while, are making a lot of accusations though, and they may very well be true, but I haven't seen any of the proof of it. And I think it's pretty harmful to do that to other creators and then get upset if like they do something back to you in turn if you're throwing these things around. But then also, and the part that I truly do not understand, your friends are paying and like people you like and hang out with, and I'm not shaming you for doing that, but it's like, wait, if everybody's
No,
paying,
only
how is it not wrong for everybody? You know what I'm
well,
saying?
first, I'm not friends with let me look at the list here of the
You're not
interviews. I'm
friends
not
with
friends with Dolly or
Justin
anything.
or Brooks?
I only know from YouTube. I'm not friends with her, but I know of her. I kind
Okay,
of know her
people
a
you
little bit,
support
but we're not
online.
friends.
We could word it
So
that way. People you support
really, I
online.
don't know him at all. I'm not friends with him
Mhm.
or the others either. Can't stand the other girl. She gave out location information on a missing child, knowing
What
that the
other
father.
girl?
Yeah, that one girl.
I can't remember her name, but that one that was like right after Dolly's interview is who she's talking
Yeah.
about. It was really
Okay.
weird interview. It was just awkward.
It was bad.
So can I ask how you were all up in Purple's last night while they were doxing Mr. Eve? How is that okay?
Where I was not there during any doxing. I don't know what you mean.
You weren't in Purple's chat last night
Not during any doxing. I did not see any doxing.
while they were doxing Mr. Eve.
Nope, I was not there.
Okay.
No.
And you didn't record the Bullhorn Betty calls and release
Yes, I did.
those?
Of course I
she
did.
do that.
Yeah.
Because she was lying. She was saying all kinds of stuff about what she had secret friendships with Cher, and they had this plan to
Get the info out, yeah. I
set
remember.
up Billy Joe. Yeah, the whole family down there. Yeah.
All I'm
And
saying about that is it says a lot
yeah.
about you because I don't
Well,
record
you can think
calls
that
with
if you want,
anybody.
but she's the one that was in reaction to her going on her channel and trashing me when I ditched her after all that stuff that they did out there, playing the baby crying all night and stuff. I told her off big time on the phone and told her, "You're disgusting. I want nothing to do with you anymore." And so she went live and trashed me, lied about our contact and our friendship and all kinds of crap, and about her relationship with Cher. So yes, I put out the calls because she was lying. It is completely legal in the state of Oklahoma to record a phone call that you're party to. Period.
No, I get it. I just don't record calls personally.
I understand that. And
That's
like I
just
said
me.
during the live, I didn't even know that I had him at the time. I wasn't trying to record her. I was not trying to record her. I had the recording app on my phone for a completely different purpose. Not had anything to do with Betty. I had no idea that I was even recording him, and I was glad I got him later because she was lying
No,
about
that's
me.
your personal preference. I'm not going to discuss that. That really
I
has nothing
understand.
to do with this. It's just my personal preference that even if I had a recording, I don't put it out. That's just me. But that has nothing to do
Well,
with
I have
this.
had lots of very private conversations with tons of people way before and since I've never spoken up. It doesn't mean anything negative about me. You can think whatever you'd like, it's fine, but it doesn't mean anything to me.
This is the problem right here, Laura, is why I don't think most of this, if they were to elicit a confession or something of value, I know how you feel. That's fine. I know how you do feel about each other. I get it. But like, we're just looking at the words. So if you were to get a confession out of him or anything of value, any defense attorney with half a brain is going to be able to shoot that down in court, because if he was paid for all of this crap, like you said right here, you you pay someone, they'll probably say whatever you want them to say. So I don't know. I just feel like a lot of this is
Well,
icky and wrong, and it's not beneficial or helpful. Not saying that there aren't people having private phone conversations that law enforcement can maybe use, but then when you bring those here to this platform and put them out like that, it's going to look
right.
a lot different in court. It's going to look
Yeah,
a
and
lot
I'm not going to play my phone calls with Stacy or anything like that. I've been asked for them, and no, not doing that. Completely pointless.
Is that you, Jay?
I mean, I understand even what Laura's saying there. However, if the information, if somebody pays him $5,000 and he spills the beans and says everything and tells the truth, and Michael is brought home,
Nope, sorry.
I am all for that. Send him the money, send him the cash app because he's about to get arrested anyway. I don't care. Send him the $5,000 if it's going to get the actual verifiable information. Just paying him to come on and lie, I know that's kind of pointless, but there are pieces of truth that have been sprinkled in to what he has said that people have caught.
Okay, so I wasn't going sorry, I wanna put that on pause because I disagree with you, but I want to address this, like, go back to this. Um, I wasn't gonna say who it was, obviously, because it's not my place to say, and I didn't receive, confirmation that they wanted it out there, but so Twin Thing says that, "I did not reserve the room, no, I sent the cash apps, and he paid the hotel. I have the text to match the cash app receipts." So she is
Um
claiming to have paid for some of his rooms.
Yeah.
Which hotels? The first one or the second one?
The point is Eve didn't pay for the hotels.
Right.
No,
Did
I'm talking
others?
about that there's 2
Maybe,
different hotels, that's the point, that's why I'm asking her which one, if it was the first one or the second one.
but here's the thing. Brooks also put his cash app out there. But it was okay for Brooks to do it, but not Eve.
I'm not saying anything about Cash App. I'm asking if Twin Thing, because what I have I just talked about what I have, right? So I'm just kind of curious if information will match mine. So that I can say, okay, she's you know what I mean? That's why I'm asking her if it was the
Well, I
first
don't
hotel
want her
room
to
he was in
dox
first or
herself.
the second.
Here's my thing. I don't understand why it matters. Um, People have sent Don and Candace money. People have sent money for all kinds. They've sent money to JSB. They've
Mhm.
sent money to Fred Hill. They've done all these things. That's okay, but it's not okay to send money for Stacy to have a hotel, for a place to stay while it's cold, for him to have a coat. That's not okay. But it's okay to support these other people. It doesn't make sense to me.
I
It
know Good
just
Nunya
might
because of
Oh,
where he
sorry, go
was during the interviews. He said where he was during the interviews. The first interview, he was at a hotel. He got
that he
kicked
was
out. He
working
told Brooks
for,
he got kicked
right.
out in the middle of the night. That was the one that Eve helped with, according to what Stacy told me and what I got in email.
Wait,
The first
how
hotel. Then
okay,
he
so
went to another
according
shelter and then
pause.
another
No,
hotel.
let's pause for a second. So the very first one when he was on Brooks, my question is, how did Eve help him then? Was she even in contact with him that long ago?
Yeah, she was in contact with him. She's sent him
Has
the
she
Uber.
stated that?
Yeah, she did earlier in your chat.
But he said on that live with Brooks, if I remember correctly, that he was working, like he was trading work for room, well, for room, not board, but for room. And then he had to go find a new place. That's when he had to get into the shelter because the whole back and forth he had with them about he wasn't working, his clothes being smelly, all that crap.
Right. He didn't work, so he owed the money. He didn't have the money, so they kicked him out. From there, he went to the shelter.
And you're
From the shelter, he
claiming,
went to a new
and
hotel.
your claim is that Eve paid what he was owed or what he owed at that first hotel.
Mm-mm. No, this is a completely different hotel if you look at the videos. It is a different in fact, I know it's a different hotel because, on his screen record that he sent to me, he showed where he was. It shows his location. And he also told me where he was, his room number, and asked me to pay it. I know where he is now and where he was before. It's a different hotel. So.
Okay. I feel like we're just kind of running in a circle here. So there's claims of one creator helping monetarily, but we also know for a fact that others have. So how does any of this help? Where's the help in knowing that these creators are paying for stuff? Is it
I would
just
like to
an
know.
excuse to rage on one creator because you feel and others feel that she has been attacking the family?
As for me personally, I can only speak for myself on that. Everybody else has had a long history with Eve, and I've seen it, all along, but I've never spoken on it. I never said one bad word about Eve until she came for me in her life. Period. I never said a bad word to her. I even subscribed to her channel, joined in a chat, asked questions. I was being very respectful. It wasn't until she lumped me with other people who were saying bad things about her when I was not, that I was like, wait a minute. She lost my respect in doing that because I had not attacked her. And then she has doubled down on these attacks, and including me, and on accusations of things like doxing her husband and all that. I've had nothing to do with any of that. I don't agree with doxing, period. If I see it go on, I get out of there. I will unsub. I don't like it. I don't approve of it. I was one of the few who don't really care for a certain creator who called out the person who doxed her. I don't like it. I don't think it's proper to
You
go
called
real
out
live on
AB?
anybody. I haven't seen any of his lives doing that. I don't go in his lives that
Crime
often.
Sleuthing, I disagree. I've saw your comments in the chats. No, you knew what was gonna happen. You fucking doubled down. And
I was
I've saw
never
your
there
comments.
during any doxing. No.
Yeah, no, I've saw your comments lately. Especially in purples. I've saw your comments.
I have gotten very upset with Eve and expressed myself. Absolutely. I feel that just like Lip Locked No More said, we are beside, behind, and in front of her if necessary.
Wait. Let's fucking reiterate Liplock's video because Purple even admitted Liplock commented to her and said, "You took my video out of context. My video was not a dig at Eve. So don't make that a dig at Eve because Liplock didn't mean it."
I'm only talking about defending Brandy. That's all I'm referring to.
Yeah, but
I'm
Liplock did not
defending
mean
Brandy.
that video was a dig at Eve.
I haven't seen that comment.
Purple said
Her
it
video
on
was
her
about
live
defending.
and you were in chat.
In Liplock's video, the point that I'm making, the reason I like that video is because she said a quote that I really liked. She said, "I am standing beside, behind, and if necessary, in front of Brandy and Tyler." And that's how I think we all should be. That's my opinion. They're
That's
not
your
named
opinion.
suspects.
Well, I
Neither-
agree. I've done that this whole time, and I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with that. Why was that directed as some slam towards? I'm not saying Liplock directed it as a slam towards Eve, but it seems like from this video I was playing earlier that people thought it was.
No, Purple interpreted that was a dig at Eve. Purple said, she didn't say who she was talking about, but we all know who she was talking about.
That is
Liplock
exactly what
commented
Eve
on
says.
Purple sharing it, and Liplock said this was not a dig at Eve at all. She was not speaking about Eve. Purple interpreted that way, and Purple went live and said it. That's where the whole thing came up.
Like I said, my only comments on it is I like what she said about standing with Brandy. That's it.
I agree.
Can I ask a question? What's up, Deets?
Hey, Laura, how's it going?
Call you Feet. What's up? All right, I got a question.
Hey, Laura.
I don't know the situation. I don't follow the case. I I know some of the players involved, but my question is, let's say Eve did pay for this hotel room. Why does it matter?
It
Why is
doesn't.
it like a topic that you're like so adamant against crime sleuthing? Like, what if she did? Who cares?
Well, that's kind of what I said earlier is like,
They've already asked that.
yeah, how does it justify, or what does it even justify? What's the, argument here, the point here?
You're saying that it was discussed earlier, but you were just talking about it 5 minutes ago. And you were like she's doing something sneakier. So what? People pay for stuff around here all the time. It's
I
not
agree.
business. Like, who cares? I don't even understand.
I
If
said,
she did,
maybe
I don't even
did you just
understand
get
why
here?
it's being made public. It's her business.
Did you just get here? I've already explained all that.
No, I was listening for the last 20 minutes and you made it an issue.
No,
and I'm
I didn't
asking
make it
her,
an issue. I
why
was
is it
asked
an
a
issue?
question.
Well,
Then you'll
okay,
have
so
to go back because we already went over that
yeah.
earlier.
So it got addressed though in how does this lead towards hate on, because that's where I want to get to. I want to get to the hating on Tyler and Brandy, because I would take a major issue with that. So this money stuff, while gross and grimy on all people, in my opinion, who are partaking in it with a known named suspect. But again, that's just my opinion. You do whatever the crap you want with your money. You're grown. But the hate on the parents of a missing child, that's a big issue. So that's what I'd like to get to the
But
bottom.
here's the thing, Deets. It has turned from the hate on a missing child's parents to the hate on Eve. And that's really where it's turned. Have you not watched AB? Have you not watched Purple? Have you not watched all these channels? They are fucking attacking Eve. They're going for Eve's husband. They've doxed Eve's husband. And why? Why? Because she has a differing opinion?
I haven't watched AB's. I've seen his community posts, and I have seen the. I was sent a few little clips of Purple's night live from last night, which I have not watched it in full, but I saw or heard a few things that happened there. Okay, so here's what, sorry, I got sidetracked by, this is what happened. Someone sends me a screenshot. So you said, I don't know when this was said. If the person who sent it to me can tell me what chat, and well, I think it's Purple's chat. Yeah. When it was said, but crime sleuthing, you said it's not doxing to say anything that person has already said. So stuff it, Crier.
Yep. I actually have a clip of that comment. That was like a night or two ago. Yeah. Yeah, and this is the thing. They're now attacking Eve. Everything has been against Eve.
Oh.
Why? Why? Because she has a differing opinion? Why?
So
Did
we
crime
lost
sleuthing
crime
leave?
sleuthing. Yeah, she left.
Yeah, but she did say that comment. I already saw it.
Yeah, I mean, I have it. I could send it and post it, but Laura asked, "What is Eve's stance?" I think her stance is that she finds like some of the things from Brandy and Tyler suspicious, and I've heard a lot of that, but I haven't heard. Oh, here we go. Welcome back, crime. Sorry, but I haven't heard like the attack. Now, someone in chat said earlier that there was CPS call. That's a big accusation, and that's a big thing here on this platform. Was there a CPS call?
I don't know anything about any CPS calls. I do know that Eve posted.
Brandy and Tyler.
Eve posted a lot of very nasty, like criminal record accusations, screenshots of court records and things on Tyler on her community page and in a video.
Well,
I'm sorry, Eve posted what?
Stuff about Tyler.
Well, yeah, he does
Like-
have a criminal history.
But that's just going too far.
But it's okay to post Don and Candace's criminal history.
Yeah.
That's okay, but it's not okay to post Tyler's criminal history. Is that what I'm hearing?
and
That's what I'm
implied that
hearing.
he had something to do with Michael's disappearance.
She implied.
But
Okay,
it's
so
okay
there
to
I have
say
an
Don and
issue.
Candace had something to do with Summer's disappearance because of their criminal history, but you cannot post Tyler's criminal history.
I
Is
don't
that what
personally
I'm
go there.
hearing?
I don't know. I can't answer for others because I don't go there.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, essentially. So it's okay for one, but not the other.
All right, I got to interject here. It's not okay for anybody to go after parents of a missing child, period. Period.
No,
Not
I
Candace,
agree.
not anybody. There are certain lines you don't cross. If they have been cleared by the police or they're not sitting in prison, then you have absolutely no right to play detective and try to go after missing kids. Go after a missing kid's parent. Now,
I agree.
if you think that the parents might be guilty, then stay the fuck away from the case, just like I did with this one. Just stay away from it because your opinions don't matter. Your opinions could actually hurt that child. And what I mean by that is, let's just say he's alive somewhere. Let's say he's living somewhere and all of social media is blaming the parents. The kidnapper's sitting back like, oh yeah, keep blaming them. Keep blaming the parents. That's why it's bad. It's wrong. 100%.
Well,
I just
that's
think
what
it
the
can be
topic has mainly been about.
extremely harmful.
Yeah.
Laura, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you feel that is the same for Summer's parents and Michael's parents?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I was
do
one of
too.
those people that stood strong that Candace and Don, you should not be going after them. To Betty, Marissa, Tiffany, AB, I was like literally one of the first ones to stand up and say they're not, I don't believe they're guilty. And even if they are, until they're in jail, you have no right to go after them. You have
I
no right
agree.
to say
I
anything.
agree.
So I stand strong on that because then you have cases like, I can't think of the baby that disappeared or even Michael Vaughan case. I mean, it does happen that some stranger does kidnap the kid. And
It's extremely rare, but it does. Yeah, it does happen.
It happens more than we think because if you really research it, it's out there. The evidence is out there.
Well, it only happens about 4% of the time out of all abductions. So it's a very small amount, but it does happen. Stranger abductions, not like, custodial abductions
Yeah,
and things like
custodial.
that. But Eliza says here, I don't see people hating Michael's parents, only see people hating other creators. That I've seen a lot of and turning this whole thing into a muddy shit show.
Yep.
Who have their own opinions. Even subscribers are attacked as gross. And that's why I've been trying to get to the bottom of is it an attack? Like a CPS call? That would be a big deal. Or is it an opinion said in a manner that you don't like and people are perceiving it to be an attack?
Well, that's my biggest thing is that I believe that the majority of these creators who are going after Don and Candace and literally have no problem saying they did it are the ones defending Brandy and Tyler. And I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right to say that you can have an opinion on one, but the other person can't have an opinion on the other. Either you're going to allow opinions or shut the fuck up. I mean,
agree.
I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah. And that brings me up here, Crime Sleuth, and you lied. You did go up there on Purple's panel last night, and you claimed that if Eve continued going after Brandy and her husband, that you were going to go after Eve's husband. Did you not? Did you
That's
say
not
that?
what I said. That's not what I
Really?
said.
Let's hear it then.
Your issue is
going after her, as in she has been going live after video after live after video, going after
Because she's
all of
going,
us, including
because
me.
yeah, but the only thing is she's doing it to correct your guys' attacks.
No. I don't think you understand. She did
No,
it
I
first
do
to me.
understand.
I would have never said a word about her.
Oh, let's
She
see.
came after me
But has she
first.
doxed you?
Yeah, has she doxed
No.
you? Then okay. What about the folder that you
But
supposedly have?
wait, pause. Has Crime Sleuthen doxed her? Like, I can't hold Crime
No.
Sleuthen accountable for the
but
things other
she
people have done.
no, but she did threaten though. It's
No, I
in
did
the
not threaten
clip.
to dox her ever.
That you're
Yes,
gonna
you
continue.
did.
No, I did not.
It's in the clip, honey. I clipped it. Don't play dumb with me.
Oh, you're talking about my folder.
No,
I don't need to tell you what's in my
not
folder.
I don't give a shit what's in your folder.
You just
Go ahead,
asked.
take them, Laura. I don't care.
You just brought it up.
I
I said I
clip,
have a
honey.
folder. I don't need to disclose what's
You
in my
have the
folder.
folder.
What are these clips that you put back here, Earth?
They're from Purples. This one up here says that if he continues going after Brandy and Tyler, that they're gonna she and Purple are gonna continue going after Eve's husband. You did say that. It's clipped. Why are you
Clip
lying?
1, is that the one you want me to play? Clip 1?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Grandson's getting a bath and he is not
It's sped up, honey. I'm not sure if
Okay.
it's too fast or not.
Jury, how bold they can get, right? And how much lies, how many lies they can try to get away with, and not think that
She must be talking about
there's
herself.
any repercussions for them. There are definite repercussions, and sometimes
Well,
if
you
say
can
it's
enforce
bad
them,
one,
Eve.
like Eve. What are you gonna do, Eve?
Mhm.
To be the one who takes some shit now, but there's a cost to that, and my personal cost, shit, is my husband. My husband's information getting out there. He is not a felon, by the way. That is definitely that is false.
That's a lie.
I don't know what the situation is. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so but it's okay for you, Eve, to go putting out shit.
So you said that's a lie, so you've done enough digging to know his criminal background, at least. Let's finish.
Okay, so but it's okay for you, Eve, to go putting out shit that you have no business putting out. Do you want to be the pot or the kettle, honey? Because definitely you're one of them.
Okay, that I want to don't anybody say anything because I want to finish it. But like that accusation right there, that's what I want to see the proof of. And I'm not saying that like
It's all
one's
over the
right
place.
and one's wrong.
Many
I'm
of
not
us have
saying
had it sent
one's
to
right
us.
or one's wrong. I'm just saying like where's the proof of like she put a lot of shit out. Like I'm
You need to
asking,
watch
begging for it.
Purple's live from last night.
Okay, I will.
So if nobody else has the right to put your husband's shit out there, then maybe you should keep your other people's shit private too. But you didn't, did you? You wanted us to think Tyler was a drug dealer and that he was passed out on drugs the day Michael went missing.
That's how you like it, Eve. How you like it. You go after Brandy's husband, we'll go after yours.
So you said we'll go after yours. You were in on it. You said you were going to go after hers.
Yep.
So you want to backtrack and admit?
So do you have the clip of what Eve said about Brandy's husband?
This
And all
is
the
not
screenshots and all that? I mean, you're
This is about what
completely
you. This is
you
about
are
what
so
you
out of
said.
context. It's
No,
so
it's
out of
not.
context.
Well, what
Yes,
is
it is.
what is okay. What did she
This
say
is about what you said.
about Tyler?
I can't even tell you everything that she said because she said so
Oh, for
much
fuck's
about
sake.
Tyler. She said that he was on drugs and he was
Sorry,
high
Deets.
and on drugs when Michael went missing, that he was out doing drugs in the garage or the back shed and didn't even have a
But here's
clue
the
where his
thing.
son went.
Tyler
Okay, but
is
do you
part.
know, hold on. Do you know that he wasn't?
Yes,
we
we
have
know exactly what
questions.
Tyler has said
How do you
and
know
his
he
time.
wasn't?
I thought you just
Oh,
said that
okay.
it
So
wasn't
most
okay to
drug
go after
addicts, but
parents,
yeah,
Laura.
like someone missing. I was
Well,
getting
I don't.
high
You
in
just
the
said it's not
backyard
okay to go
when
after
my
the
son.
parents.
One at a time. One at a time.
It's not
So
okay to go after the parents.
You're doing it right now, then.
wait, whoa. We're
No,
just
it's
having a
called having an.
conversation. This
I'm
isn't
saying
going
order.
after anyone. She's asking the question. It's not. She's not attacking them at all. She's asking this question to try to understand.
Thank you.
I mean, we have questions
Eve
when it's
doesn't know
the
that
last
Eve does
person.
not know. Eve doesn't know, but she puts it out there as if it's true. That's the whole point.
She
And
doesn't
people
put
who
it
don't
out there as
understand this
true.
don't know her
You
context.
put out so much stuff that you think is true that's fake. Kylie Rodney being one of them. I mean, come on.
Oh, you're funny.
Let's not turn it
I
into
mean,
that.
no,
Let's
I'm
not.
being
I know
serious
that.
though.
I'm
Hey, I
not
know there's a
talking
lot of
to
back
her.
history here. Let's not
But
turn
you
it into
can't.
that.
But you have
My
a
question
point.
is
You
though.
can't bash.
Shut
You
up,
can't
Laura.
bash someone for having an opinion, and then turn it around like you're all so mighty that, you know, she's not allowed to have an opinion. Of course she can have an opinion. Doesn't make it
Okay, so
true.
you're okay with what she's putting on her channel then? Okay,
I have
gotcha.
no idea. I don't watch
Can
her.
I ask a question?
Well, know about something before you speak on it then.
Yeah, but can I ask a question?
Hmm.
Sorry, it sits here. Okay, so Eve has a differing opinion from you. That makes her a bad person?
She has a
Because
differing opinion
frankly,
than
here's the thing with
99% of
Eve.
us.
No. She doesn't. She doesn't have a differing opinion of 99%.
You think that
There's a
less
lot of
than
people who have the
99%?
same opinion. There's a lot of people. And here's the thing, Eve doesn't put it out there. She just puts things out there that make you think and make you think different
No, that makes
ways.
you speculate
But
negatively
isn't
against the
that what true
parents.
crime is? Because we don't know. We're
Well, we're not
not
investigators.
Well,
detectives.
that's what trauma is. That's not what true crime is.
So,
We're not detectives.
you know, yeah,
We
we're not
don't know
detectives
the
at
end
all.
No, we're not.
Well,
So
okay. Well,
let me
that's
hang
my
on
answer.
real quick. I
That's my
want
answer. There's a difference between trauma and true crime, and
Mhm.
she leans toward trauma.
No, she doesn't. I've seen
Well,
Krama. I've watched Ziggy. I've watched all kinds of channels.
Right?
She's not the Krama. She just makes me think different ways.
well, okay.
and that's your opinion, Tits, and you're you're allowed to have it. So I want to comment now while we're on the topic, because Eve says in chat, this is her rebuttal to claiming that Tyler smoked pot. And she says that I did not say that. Brandy said he doesn't smoke cigarettes for 2 years, but he went to smoke in the garage. So what was he smoking? That's all I said. Now we do know he went to smoke in the garage. He said it on Hidden True Crime. But we don't know that he went to smoke weed. All we know is he went to smoke. I think that that's a speculation on all y'all's parts. Like, okay, so maybe
Right.
she said he hadn't smoked for 2 years. Well, maybe he was sneaking some ciggies behind his wife's back. That doesn't make him guilty of anything. See,
No,
that's
No,
what
I
I'm saying. Like,
I
there's a
think
Yeah, I
that
agree with that.
here with
when
everybody.
you read something in black and white, like what she just said, and you read it in a decent tone, it's different than when you're looking at her videos and she's going, he snuck out to the shed and said he was going to go out there and smoke. What was he smoking? It's how she says
So
things
what?
that are,
What, you gonna critique everything someone says? What, when someone
it's
says something like that,
it's
you're gonna
those.
like, oh, she believes they're doing drugs. Oh my God, let's go nail her ass
No,
for that.
and since she actually said, what was he out there high? What was he on that he didn't even notice that his little child was missing? She has
That's
said
not
that.
right if she
And
says
anybody
that.
who doesn't know this about her,
God.
I can't help you. You're gonna have to go
No,
look for it
here's the
for yourself.
thing. Here's the thing I have an issue with.
Damn, my fucking brain
I
hurts.
don't
I'm
care if
sorry.
he was smoking weed, he was smoking a cigarette. I don't care what the fuck he was smoking. Why didn't he smoke it before he woke the baby up and changed the diaper? That's my only question. I'm sorry. I have questions. I'm allowed to have
Wait.
questions.
Stay.
It's
Ask that
in my
question
own
again.
opinion.
Why didn't he smoke it before the diaper?
Yeah, before
Is
he
that
changed the baby's diaper. Yeah.
he did?
Well,
Hang on.
Yeah, he
no, he
did.
I'll
didn't.
pull it. Hang on. I'll pull it up.
But then
Was it
how did
on the interview room is where he talks about going out for a
well,
smoke.
okay,
There's
let's
a
talk
couple
about
different places he
can we
talks.
just talk about one other thing, Deeds?
Yes, that.
This is my understanding based on what Stacy has said. Did you know Chris McDonough was the one to interrogate him?
So Stacy mentioned to Chris and that he told Chris something. We don't know that it was Chris McDonough, but he did say that, and I don't care to share my opinion on that publicly.
Okay.
Blah, 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 blah.
Your opinion probably coincides with mine, which I'll still keep myself. So I
Okay, so
understand.
here we go. This is Tyler's timeline. And like I said, I think it's best just to go with what they say. 1830 is where he starts with his timeline of that day.
Reaction to a really crazy scenario.
We were playing monster trucks in the backyard, on the porch, in the shop, in the house. I mean,
Okay, let me slow it down.
between all three of them. I left him in the living room to go wake Arya up, change her, order pizza, all that
So
stuff.
the baby was sleeping. Aria was sleeping.
Yes.
Okay, she wake her up. Go ahead.
And then
You
came
come
out
back out, right?
He wasn't in the backyard. He wasn't in the living room.
Okay.
I didn't think anything of it because I figured he was playing Switch with Ben in the bedroom.
Okay.
I was out here for maybe 5 minutes. I came back in, opened the door. He's not in there with Ben. I asked Ben where he was. Ben didn't know. Then started to panic and checked the house, checked the backyard.
Okay, so it was wig bug up first and then went out. But
I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, we couldn't. Could anybody hear anything, or was it just me?
Yeah,
I don't know.
hear
I
it.
couldn't. I
Okay,
put it in back chat, but
So yeah, you were. It was. Michael was on the couch. That's the last time. Oh my God, he saw his son at 6:30, and then did those things. Yeah. Then he went and changed Bug's diaper. Then assumed he was in one spot over the other because this happens to every parent, and then went out for a smoke for 5 minutes. But again, this isn't accusing him of smoking weed. We don't know that. So
no, I don't know. I just
don't-
wonder why you don't smoke your cigarette before you go wake your baby up and change your diaper. That's the only thing I have. I have questions. That's
Because
not a
she had
bad
a
thing. I
rash.
do have questions.
Ted,
It
Well,
doesn't
I
mean
mean-
Had a
he's
rash.
guilty. It doesn't mean she's guilty. I just have questions. But
I,
Well,
apparently
I just think
that's not okay
she
in
had
this
a
case.
rash, and that's why they were watching her to see when she needed to be changed, and that's why they woke her to change her. She had a rash. That's perfectly normal
But I
to
still
do
have
when your baby
questions.
has a rash.
So
Have
how
you
is
ever
it not
changed
okay?
a 10-month-old child? I don't even smoke, and I might need to go smoke a cigarette after that.
I'm just
I don't
saying.
know. There's a lot of reasons, and I get you, Tits. It's completely valid to have questions on things. That's not attacking or accusing, but saying he was out smoking weed, that's a different story. That's a different story.
Yeah.
Mr. Eve is here, and he states that they said he beat Eve. What?
They did last
Yeah, they
night.
did. They sure
also
did.
put him as a felon last night.
Mm-hmm. You want to talk about context again? I don't think you want to.
What's his name? What is Mr. E's name? In the chat.
I don't really
Not his
think you
not
need
his
to
real
say
name.
his
Sorry, I know
name.
that came out weird. Like what in the chat, like his YouTube name. I'm trying to find him.
I think it's Mr. Eve.
Mr. Eve.
But
Yeah, he's in the chat. I see him as Mr. Eve.
But do you want to call him what you said you were going to call him, Crime Sleuth?
There
You're
we
going to
go.
call him Eve, Mr. Eve Honey?
You
Is that
said
what
last night that I beat my
Show me where I
wife.
said that.
Violent.
Show me where I said that. I might have agreed based
Just
on
don't, you
what
sound
they were
so
saying
stupid right now.
about
You
your.
sound so,
They
don't
were
argue with me.
stating.
I do have the
one
clips,
at a
okay?
time, one at a
Don't
time.
I'm
even.
trying to answer. I'm trying to
Yeah, one
answer.
at a
Okay.
time.
I heard what she was saying in there. I heard, and I already received the information myself in email. So I knew what she was talking about. And I agreed. I hate women beaters.
Here's the thing, Crime Sleuthin. You were totally for doxing him.
Yeah.
You were
No.
doxing
No, I was
somebody's
not.
husband.
Just
bullshit.
You were all
Nope.
up in the chat. I saw you. You were
No,
so
we
for
discussed.
it.
We discussed. It was kind of satirical, about me
No, it's not.
covering
It's not.
his
It's not
DV
okay.
case. He has court next week, and we discussed how funny it would be to cover his DV case going on. That's it.
How do you know he has court next
I'm
week?
sorry.
What does it
It's not
matter?
okay what you did.
What does
Because
it
I
matter?
got all of it in email. I didn't see any doxing on YouTube, and it doesn't matter if it's true. I mean,
But y'all said it was public record, right?
it is public record.
So why do you have to?
I
But
hadn't
it's
looked
not.
it up.
Yeah, but it's not on YouTube though. It might be off YouTube, but it ain't on YouTube. There's a difference.
Exactly. I didn't share anything on YouTube.
The problem is
that I
you were
found.
You
going
were
for
involved.
Eve.
You were doing it. You were okay with
okay,
it.
whatever.
Hello, think about it. Never mind. I'm not even going to ask you to think about it because it's too much to even.
No, you were going for Eve. You guys' main goal was to attack Eve because
She's been
she
going after
has a
Tyler.
different opinion. Oh, so because no, I'm sorry, I watch all Eve's videos. I haven't seen her go for Tyler. She has questions
Well, you
about
need to watch her
Tyler.
then.
People have questions about Candace because they're the last people with their child. That is okay to have questions, but to attack a creator and go for their husband, that's not okay.
Whatever. That's your opinion.
Yeah,
Okay.
would
She's
you like
doing
it
it
if I
to, she's
attacked
doing it to
you
the
or
father.
went for your
So
husband or children?
she is
Would
doing
that
it
be
to
okay?
her. She is doing it to Monkey's
Is that
father.
okay?
You know what? Have your opinion. You're welcome to it.
Is
I
that
didn't come up
okay
here
if I
for it
go
to
for
be 3 or
you?
4 against 1. I came up here to talk to Dee. I'm not talking to anybody else anymore.
Is that okay if I go for
You are way
you,
off
your
topic.
husband, or your
Get back on
children?
topic. Get back
Is
on
that
topic.
okay?
Get back on topic.
We are on
So it's
topic.
okay.
The fact is,
I get it.
you're correcting your lies.
Well, and
I'm not
I
talking
don't
about you
want her
that crap
gamped up
anymore.
on it.
I have nothing to
like
do
that
with the
either.
freaking
Yeah.
doxing. Move on.
Is
Um,
that okay? That's all I'm
Move
asking.
on.
Is it okay?
Move on.
So
She's
it's
just
okay.
I think that's gonna
deflecting.
have to be the answer. I don't think you're gonna get like the one you want, but
She's wanting
or
permission.
Well,
what
let
you
me
think.
just say that's not okay. I'm not okay with that.
No, she's wanting
I don't
permission.
support that. I wouldn't
Me
support that
neither.
from any creator. That's just me.
Okay.
Even if it was the Dirks, if they did that, I don't support it whatsoever. I would let it be known I don't support.
No, I don't condone doxing. But the fact that you sat up on that panel and said you were that you guys would dig
I said
into
on
it
any
if she went
panel,
after her,
whatever.
you did it. I got you
didn't know.
clipped. Why are you?
Whatever.
No, you know what? You're just too dumb to even comprehend
There's
anything.
Well,
no
hey,
You're not
compromise.
gonna
let's
There's
call
no
not
names.
getting them
call
to
names.
understand.
No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna
Sorry,
call
Dee.
names.
My apologies.
So mom of
Apologize
Gladiator,
to me, not her.
I
I ain't
agree.
apologizing and shit.
I
Well,
just
why are
want
you
to ask
demanding I say things?
one question and I'm done. Has anyone stopped to think about how Brandy feels? All of this and the pampering of a suspect who law enforcement said they have proof Monkey was, well, they have evidence of something, yeah. But I don't know if anyone
Exactly.
thinks that, if they're thinking about the case. That's why I reviewed this stream. One, there's a lot of misinformation about the timeline and even Stacy's timeline, but two, it's like what are we doing, y'all? What are we doing? How is this helping? How is it not muddying? And it feels like, in my opinion, that we're just attacking other creators just back and forth. That's what it's become. It's just the attack on one another is more important than working together or even just, you know, getting along and
No, I agree with you, Deeds.
focusing on his statements, break down his
I
interviews
agree.
if you want to. Like that's fine. It's turned into something more and it feels like it's gonna keep growing bigger and bigger and bigger. And we all know what happens when that happens. I mean, look, not to compare the two, but look at the Wells case.
Oh my God.
No, it's totally
We
like
know
that.
and I mean their case online, not the actual case, but like what has happened to it online. And it feels like this is heading in that direction.
Well, and that's what I don't
This has actually
understand.
been in this direction for a while. Like I said at the very beginning, Brandy specifically asked Eve to please stop calling her son MJ and to please stop discussing her family. And she wouldn't do it for 2 years. Now she's saying she's going to stop calling him MJ, but she's still not honoring Brandy's other request. She wants her to stop talking about her family. She will not do that. You watch.
Can I make
I don't
a
care what
statement
case
now?
I don't care what case I was covering. If a parent ever said to me, "Hey, you know what? I'd prefer if you not cover this case. I'm just not comfortable with the things that you're saying, whatever's going on," I would immediately stop because that parent is going through enough hell.
Can I make a statement now?
Yeah.
One, in the interview with the police department, they actually referred to him as MJ and said that was what he was lovingly called by his parents or by his family. So that's where she took that on from. Two, just because somebody asks you not to cover a case doesn't mean you do that. Have you seen anybody fucking step down from the Wells, from Summer Wells case, when the parents don't like what they have to say?
No.
No.
Have they?
That's
Why
not
is
what.
everything the Wells case for you? But anyway,
Please,
Dawn
can
and
I
Candace has not
speak?
come out and
Can I
asked
just
any
speak?
particular creator. I'm answering your question. Dawn and Candace has not,
No, I'm
never
still
never
speaking.
come out and asked anybody to stop covering Summer. Nobody. Show me
Can I
anywhere where
still
either
speak?
one of them. I'm trying to answer your question because I got to go. I got
No,
something
I'm
I've got
still
going on in half
speaking.
an hour. They haven't done that. Brandy specifically has done that. She has that right. That is her
She
child.
doesn't have that right. It's public knowledge. It's public information. This is a true crime community. They cover all cases. You don't have the right.
Well, she has the right to ask. Absolutely. We all have the right,
She
you know, if
does have the
anything
right to
yeah,
ask.
she does have the right to ask. That doesn't mean that someone's going to oblige that, unfortunately.
Right.
Because it is a
But
well-known
just
public
because
case.
That's
somebody
awful. That's pretty awful.
questions you,
There are
you
plenty
don't
of
want
us.
them
There are
covering your son's
plenty of us
case.
who would honor that request.
Right.
No, so it seems to me that unless you side with the parents, you can't cover the case, which is fucked up because the Wells could come out and say the same thing. And unless you side with the parents, you can't cover the case. That leaves all creators without a fucking content. I'm sorry. This
These
doesn't make
parents are
any
not
sense to me.
suspects. The 4 named suspects in this case are
Right.
Stacy Wandra,
We
Sarah
don't
Wandra,
know what
Brandon
happened.
Shirtliff,
We
and
don't know
Adrian
what
Lucian.
happened.
You don't know anything about the case either.
But we don't know what
don't know
happened,
what
but
happened with
we
either
do
children.
know, I mean, sorry, crime's right. We do know that those 4 are named suspects. We do know that.
But
We
they've
do know
been
that
named suspects for over a
something
year.
I know they have, and I'm
I would think if they
confused on
had
it. I
proof,
have
they would have been
questions on it,
charged.
but it's a fact. It's a fact that at this point in time isn't changed, that they are suspects. And something is there that is leading law enforcement in that direction. Do we have blinders on? Are we all, and I'm saying everybody, so set in what they believe about this case? Person A believes that it is the parents or the family, or person B believes that it's the neighbors, and person C believes it's these 4 suspects. They're so blinded that they're not even willing to listen and look at everything. It's like all they want to do is prove their point that it's the person they believe it is. I feel like that's where we're getting here, guys, is that hyper focused
Well,
on something instead of being willing to take it all in and digest it all.
Can
And
I
that
just say for
honestly is
me
exactly what
personally?
I've done.
Go ahead.
I'm done. I have somewhere I need to be. Have a good
Okay, can I
evening.
just say for me personally, I have followed Summer's case since day one. I have never liked the parents. To be honest, I think they're shit parents. If nothing else, there's neglect. It's my personal opinion, right? But did they have anything to do with their daughter going missing? I have no clue. With Monkey's case, I have followed his case, but honestly, I haven't really delved into a lot of stuff until lately. I've watched a lot of the Twitter spaces. I saw a different Brandy on Twitter than I saw on YouTube. I'm not gonna lie, that's my personal opinion. Um, so yeah, do I have questions for everybody involved? Yeah, I do. Your kid's missing. Who's the last one with them? I have questions.
And that has
But
all
it
been
doesn't
settled
mean that they
though.
had anything to do with it. It doesn't mean Candace or Tyler had anything to do with it. I have no clue what happened to these children.
Okay, let me real quick. This was sent to me because Chronicles of the Shady said that Eve had doxed, and people in chat were telling her she hadn't. So she sent me this clip. I'm just going to play the audio because I don't want to show this anyway. But it's on my phone, so I'm just going to play this real quick. I don't know what live it's from. I'm sure Shady could tell in chat, but it's just 20 seconds. So.
Crime Sleuth, and I got a quick question when it's
Hang on
done.
a second, Laura. I'm gonna play this real quick, and then you can ask her your quick question.
Sorry about that. An eye for an eye. It's only fair, LaWanda. You put a picture of my husband on your profile, right? It's only fair, right? You do realize that when you victimize.
So that's the end of the clip. She said she has a longer version, but Eve does put up whoever LaWanda is.
So Luana is Lana, and I will tell you that was her Twitter name.
And it's okay. So she's putting up her husband,
Sorry about that.
LaWanda's husband's criminal profile as well, just to show all sides that did happen.
No, actually, Eve got Lana. She got her Twitter shut down for doxing.
So what Eve shows is Lana's husband's criminal information, which he was arrested after allegedly failing to register as a sex offender. I don't know, is that where the mix up? Because Eve and her husband in chat are saying, I don't have a DV charge. I'm not going to court for DV. So I don't know where that's coming into
I'm not sure.
play.
I can't speak on that, to be honest with you. I just know that that her Twitter was shut down.
This is out of control. The parents and now another family white flag. I agree. Batgirl, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Which you didn't have to do. Like, that's what I'm asking. Like, is there a way? And now that it's, less people up here, is there a way for everyone to coexist inside of the Michael Vaughan community? I'm going to call it that. And focus on his case and not the attacks on one another. Is that possible? Can we get there? Just stop. I mean, even if it's as simple as I'm not going to watch your crap anymore. I'm not going to engage in playing the back and forth anymore. I'm going to focus solely on Michael and his family and what I believe.
Well, and I guess my question is, based on what you just played, is the person closest to the family an RSO? I don't know. I have questions again. Fuck.
Well, again, please chat, stop saying that I have doxed anybody. I have never, ever doxed anybody. I had a lot of information emailed to me way before any of those lives, and I never even mentioned it to another person or another
Just because
creator.
you go on Purple's panel and allow Purple to do it doesn't make you.
She didn't do any doxing while I was there.
Really? Because you were in the chat.
I never saw any doxing
You were
on
in the
Purple's
chat.
channel.
You were
I have not
supporting it the
seen it.
night before when she was talking about it. We saw
You
it.
are welcome to that opinion. You can twist things around, but I know the facts. I have stood up for
Okay.
people who I cannot stand when they've been doxxed. I would
You're
never
just going to change your name
do it.
again and go by a different name. We know.
Okay.
I got
I
a
had
Laura,
a different.
ask her questions.
This is so old. Seriously, like I had when I was brand new. I had my first channel name for what, a total of 3 weeks, and I changed it. And I've always been the same name ever since. But somebody wants to come at me. Oh, weren't you that coffee chick before? For what, 3 weeks? Get over it.
Let
I
Laura ask her
got a
questions.
serious question. I got a serious question.
I don't want to speak to
And
you,
this is
Laura. You're
for-
awful. I don't want to speak to you.
And this is for anyone. Tits.
Good night, Deets. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Graham, for explaining everything that you did. I still
Laura made her leave.
I'm still very perplexed, no pun intended,
Can I have
on
Laura's
the
question though?
attacks. And I'm open, and I'll post my email if people want to send me timestamps of the attacks. Then I'm happy to dig into it because
Deeds, watch Purple's live from last night.
I
You'll
will watch
find
that
a lot of
one.
stuff out. And can I hear Laura's comment to crime sleuthing? Because holy shit, she didn't have to say it, but she left.
Well, thank you, Wee.
Okay. So this is what I don't understand. Now, I am definitely against going after parents, but everybody
Absolutely.
does have an opinion. And one of the reasons why I have always thought that Tyler was a little sketchy is because, and I never thought she was, but
No,
is
she
this,
wasn't
and I
good.
just want to know other people's opinions on this.
You
And
want me wait, you want me to ask my chat if I think Tyler is sketchy?
no. Oh, I didn't say what I was going to say yet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But
I was like,
how-
wait, no, I'm not doing that.
How do people expect people to not have an opinion or others to have an opinion when his story has changed? But not only that, let's say he did go in the garage to smoke, no matter what it is.
No matter what. Who cares?
We already know that your son gets out. According to the neighbors and everything else, your son has been caught in, neighbors' lawns and on the lawn of somewhere and other places. So as a parent, whether you're stoned on heroin, doesn't matter what you're on, why didn't you take precautions that didn't happen?
Wait,
So
time
maybe
out. Pause right there. I'm not about that because look, it happens in the blink of a freaking eye. I've told this story before when I went downstairs. My daughter was 3 years old. We had just taken Marshall to school. I came back and she was upstairs. I ran down to the basement to start a load of laundry. I come back up, my kid's gone.
and I
And
agree, but I'm saying that's why people have
it can
opinions.
happen to anyone.
I agree, but that's why people have opinions.
No,
That's
I
why
agree.
people think
My son was a runner. My middle son was a runner. Like I went into the kitchen one time to start dinner. He was in the living room. Next thing I know, some great ladies are bringing my son back. I didn't even know he exited. So I get it. My son was a runner, but I also made changes so he couldn't run again.
There you go.
Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna
And I'm not debating why
But
it happened.
no, I
or
get
how
it. And
happened.
that's why people have questions. I understand
Exactly.
that.
That was my whole point.
Well,
That
and I don't think there's anything wrong at all for people to have questions. I think that, but I do think that there should be a manner in which you do it without accusing.
But that's
That's
why,
all I'm
Deeds,
saying.
I encourage you to go watch some of Eve's videos because I haven't actually seen her accuse. I've seen her pro questions that make you think, but she doesn't actually accuse. And the problem is that just because she has a differing opinion doesn't mean that she should be attacked, her husband should be attacked, anybody should be attacked for
No one
that.
should. I agree with that. I don't think anyone should be. Eve, is that you? I want to make sure so I can take the.
Yes, it is.
Okay, sorry. No one should be attacked for having a different opinion. Now, if you're attacking innocent people, not just questioning, but if you are flat out attacking, that's why I said that is a different story, and that's what I've been asking for
But
the
I haven't
past 5
witnessed
I want to
that
hours.
say
from
this real
Eve.
quick. Sorry, guys. I just want to say this. The police is what they say is what we're supposed to base things on as a starting point.
Right.
We don't have much from them. What they have said is that there are no absolutes in this case. They have not cleared the parents. They have named 4 suspects. I want to say this loud and clear, though. Cleared people can become suspects, and suspects can become cleared. There are no absolutes. Yes, they believe a theory. There have been no arrests in a year and some change, which tells me and should tell everyone that they are missing something, whether it be jumping the gun, whether it be waiting for results. We don't know. All we have is speculation. That's it. And that is okay when there is a missing child out there, and you never know when a local will hear something and go, oh crap, I was there that day, whatever.
It's worth a shot because this child doesn't have a voice. That's where my channel stems
Well,
from.
he does have a voice. He's got his mom's out here
What
as
I'm
his
saying
voice,
is
and
he's
there's a
not
lot
found.
of
He's still missing.
he is.
He has not been found. No one knows their timeline. Suspects included, parents included, and from my understanding, Brandy does all of the coming out and speaking, and Tyler has come out maybe twice, 3 times tops.
What?
And so hold on, real quick. We can only speculate, but when Brandy continued to talk about things with the person who was trying to help her put a timeline together, which is what police were asking for help with, and still continues to do so, that is a problem for Michael to get
I
justice,
agree.
because that's going to be in the courts. That's what they need to put together, and they still don't have it.
I
That's a
agree.
problem.
What
So
do
if
you
we're going to
wait,
protect the
let
feeling,
me
hold on,
wait,
if we're going to
wait.
protect the
Before you
feelings
move
of
on,
people,
before you move on, what are you saying? Like, what more are you expecting them to get? You're not satisfied with 640 to 7? Is that what you're saying? You're not satisfied with the
it doesn't
time?
matter what I'm satisfied with. The fact of the matter is that they cannot convict someone, whether they're a suspect or 4 suspects, whoever they're going for. They don't have it. And the public is the one they're asking for help. If you saw anything, please come forward. People aren't coming forward because they don't know what to tell them what they saw when they saw it. And if it's only a window of 640 to 7, they're not thinking. So that's why we go over timelines, which is the biggest issue of its entirety. First of all, timeline. Second of all, there's no CCTV footage to our knowledge of Michael.
No, there's not.
But they have
Brandy said
footage
that.
of Tyler in the splash pad going behind the drainage area. They have the walking man, the Honda Pilot, the Dodge Avenger. They have
Correct.
all of these other people, but in Michael.
I
People
agree.
have to come forward and say what they have seen, not seen something, but they don't know what they need to conjecture on in their brain of that day. And the longer it goes on, people forget things. Or they get bullied to not come to the police station,
See, I
which has
think that
happened.
just from my observation, this is where some people feel like you are attacking them because you're stating like there needs to be this, there needs to be that. So we know that
How's
Tyler
that attacking?
I'm trying to explain it if you'll let me. Like, so we know for that Tyler says he laid eyes on Michael at 6:30. So being
But that's Tyler's
redundant and
statement.
He's not the only
Where
witness. There was 2 other people in the house.
correct.
He's not the only
But
one.
they're minors, and I just feel like that's not for us. That's for law
No, it's
enforcement,
not.
not for us
But Brandy
at all.
has covered that though. She has
He
spoken
has
for
said some
them.
things, yes.
So is that irrelevant or
Well, what part of it do you think is suspicious?
last seen at 5? Older brother. Last seen at 5. Not 6:30, 5.
So you think because older brother went
Older
to his
sister never
room
saw him.
to play video games,
Older
that's
sister never sees him after going to school for color guard.
guard. Right.
That's not something of concern, not guilt, concern.
I think everything has to be questioned.
Well, sure, it has. I get what you're saying. Like everything has to be questioned, but what are we gonna? So we have that at 4:13. Brandy calls home on her lunch break, and she speaks with Michael. So you can say what you want, but we can deduce that he's home at 4:13, and then there's nothing between there and 6:30 when Tyler says that he lays eyes on him before going and changing the baby's
Tell
diaper.
me, can I
Why?
interrupt for a second?
Let me
I'm really
finish my
sorry.
question though. I didn't even get to it, hun. So you've got from 4:13 to 6:30 that you think there's a possibility for something happening in that time frame. So we should, question it and focus on it to expand the timeline.
Absolutely. Why not? 6:40 to 7 isn't working, is it?
Well, I mean, is it? We have Stacy at the
Do we?
corner at the
How?
well, I mean, a strong possibility of it.
Law enforcement hasn't said anything about what exact time they were there.
But they haven't
And why
said
did it take
anything
a
about
year?
4:30 to
Why did it
6:30
take
either.
a year for them to be like, you were here?
Here's the
Because
thing
when
I want you to know. The thing about Eve, I don't always agree, but she makes me question. She makes me think. So
But what
just
are we
think.
questioning? Like, okay, so I get what you're saying. Like, you want to explore that time frame, those 2 hours. What are you going to explore and how are you going to do it? Like, that's the part I'm not picking up on.
Well, watch my videos and you'll definitely see where I'm going with this. But it opens the minds of the locals who are going to help solve this case. Not us. It's what we say.
You don't think
Locals
that
watch me.
everybody in that neighborhood, I mean, you can go back if you say you've covered it extremely in depth, so I'm sure you've watched all of the press coverage. Everybody in that neighborhood, they like showed up and showed out from like 7:30 on that night until, days, weeks, months later. You don't think that they weren't thinking through the entire day? You think that they didn't even have a 6:30 time at that point. I don't think they were hyper focused on 6:30 and beyond. I think anybody in that neighborhood was probably thinking all day, oh my gosh, did I see Michael at all today? Like, I just don't think that it's a narrowing of their minds in that manner. If someone would have seen something earlier, would they not have came forward and said something?
Well, if you're threatened and you hear that other people are threatened, probably not. But if you don't know what you're looking for or trying to remember, unless somebody strikes that thought, first of all, what's the harm in that? And secondly, what if it could help? What's to
So
say it won't? Prove that it won't help.
So for the whole first, they didn't nail down the timeline, the 6:40 to 7 time frame until after his 1 year missing mark. So for the whole first year, what do you think they were focused on? Like, I don't understand this. We need to spark their memory.
That's the only way it's going to be solved, is if a witness comes forward or a confession is made that's legitimate. As in, where is Michael's remains and what happened and what actually happened and the evidence to support it. So whatever that takes, however that happens, until then, what else can you do?
There's a neighbor that this one's kind of messy. There's a neighbor that saw him at let's see, 6:37. However, if you go back and listen to her news clip, she's the neighbor who said she saw him Monday night. That wouldn't have been Tuesday night. But we don't know what any of the other neighbors have turned in, and it's not for us to know. If it's something
Right.
that law enforcement are holding close to the vest, then it's something they're holding close to the vest. They might have a very specific reason for it.
So then do we just not cover anything except for updates? If that's the case, then cool. Okay. I can understand that, I guess.
I don't understand. What are you wanting to cover? Like, if you've already, like, look, this doesn't make sense that, there's a
If I wasn't
conversation with
doxxed,
him at 4:13 and then there's eyes laid on him at 6:30. Like, guys, help me make sense of this. Like, if you've talked about
right?
that like over and over,
I
what
try.
number is there too?
You go ahead and try. And then whenever you become suspicious of something and say something that isn't attacking the parents, but it will be assumed so, your channel will stop for a minute from the hate. Look at what just happened to me and use me as an example of why. On the direction of the mother.
I agree.
That's what's going on.
Sorry, I
All
got a
because
weird,
they think Eve has something
not about this.
to go against the parents.
And that is suspicious to help create a hate campaign against some dumb old creator like me who's just speculating and wanting this boy to get the justice that he deserves. And I don't think I'm going to do it, but I'm trying to encourage the locals who know something. Somebody knows something. To remember, say something, come forward, even if it's little. Just like JD have mentioned.
I don't know. I'm of a different mindset. I don't think us throwing out accusations towards the parents and
It's not accusations though.
But if you watch Eve, there aren't accusations. She makes you think
no,
and
that
makes you
what was
think
just said up here.
differently.
I mean, I get where that's an accusation. Like you could, that's not making you think. We can all see that. We can all look at the timeline and see, wait, there were no eyes there. So when you throw it out in the
But if you
mirror,
don't know
it's
everything and you
strong
haven't listened to other,
speculation.
I'm
That's
sorry.
more than just like asking questions.
But you can't dictate what somebody's speculation
No, you
is
cannot.
warranted or not.
No,
Like
absolutely not.
you can't be the judge and juror of that. And that's the problem. People
But
are making me out to be something that I'm not, and I'm not doing bashing or anything of that nature. Look, we don't know what happened that day, but the person that saw him last, allegedly, Tyler, doesn't speak, doesn't interact, doesn't fight, doesn't claw people's eyes out for answers.
and did we
He has
not hear
Brandy do
this
it
with
for him.
Summer's
That
case?
wasn't there.
So right there, where you go to at the end, like, yeah, I get it. Some people find that weird and suspicious, but then you go and has Brandy do it for him. There, like we don't
It's
know if he
true.
has.
That's
We
not
don't know
attacking.
if he has her. We have heard her say that she wants to do it because she can take the heat and she can take the hate, and she doesn't want that on him because of the guilt he carries.
But
We've all
wasn't the
heard
same
that.
thing said in Summer's case? Wasn't everybody like
Yeah,
Candace didn't come out for so long? Candace was the last one
absolutely.
with her.
Well, I mean,
Blah
yeah.
blah
So
blah.
why are
Blame the
they not
parents. Blame the
both
parents.
criticized equally?
I don't think either one should be. Like I don't know if you guys have me
Same.
like messed up on my belief. I don't think either one should be.
No,
I've
but
ne-
I think when you're in true crime, you do have to question the last parents with them. I think that is normal. That is a totally normal thing. But for some reason, if you question and go after Candace, that is acceptable. If you question and go after Tyler, that's unacceptable. Why?
I mean, it's a great question. I just don't think either should be gone after. That's
But
where I
it's going to
stand. I would
happen no
always
matter
stand.
how utopian of a society you want it to be. You're going to be scrutinized as a parent. It always happens. And I don't typically, me personally, I don't feel good about having to question the inconsistencies and lies, straight lies, that we have all witnessed on those Twitter spaces, including you. And so, or the misinformation or the changes. I don't like having to question that. I don't want parents to be guilty of harming their child. I don't. That's horrible. That's the worst thing imaginable.
Right. And Eve bringing out the Twitter spaces, honestly, I didn't follow Michael's case as much as I should have. It wasn't until I started hearing the Twitter spaces did I honestly hear the real Brandy. I'm not going to fucking lie. That's my opinion. Take it for what you want.
Wait, pause. You you heard, let's not twist this. And this can
No.
apply to every missing parent. You heard a broken shell of whoever she truly was in the past and who
I
she
heard
is
a
now.
different person than I've
I'm
heard
just
on
saying,
YouTube.
like, we
Was
don't
Stacy a
know
broken
because
shell that
we
day?
didn't go through that.
Was Stacy a broken shell of a man that day? All four of the suspects, and they just didn't know what to do when they hit for Michael. I mean, you have to look at
Wait,
it from
are
all
you
angles.
are
Hold up.
you
You gotta
insinuating?
be fair, Deets. You gotta be fair
Are
on
you
all sides.
insinuating that law enforcement have made a no, they didn't arrest him or anything, but they put a charge on Sarah and came out and named them suspects and made all these accusations with absolutely nothing.
And over a
It
year
could have
and still not
happened.
a charge on
I'm not
them.
saying it did, but it could have. It's happened to people over history multitude of times. I'm not saying that's the case, but maybe they jumped the gun. Maybe they took Stacey Wandra's false confession as the truth and it backfired horribly. I don't know.
Maybe Chris McDonough was involved. Who knows? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what happened. We don't know.
No, we
All I'm
don't.
saying is that I have to question. It's just what I do. I watch too much true crime.
No, I get it. I get it. There's things I question. Obviously, there's things I question, but we as creators, I don't know if Tits, if you're a creator, we have some sort, I mean, there's no rules. It's not against terms of service to question or to say this or that, but do we not have some ethics of our damn own to not sling some things? And I'm not saying you are. I haven't watched all your content to know if you are or not. It's just what I'm throwing out here now. Like, do we not? Where's the line?
Well,
Where's the
do
line?
you believe
Like,
for a
look at
fact
what's
that they're
look,
guilty? Do you believe for 100% fact those four are guilty or one of? Yes or no?
it doesn't make sense to me that their involvement. I don't have
Same.
a belief. I don't have a definitive belief of guilt or innocent towards them. But I do know for a fact they are the suspects. And
Do you know that though?
their time, his timeline, his stuff, the crap that he's been throwing out here. Yes, I do know that. We've been told they're the suspect. Like
Yeah, but
I,
do you know that that's true though? The police can lie to the public, and they
they
have in
no,
the
they
past.
cannot, man. They cannot
Yes,
lie to us
yes,
about suspects. No,
absolutely
no,
can.
no.
Yes, look at
They're
the
not
FBI case.
going
Hold
to
on, look at
wait.
the FBI case
Which one?
of the girl from Georgia that went missing, and the FBI said, "This is your guy." Ruined his life. Ruined his life. Won a lawsuit, and it was somebody else. They
Okay,
absolutely
but
can
did
lie
they
to you.
lie? Did they lie about it, or did they
Yeah,
just get the wrong guy?
it was the guilt. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We don't know for a fact that they are guilty of their suspicion.
Okay, well, that's different than law enforcement lying and naming a suspect that they don't believe is actually a suspect. You were just saying law enforcement can lie to us and
But
name
it's not the
someone as a
truth.
suspect when they're not. What it was is they named a suspect and they got it wrong. There's a
Okay,
big
so
difference
I
in those two
apologize.
things.
Let me rephrase that. What if they were wrong? And you went hard
That's
in the
me.
paint for their guilt and tried to figure out, like, because that's what we do on true crime. All we do is sleuth to see what maybe police know, even though we don't know. We play fake detectives to see what they might have. That's what
Well,
we do.
I don't think we play fake detectives. I think for me and hopefully for others, it's more of
I'm more humble about it.
puzzle
That's
and seeing if there's anything at all that we can do that can be beneficial, even if it's just spreading positive public awareness about the situation. It doesn't mean that we're going to do anything at all to help the
right.
case. But this whole like,
Who's the
we have
authority
to
on that?
alert the community and let them know of this time frame so it triggers something. Like, I don't know.
So who's the authority on that? Where you draw the line, like you said, who's the
There,
authority on that?
only yourself for yourself, because
Right.
there's no terms of
And are there
service or rules or
consequences for having an opinion? Should you be doxxed and should you be told to shut your mouth?
nobody
Or
should
else,
be
which
doing
has happened to
no.
me for 2 years. They call me a crybaby for them intentionally getting my Equisearch membership terminated, and I'm not whining about it. This is the facts. They called them because they were upset that I told people that they do not have a planned search for Michael Vaughan. That turned into she's lying, da 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 da, and made up false accusations. LaWanda Westbrook and Crystal Jewel
called one of the people and made up a lie, multitude of lies, and they terminated me. That is disgusting.
Well, and
Where
that's
is
the
the
other
line
thing.
drawn for that? That was on behalf of the mother.
That's another thing, Eve. Can you clarify you did not dox LaWanda? That was her Twitter name.
I'm sorry?
You didn't dox LaWanda. That was her Twitter name.
Her name is her handle. She put
Well,
my
I don't think
husband's
like
picture on her Twitter
I
and
don't
put
think
his
they were
information on her
saying
Twitter.
I don't think they were saying she doxed her by saying her name. They were saying she doxed her by showing her husband's police report or article of her husband's police report.
Yeah. Which has nothing to do with Michael's case. They come at me because they know I'm speaking on things that are too close for comfort. And they are intentionally put there. These people are intentionally around to come after folks, whether
You
it be
think that
me, the babysitter, witnesses, ex-stepmothers. Y'all don't know the half of it.
so what you're alleging is a conspiracy. You're saying that they're
Oh,
conspiring against you
Oh yeah, multiple people.
for
Tell me this: is it
questioning
okay to
a
say,
2-hour
as
time
Brandy
frame.
Neal, I'm going to kill the babysitter? Is that okay? Or I'm going to kill the ex-stepmother for talking to detectives? Tell me that's okay.
Have you never said anything out of frustration or anger in
Oh,
the
but
heat
we're
of the
picking and choosing now, Deets. That's not
How
right.
is
That
that
is
picking and choosing?
illegal.
I'm
That's
saying that across the
illegal.
fucking board. How's that picking and choosing?
That's illegal. You don't go threaten to kill people.
In
I've
private to
never
your
said
friends, you
that.
have never said in private to your friends, "Oh my gosh, I could just kill that wench."
Could you
No.
tell? No, I'm talking
I
about
say throat punch a
sending
bitch.
someone to the bar to hurt her. That's okay. No. Mm-mm.
That's a heavy accusation.
If you look at my content, I put it out the proof of that.
You're saying Brandy Neal sent someone to a bar to hurt the babysitter.
Yeah, her boss, Hilda. I put it out on there multiple times. I mean, if you watch my stuff, you'll see it. She doesn't deny it either.
Yeah. There's certain things that I have actually watched lately, like not even before, lately, that have changed my opinion. I'm not going to lie. Things I didn't even know happened, and I'm hearing it from her own words. And that's what I think people need to go back and listen to.
Well, it's okay to question those things. Sorry, I'm looking for this threatened to send someone to a bar.
Let me just send it to you directly. It's probably faster. Actually, I think someone did send it to you already.
Hang on, let me see here. Okay, wait, yeah. Here we go.
Hey, Laura.
I didn't see these.
Laura's like the quietest I've ever seen her.
No, I'm setting up a live.
Well, it's a lot to hear. So when people don't really dive into a case because they're like, I'm not messing with it. Like Perplex said, I get it. I wish I would have listened to that logic, honestly. But I care too much about this case for some reason. Maybe it's because my little one is a year younger than him, and it scares the ever loving dog shit out of me. So I wanted to learn everything that I could on how to protect mine. Maybe that's what it was. But
I get it.
at the end of the day, suspicion is suspicion. Putting things out there that are known, that have been said publicly, or by the people who last saw Michael Vaughan, is not to be skirted over, no matter what, or how bad it may look, or how people perceive it. I didn't do that. I didn't put a theory out there.
I don't see anything about a bar. I've seen these Monkeys Twitter fan posts before, and again, what I don't know. Sorry, to me that just is not like a shocking moment of her saying to her friends that I'm gonna kill her. But Where I
I
don't
like
see the
my
bar thing.
What happened?
I think she went to look for it. Thank you, Court K, for that. When you said that what she said about Brandy only caring about the attention, and if she wasn't so worried about that, she would have found her son by now. Did she say that?
Can I ask you, Deets, did you listen to Brandy on Twitter Spaces and Tyler?
Yes, yes, I listened to every space they were on.
And so, did you not see a difference between Twitter and now on YouTube?
I seen a difference initially on YouTube, but now I see that same like fire and passion, like that same
Because I saw a huge
determination again.
difference.
Yeah.
It wasn't determination to me.
You.
I
I
don't
don't know.
know.
I
When
guess
I
I
was
just don't
recently watching
see
it,
this.
I thought
That's
different.
kind of like insinuating, and we know she was not there at all that day. She was at work, and I know law enforcement would have all the proof of that. So, like to say, okay, so there's a change in behavior. What does that point to?
Well, exactly. And the thing is that she was at work. Don was at work. I
Mhm.
think people need to kind of understand everything together. And why is it okay for us to talk about one family but not the other? Why is it okay for us to insinuate one family was guilty but not the other? Um, I have questions on both sides.
Well, it is fair to have questions. I agree. Like I said, I have questions myself. I don't know that we'll ever get any of those answers from well, actually Huff says that, time for disclosure will come, so there's that. But I just don't see nitpicking like the same. I don't see it being valid to do it over. There have been how many people that have pretended to be Candace's friend and then turned and played recordings or put out text messages, etc. That was wrong in my book. And I think when it happened to Brandy, it was wrong as well. So the
I
picking
agree.
apart of the
I agree with
minuscule
that.
words and things
I
like
agree.
what I've seen here, how's that beneficial? How's that helping? It's, a
No, I agree.
mother venting
But
to her buddies.
but there is also an obligation when you hear something and you send it to someone to send it to law enforcement, which they did, and then those recordings are out. It's a wrap, and that's what happened. That is what happened.
Okay, that's not, yeah, I have seen that one. She just says I might have to send someone.
Oh, but she did though. And the babysitter tells me on my live back a year ago that it happened and how it happened. So again, if people would just go watch it, if I have to replay it, if that will clear it up, I don't know what to do at this point. But every time it happens, guarantee there is a hate campaign. And this one was the worst one for me. Very recently.
Well, I don't think that it is fair to dox your husband, fair to put accusations on him, charges on him that aren't even his.
Oh, they
And
said he was a felon.
I have no desire to look it up to prove or disprove it otherwise. So I'm going to take you and your husband's word on it because it's your guys' life. So I think that's completely, completely wrong to do so. Um, it's just a shame, y'all. It's really just a
It
shame.
is. For Michael. For Michael, it is.
It's not Eve's fault that it happened, is it? Well, I mean, do we need to keep putting it out there is my question. These are, they've been put out there. They're private moments between friends. I don't know. That's my question to y'all. Should we all agree that that shouldn't have happened to Candace? Should it continue to happen to Brandy? And are we going to do that? Why? To prove our point, to make our narrative work, to make our speculation fit better, to get people to feel a certain way? Like what is the point of putting out the private content? Now the Twitter Spaces, I'm all for that. That's a public thing. I do think that some of the creators, like, I love Michelle After Dark, but her coming out and saying that like them sharing those Twitter Spaces was wrong, it's like, no, that's a public thing. I think that just came from, at the time, she didn't fully understand how Twitter Spaces worked or whatnot. But
part of the
Yeah,
problem,
to me,
though,
Twitter Spaces is like YouTube.
Yeah.
And it's very public.
Very.
I would say that I don't think anybody should get involved with any suspects, but that's just my opinion.
I agree with that.
But try and convince the people in the Summer Wells. I mean, look at how many people have been doxxed in that case, and they have nothing to do with it, or potentially nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
So it's crazy for me that it's okay for one case, but it's not okay for the other. Was that thunder? Holy shit. It's okay for one case, but it's not okay for the other. That's not okay to me. I think there are more similarities in the Summer Wells and Michael Vaughan case than people recognize.
So I got a question though, because I don't follow any of them, but I was told that AB is the one that doxed Eve first. Is that true?
I don't
I
know if
think
it
it
was
was
first, but
true.
I know he did. Well, he doxed her
I think it
husband.
was true. I think AB had the first live and then Purple did it, and Purple brought Levitt up. I don't know if you guys know Levitt, but
She brought Levitt up?
yeah, don't trust him.
I know.
So then why is nobody talking about that?
We were.
We've tried to. And that's the hard part. We've tried to. Why is Eve and Eve's husband getting doxxed the priority of the Michael Vaughan case? Neither of them had anything to do with it. But apparently that is now the focus because Eve has a differing opinion. That's not okay.
It's okay. That's my whole point, though. I feel like it's getting lost. It's absolutely okay to have a differing opinion, but I don't know. I'm gonna go listen to it for myself. Trust me, I am. I
No, watch
truly am.
Purple from
Around
last
these
night.
streets, you got to go with the masses.
But to accuse, drugs and this and that, like that's where I think it's not okay. And if it's not there, then it's not there. That's the accusation that's being slung
No,
right
they
now.
tried to say Eve's husband is a felon. Levitt came up last night on Purple's. Watch Purple's from last night. If you don't have it, I'm pretty sure somebody has it. But yeah, watch Purple's from last night.
And I agree. So, Nene, that's what I was saying that earlier. I don't think it's right for these attacks to say that, like, oh, she's working with him, with Stacy, and blah blah blah. When it's like, wait, you're all doing it. So, no, I do agree with that. I think it's wrong to attack her for that. They're both wrong. Like, they're all wrong. Like, the doxing needs to stop across the board. It's not beneficial to anyone. It's not helping anything.
No, it's not.
Oh, but that's the norm these days.
Right?
It shouldn't be the norm.
I
That's
agree,
the
but
issue.
it is.
If I have an issue with you on YouTube, I'm going to talk about your bullshit on YouTube. I don't even have a platform, but I'll find one to go on and just talk about your bullshit on YouTube. I'm not going to fucking look up your family. I don't give two flying fucks. I don't care who your ex-husband was, your husband was. I don't give a fuck.
You
I'm just going
shouldn't.
to talk about what you said on YouTube. That's
Wait,
just me.
Are you still with the jerks?
No, I haven't been with the jerk since July. So
Oh.
no, that is a misconception too, just so everybody knows.
We're clearing all the air.
It's Tits McGee. Tits McGee hasn't been a jerk since July. There's no fucking crazy conspiracy. I still 100% support them. I'm busy. I'm busy. I don't have time to keep up with everything.
Mhm. I agree with you,
Oh no, I
Stevie.
was just asking because you said you didn't have a platform, and I was like, huh? That's why I was a little
No, I
confused. You
know,
can come
but
on my
a lot of
platform.
people still associate me with the jerks, or some people don't understand, or they think there's some conspiracy theory that I left the jerks, for whatever reason. And it's not that. It's not. If you notice, I'm still in their chats. I still support them. I'm still their number one fucking member. None of that has changed. I just didn't have time to keep up with it. So I
Okay.
just want people to know that.
Yeah, a lot of us didn't know that. See? Educated channel. Deets is an educating channel. And you were the only jerk that actually liked me, Tits. Now
I
none of them
know,
love me.
I know, but hey, I'm still here. I'm still just me, and I'm still just Tits McGee.
All right. That's all right. I can live with it. But you are welcome to come on anytime you like.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, all right, I'm going to get off. I got to get ready for my own. But thank you, Deets, for having me.
Thanks for coming up. Sorry.
Yeah,
I was
thanks,
looking at your email.
Deets.
Have a
Thank you,
wonderful
Tits, as well.
You have a
Peace.
good night.
Have a good night, girls. Thank you.
Bye.
But I just think that I agree with what Stevie said. They're like comparing them and they're both wrong. So it's no comparison. I personally don't think that it's fair to attack innocent people publicly. I'm not saying Eve has done that. I will do my due diligence and research to see if that's happened from the few streams I have watched. I did not see it, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Yeah, everyone screams it, but they show up for it. I agree, and that's tough. I think a lot of times a lot of people can read our tone. If you're not on camera, you can't read your body language, but you can read our tone and the way we're saying things, and it does have an effect. So I think it's something to be mindful of, but obviously there's no hard rule on it, I bet, girl, you're right. I bet 1 out of the 10 people you talk to on YouTube is a criminal, and to be cautious because creepers are looking for opportunities and they are everywhere. 100%. What I don't understand, if Randy knows what it like to be attacked, why is she supporting these creators that attack? I don't know. Kiko. It shouldn't be anyone's priority to dox anyone's criminal record. Same goes for the family of a missing child when it has zero to do with it. Yeah, 2 wrongs don't make a right. The law enforcement term of, oh, these people are cleared. No. But like Huff has said, after a year of intense investigation, they are not the focus of our investigation and they are fully cooperating. So I don't think that they are in the eyes of law enforcement. Thank you for joining. You understand it or you don't? Love, Shambles. I have a record. My record doesn't reflect who I am today. Exactly. One family had remaining children removed for safety. The other did not. Right. When I'm comparing them, I'm talking more specifically about, I'm not saying like, oh, they're identical and we need to compare them. I'm just saying like, I don't think it's right to do that to those parents either. Any parents, pick another case. And when I say that, I can't think of one off the top of my head. I don't think it would be right to do that as well. Okay. Why did her name just fly out of my head right as I was saying it? Athena Strand. It was horrible. It was horrible the way that people instantly went in on the parents. They went so hard for the parents. And I didn't think that was right to do without any proof whatsoever. They were just ready to go in. And I mean, they were saying that because her dad participated in Viking role-playing games, he must have done something to his daughter. And then we find out lo and behold, it was the delivery truck driver. So I'm not making the comparison and saying like they're the same. I'm just like case to case is what I'm saying. Yeah, Cleo Smith's parents. There's another one. Yeah, it's just rough. And I just don't think it's right. I don't think it's fair. But of course, there's no rule on it, as we mentioned earlier, and you can do it. But I don't think you should be doxxed for that now. Children removed or not, they have not been found guilty by law for Summer's disappearance. The same on Michael's parents. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. She was one of the 4%, and so was Cleo. So it happens. It's very rare, but it does happen. And they have been saying, law enforcement in this case have been saying that long before we heard of these 4 suspects' names. So it's something that, they believed wholeheartedly because they did such an intense search. They did a very intense search for that little guy. And so that's what they led him to, was an abduction. It does, Baby Jane, but it doesn't say that you're guilty of something to do with your daughter's disappearance. Thanks, country. I have been missing you. I can't remember if I gave you I hadn't. Yes, okay, good. All right, guys. Holy cow, 6 hours and 15 minutes. I'm going to dig a little more into this and see if accusations have been slung and attacks have been made. And maybe we'll come back. Jin P says, I've been here all night just sitting on my hands. I have a nasty cold, so not feeling like arguing. Well, good, Jin P. I hope you feel better soon, love. There are also addicts who had their world spun up. She's talking about the Wells, by the way. Never hasn't come yet to really say never. Maybe they will get them back. I don't know. It's possible. Thank you for doing it, country. All right, guys. I will tell you what I am going to do. Those clips I did of Stacy's interviews, I thought they were very valuable. And so I only did it with like 4 or 5 different topics that Purple and Eve had touched on in that live. I think I'm going to go back and do it with everything, kind of like I've done in previous videos, and put it out so you can see it in order. In my opinion, it's very beneficial to see things like that next to each other. Boom, 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 boom. And it kind of helps you to digest it a little better. So maybe I'll put those out in short videos for the next couple days. And I am still gathering all the info on Karen Reed. So we will be talking about Karen Reed soon. Because we need to do the Wayback Machine. Okay, I will. I'm sure there's clips out there too. I'll find stuff. I'm not too shabby at research. Okay. So we'll be doing that soon, hopefully over the next couple days. I hope Purple and Eve can come to a mutual agreement to stop and go forth on what matters, Michael. I hope so too, because I feel like that's the main, that was what my goal was in all of this, is that like, look, it's not about the back and forth. It's not about the arguing and fighting. Like, get back to what you guys came here to do, because I know it sounds like you both came to do the same thing. So get back to it, right? Jim P, yes, you can email me. Oh, thank you, Vet Girl. You did not have to do that, love. I'll read that in just a second. My daughter's computer is way faster than mine. I need to use this all the time. May 2024 be your year. Thank you. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. All right, guys. It's a complicated case, but please remember going forward that there are family members of the age of watching. There's a mom and dad watching. There's siblings watching. So much. And please just keep that in mind moving forward. Whatever you believe on the matter, just remember there's other people listening to what you believe as well. I'll see y'all on the next one. Love, love.